button. Shoot. All right. I think we're good to start, right? Give me a moment, guys. What else? How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Curious. What's up, everyone? What's up? Got some breakfast made. Got some chicken nuggets. It's the waiting room. The waiting room for 5.6, guys. Oh, one thing that I didn't want to see, guys. It just came out on Twitter a few minutes ago. And let's it is right here, I think. Right here. Apparently, guys, there's gonna be a live stream, guys. A live stream. Oh, I thought this would have like some audio in it, but it's no audio. So there's gonna be a stream at 10, guys. We need to set a timer at 10 a.m. PST. Which is really like in like a few minutes, guys. Few minutes. Oh no, my banana's bruised. That's not good. All right, so it'll be like we'll be waiting, guys. We'll set a timer. You know, a few minutes before. Let's see, like let's say 10 minutes. We'll set a 10-minute timer on my phone. And yeah, we'll get it done. We'll get it done, guys. PT favored spawn. Yeah. Yep. I mean, we're the home base of the tech world, right? I mean, that's where all the techies are. And where's the stream though? Where's the stream, guys? I think they just made this last minute announcement too. Like, they didn't announce this 1 more hour, 5% on your codex. Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't use up all my codex last night when I just kept it on autoplay or auto run. So I'm yeah. Get all my queries in now before it's too late, right? Get it all in now. All right, chat. Navi dance feature completed. Hopefully, it walks in the middle of the screen and does something interesting. Let's see here. Oh, this is using Fable still. I don't want to do that. Let's just say it's done for now. Nothing outstanding service. Okay, VCS. Sort of. I don't see anything. VCS still looks a little weird. VCS still looks weird. Not gonna lie. It's not. It's like teleporting now. People are teleporting. But let's see. One remaining step. OBS. It needs OBS open, and then when you launch, before either let the fresh server now serving JS defeat Gash, okay. Okay. I'll let that go. The Navi Dance, I'll close Navi Dance. SSG update fix. Cloudflare. Let's see here. Trying to think what else did I have to do today. RTS survivors. No, not yet. Okay. We will just wait for a few minutes. Oh, okay. What's my morning ritual again? Just some really quick, really quick dueling round. I could do this, right? I could do a dueling round in under 10 minutes. Let's do it. Let's do it.
차.
tea. Let's go. Bam.
샌드위치 주세요.
Sandwich. I like a sandwich. 주세요. Okay. Bam.
차랑 케이크 주세요.
John cake. 주세요. Cake. Cha. Okay. Man, it's fast for someone. Is it just me?
커피랑 빙수 주세요.
커피랑 shaved ice, please.
샌드위치랑 물 주세요.
I'd like a sandwich, and bowl, please.
케이크랑 커피 주세요.
Cake and coffee, please.
빙수랑 케이크 주세요.
빙수 and cake, 주세요.
커피랑 차 주세요.
Coffee and what was that one?
차.
Cha, 주세요. Hello, welcome. Who's that? Oh wait, welcome. Coffee and shaved ice, please. Coffee. 커피랑 빙수 주세요.
안녕하세요.
Oh, all right. Tea and shaved ice. Tea. 차랑
빙수
빙수
주세요.
All right. Shaved ice.
빙수랑
차 주세요.
주세요.
All right. Hello, shaved ice. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 빙수
주세요.
주세요.
All right. Got my points, guys. What, did they just invite me to a society? They know about the society, guys. They know about the society. All right, got my points, guys. Oh, no. Why'd you let me accidentally force click that? Start my free preview. You've earned 3 free days of super dueling. Okay, start my free preview, sure. All right, I'll let that. Or they even made it into a game, guys. They made it into a game. All right. Is the stream live yet, guys? Is the stream live? Stream live yet, guys? They didn't really say today at 10 p.m. Let's go to live. I mean, guys, they don't even have the link to live. They're just gonna post it last minute on what the live link is. Today. Oh, is it just the launch, guys? Is it just the launch? It's not really anything else, guys? Is it just the launch? It just says today, 10 a.m. PT, and then live. And that's it. That's it. That's all I have. Even on X. Today, 10 a.m. PT. Live stream, 10 a.m. Well, where's the live stream, guys? Where's the live stream? Guys, do you think they have like a OpenAI with Twitch.com? It's just OpenAI. Should we check advance? Or, YouTube, OpenAI? Maybe it's one of those guys. It's one of these guys. We gotta follow. And we gotta pay attention. Oh, man, this is on my other account. Oh, here it is, guys. Here it is. Do they have music? They have music, guys. It's right here. 4,000. 2 minutes ago. Who's paying attention, guys? Who's paying attention? All right, guys. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Is the world gonna explode? Is the world gonna end? End? What do you think, guys? What do you think? Yo, Millsy. The guy calls me and you're a jerk, douche guy. Don't trust him, he's a jerk. All right, guys, we're waiting. We're waiting. How you doing, guys? What are you doing? What are you doing? What is up? What is up? What is up? What's up? What's up? Don't mind me, guys. I'm doing something on the side. Unless somebody says something, we're just in the waiting room, guys. We're just in the waiting room. We chilling, guys. We chilling. We chilling. But guys, we're crossing our fingers for a reset here. We don't have much usage left. We're screwed, guys. We don't have any resets to redeem. Oh, like if what do you call it? If Sol 5.6 is good, we might just cancel. You know, we might just cancel our second Claude our only Claude subscription. So it's like a dilemma here. What do you guys think? Is it gonna be good? Then we can have 2 Claude Codex accounts. Nope. It's a early an early timer. Cancel them all, buy Spark, and go local. Go local? Oh no. I don't think I can, man. I don't think I can. I don't think I can. But we are a token maxer, so yeah, like I would buy 8 and put DeepSeek V Pro on it. Yeah. All right. By the time I could afford V20, it'd be out. Yeah. But yeah, we're waiting, guys. 1 minute. 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. Everybody joining? We waiting? Waiting till the great reset, guys. The world's gonna end. The world's gonna end. Oh, I thought we had another hour. Daylight savings always messing you. Damn.
Hi, everyone. I am so excited to
Hello.
be here.
Hey,
Today,
we're excited
we
too.
are releasing our latest and most capable models.
Oh no.
GPT 5.6,
Okay.
Sol, TERRA, and Luna.
Okay.
Sol will be available over the next 24 hours to all our paid plans.
Hey.
And TERRA and Luna are also coming to all our free users.
Oh yeah.
Today, almost
Free users
a billion
too.
users use ChatGPT every week. They use it for helping getting them to write, getting answers,
3
do
days
research,
constantly.
and
I've
all
done
sorts
it
of
on it,
creative
and it's
things.
only
But
22% done.
we've
What?
seen, and especially with Codex and the coding abilities, is that these models are capable of much more. We saw a transformation
Hello, welcome.
of software development.
Is that a bot?
Shortly
I can't
after,
tell them anymore.
Internally within OpenAI, everyone was using these models to do so much more than getting great answers. They were using these models to do great things. And you were expecting that we were going to release these
Yeah, I
models
missed the
and
guy
we were
last
rolling them
night.
out over the next
He
24
comes all the
hours.
time.
But why I'm really excited to be here today is we're not only releasing the models, we're also announcing 3 major product updates. The first one is ChatGPT Work. ChatGPT Work is your new partner for ambitious work. It works on web, it works on mobile, on the go, and also on desktop. The models with GPT 5.6 Sol have really been a breakthrough in their ability to do
I had
things
to boost
of
up the
complex
audio,
nature
guys.
for you. Understanding very complex content, staying on track for long horizon tasks, understanding spreadsheets, creating them, editing even websites. And we're going to be showing you first ChatGPT Work. We're also announcing an all brand new ChatGPT desktop app. It goes even
New
further
desktop app.
and allows ChatGPT to work on your local files, your apps,
They're
and
just
your
taking
browser.
over our computer at this point, guys.
Finally, we're also
complete
announcing
command control.
hosted sites, which we are making available for all paid users. It allows you to
Hosted
use
sites.
ChatGPT Work to create and share those websites with your friends and colleagues.
Damn.
It is a truly magical experience, and I can't wait to show you.
Yeah.
First, we're going to have a look at ChatGPT Work.
All right.
Jessica, Lauren, why don't you show us what they can do?
Okay.
Hi, I'm Jessica, engineer on ChatGPT Work.
Okay.
And I'm Lauren. I'm on our strategic finance team.
All right.
So we're going to show you the new experience on web and mobile. So
Okay.
let's take a look at mobile. So here we have chat. Chat is
Chat.
the familiar thing you love.
They call it
you
chat
know
now,
and love.
guys.
It's really great
Chat
for
is
quick
chat.
answers.
Chat applies to you
search,
and AI
brainstorming
now.
Ideas. But today we're also introducing work. And work is where I go to have ChatGPT help me just get stuff done.
Welcome.
So for example, something that I did right before to prepare for this launch is, hey ChatGPT, I would love to get an understanding of how people are using the ChatGPT Work feature internally.
Okay.
Look through Slack and employee feedback and find people in diverse roles.
Guys, nobody's going to be
that have
working
used
anymore.
The product in
It's
really
just AI.
interesting ways. I'm in San Francisco this week for the launch. I would love to meet up with a few people and really deep dive on their use cases in person. So I can send this through mobile, but these
It's AI
conversations also
psychosis, that
appear on
guy.
web. And this is something that I actually did
Psychosis.
earlier. We can take a look at the results, and ChatGPT Work was able to pull from the sources that I asked for, find
Not good
interesting
enough.
people to talk to, and then schedule meetings with them while I'm in
Do all
town.
my work for me. I don't want to work anymore.
One of the feedback posts that highlighted was actually Lauren's.
Yeah, our finance team have become such power users of ChatGPT Work. I'm really excited to show you how we've been using it, but I would love to hear how other teams have been using it too.
Yeah, we've talked to
Guys, they're saving money. They're using Sol medium effort, guys, not extra high.
people throughout the company, like recruiters that are using scheduled tasks to track interview progress and make sure that we're getting feedback timely, and data science who are using our new visualize feature to just add context for quick ad hoc requests. But I think the finances experience was one of the ones that was most compelling to us.
Yeah, I'm excited to show it to you guys. So finance may not seem like the flashiest
All right,
demo we
Sol
could be
high.
leading this off with.
Okay.
But ChatGPT Work has really enabled us to run with such lean and efficient teams, and we wanted to show you guys a little bit of a peek behind the curtain at how we've been able to do that. So one of the critical roles of a finance team is being able to explain not only our recent trends, but what they mean for forecast in real time. This takes a couple minutes to run, so we did run this earlier today, but let's say we just closed June and we beat our forecast by $2 million. And I do need to caveat, these are demo numbers.
They don't look like the numbers that you shared yesterday, so I'm glad we're not sharing the real numbers here.
TiVo obviously beats his forecast by more than $2 million. These are demo numbers, but a very real workflow. So we ran this earlier today. This used to take so much manual work. We would have to reconcile multiple systems, our Excel forecast model across multiple cases. And now in one pass, ChatGPT can run the variance analysis for me. So we can see why we beat our forecast and where we still have risk. I can even have ChatGPT work go in and propose an updated forecast case for us. So we had it do this earlier, or we had it run it yesterday. It went through and updated our Excel model. See?
Okay.
Perfect. Yep, we've got our updated revenue in here, our updated forecast. But I can't
Why
just
do we
walk
still need Excel,
Thibaut,
guys?
Jessica, and our business partners through an Excel model. So we also had it put together a PowerPoint presentation that we can use. We've got our latest forecast. We've got our drivers
investment in
bridge and what's
Microsoft.
changing in our Outlook. And ChatGPT work will meet you where you are. It's great at Excel and PowerPoint, but our finance team have become such big proponents of sites. It's
What
such
the heck,
a flexible
guys? What's going on? They're using the same formatting as Claude Code, guys. Look at this top thingy right here. Claude Code does this. This border thingy over here. Claude Code does this. Now ChatGPT does it too now. It's weird. It's weird, man.
Face to be able to do custom dashboards and really just like
I think they're just copying Shade CDN or something.
storytell around your analysis. So I also asked ChatGPT work to go in and make us a site with the same analysis that we can share out. We've got our updated forecast. We've got our drivers bridge. This is looking good. It's good to go. All right, so we've run our variance analysis. Our forecast is updated. We've got our overviews back for business partners. Let's go ahead and have ChatGPT work send this to Thibaut. Hey, Chat, can you send the site link over to Thibaut on Slack? Thank you. And we'll send that off.
I hope I get that soon.
Yeah.
It is such a delight to receive these highly interactive and compelling websites.
ChatGPT in the browser, guys.
In ChatGPT work, we've seen it perform very similar things across different use cases. Jessica was using it to understand user feedback and preparing ahead of the launch, even scheduling interesting chats with her colleagues in one-on-one through Calendar. And that was Jessica. But Lauren used it for a very different kind of purpose across finance and very complex workflows where precision and correctness is extremely important. ChatGPT work was able to understand complex financial data and represent it in the right format at the right time, just with a few steers. Now, I'm excited for us to show you the all-new ChatGPT desktop app. Andrew, Ed, show us what we can do with it.
Yeah, thanks, Thibaut. This is the new ChatGPT desktop app. So everything that you saw on web, it's available here, plus a lot more on your local machine. So local files, your browser tabs, even other apps on your computer, they are all available now to ChatGPT. So let's take a quick look. I'm going to start with this spreadsheet right here that my colleague Nick sent me. It's an export of user tickets from our ticketing system. And it's pretty large.
First skill is stuttering, you know, Sam would allow that in the recording.
Tease out what the themes are and what we need to pay attention to.
A lot of feedback.
It's a lot of feedback. We're very used to this. But instead, what we're going to do is
all right, guys,
drag it.
What is this task? Compare travel headphones. Prepare for my manager one-on-one. Review my resume. Huh? All right, he's looking for a new job. Plan a Seattle weekend. Draft my weekly team update. Add sidebar threads, create spreadsheet visualization, find OpenAI launch today. Explain goblins. Guys, they're still talking about goblins. Prepare launch readiness. Okay.
We're going to say, hey, ChatGPT, can you make a quick interactive visualization of this feedback so that we can sort of get the themes and the action items
better.
And
The goblin fetish goes deep.
Sort through it all a little bit better. So Chat's going to go and take the spreadsheet, synthesize it, the content, and then make us a visualization. It'll take a second, so I'm going to walk you through.
Why did it say 2 here? 2? Can you make a quick interactive visualization of this feedback so we can sort of get the themes, make the story a little better? Well, I guess there's something wrong with the thing, guys.
Through something that I'm doing for next week's launch. So I've got this folder over here, and this has a variety of material from various teams that have been sent to our team here.
North Star
This is a
launch
launch readiness PDF, and it's got a lot of stuff in it.
And it's really
then
good.
We have
It's really good at
over here,
generating
we've
PDFs.
got UXR. They did a bunch of interviews with users
This one looks
on
a
our
little
early
mid,
product.
though.
We've got a security review. This has all of our pen test results and
Yeah.
even some of the compliance controls we need to meet.
One,
so
two.
this folder's got a ton of stuff from various teams. They've just been kind of sending it to us.
A lot of stuff in there.
And I need to brief my team on Monday on the state of the launch, right? And so what I did this morning is I came in and I said, can you please look at the materials in this folder that everybody sent me? I also have 3 open tabs in Chrome that have content for this launch. Go look at it and make me a presentation that I can give to my team in the template that we use all the time at the company. And so it worked for about 90 seconds here, a little bit less. And at the end of this, looked through my desktop, looked in Chrome at the tabs that were open, and it produced a fully ready slide deck for me to present to the team.
We don't have to rely on Google's
This is one thing that
Notebook
GPT
LM
5.6 Soul is really
anymore.
incredible at. It went through all of that content in 90 seconds, synthesized it all, adhered to the template,
And it won't say created by
created
AI.
like a slide. You can just share that directly with the team. You don't have to do anything else.
Exactly.
Right, but this is
And
PowerPoint.
It used its
Wonder if
memory
it
as
could
well,
do
'cause I've
LibreOffice
been, chatting a lot about this launch, and so it's got some of the concerns that I have that haven't actually been shared via Slack or email too. But I know that you were curious about the next World Cup game, and you were kind of busy prepping for this live stream. So we've got this really great feature in the app to do quick searches and anything that you want to know really quickly and get instant results. My friend Tibethy wants to know when the World Cup game is so that he can watch it. When is that?
He's actually more interested in the Belgian game from the other day.
I know. And so this is the ChatGPT search experience that everyone's come to know and love. It's almost instant results. It's got rich search widgets here, and anything you might want. But back to work. I've got this Notes app situation that I don't think I'm unique in that my Apple Notes is just kind of a brain dump, and it's all over the place, and there's no folders, there's no organization. And in a previous life, I would just kind of leave it this way and declare bankruptcy, and it'd be sort of a mess. But with the new ChatGPT desktop app, it actually has access to the other apps on my Mac. Organize my Notes app. It's a whole thing right now. Like, make some folders, move the notes around, use your best judgment. I don't care. I just need to get out of this mess. So what's going to happen here is ChatGPT, with the incredible computer use that's built in and with the advances in the new model, it's going to get its own cursor. It's going to start operating Apple Notes in the background. You can see here, this is not my cursor. This is ChatGPT's cursor.
Yeah.
And
There
so
it goes, there it goes.
It's going, it's moving notes around. I can do my thing over here. I can check the Belgium game and when that is. And it's just going to go to town and make some folders and drag some notes around. We don't have to watch this whole thing because I'm really actually quite curious at what Ed and team have been cooking.
Can you show the visualization first that you started? So we were curious about all of this feedback that we had.
Yeah, so here's the visualization I made from the spreadsheet. We've got, it's like rich, it's on demand. It uses the theme that we're using in the app, and it kind of went down and ranked like, hey, here are the buckets. Here's how important they are. It's interactive, it's not static, so I can, change views. I can ask it for changes. And if I want to share this with my team, because the spreadsheet's hard to read, in one click, I can just publish that to a site. And then they get this exact same interactive visualization. Over to Ed.
There are a few more examples, I think, right? As well.
Yeah, that's a good call out here. This is a set that I ran last night, just kind of playing around with it.
Oh, wow.
These things are stunning. I mean,
It is.
we didn't write any
Looks
code
good.
to make these. The model is writing these on demand. The 3D ones are incredibly immersive,
What I love is
interactive.
it just
really
uses
small,
it
though.
as part of its answer,
very
so
small,
it can sort of like
but,
model in like whether it answers in text.
looks good
or
in my
answers
view,
just, like, with
guys.
a little
Looks
visual,
good in
like,
my
on the
view.
fly.
Yeah, you can.
I could,
so you can ask
let me do,
explicitly for
see
a
if I
chart
could
or
add myself.
visualization, or sometimes if you ask to, get educated. If you're like, hey, teach me about how this thing works, it'll come back with this interactive demo. Or if you say, help me sort through my inbox, it might even give you like a rich widget that shows you the messages and stuff. It's awesome.
Cool.
Take it away.
Hi, my name's Ed. I'm a designer on the team. And I want to show you a little bit about how I use it and the
Go
team
back
uses
to full
it in our
screen. I was
day-to-day.
watching that.
So,
Okay.
you know, you walk through an example of creating assets for a launch using files on your computer. I've done the same thing here, except I've used our new sites feature. So one thing I really want to highlight here is I kicked this prompt off this morning, and it's looked through all of my connectors and plugins that we talked about earlier. I've connected my Slack, my Gmail, you know, everything that I use every day. And it's gone through all of those sources, and it's come back and turned it into this like super rich interactive website that I can go in. And the reason I want to show, you know, one big reason I want to show this is just because, you know, this is just one prompt kicked off, and the visuals are really incredible. I mean, the new 5.6 Sol model.
Did you give it a Figma for this?
No Figma. This was all just the model, yeah. And you know, as a designer, there are like little things you look out for, like small motion, right? The typography, the you know, the 3D motion and all that kind of thing. And it's always best when you give it a little bit of guidance and you bring it along. But it's really outstanding out of the box. And again, this is just like a really fun way that teams have used to use this feature across the company. But you know, we're on a live stream. We want to make it a little bit more exciting. So why don't I annotate this? And let's change this header to something a little bit more fun. I think, you know, we saw some of the 3D visualizations that you showed, and I think the 3D stuff is super fun and interactive. So hi, ChatGPT, let's change this website. So instead of having the static hero at the top with these planets spinning around, let's do an interactive game. So I want to have like a little character that I can walk around with. And you know, based on where I go, that will then take me to different parts of the live stream prep. So there might be like launches and the run of show. Yeah, it might take a little bit of time, but really go ahead and start that. So while that's kicked off, I just want to show you a few other great examples. You know, Lauren mentioned that their team use a lot of these for like dashboards and internal tools. That's definitely something that we've seen a lot.
I said,
and you can see a lot of different examples from across the company.
They fixed the UI issues.
So the web team, the OpenAI.com team, who build all of our amazing websites,
pretty much made design
instead of using like an Excel spreadsheet, they use
Claude
this
Code
interactive tool where they can update it all collaboratively. They can share it with each other, and you can just hop in. You can see what's launched and when it launched.
Crazy.
You know, hover over. It's like so interactive, and again,
I guess collaborating is going to be better now, right?
This just really illustrates it super well.
Yeah, and it's really been, you know, night and day. Literally 3 months ago, spreadsheet, today, these like, you know, it's really like transformed the way that the whole company works. This is another great example. This is the ChatGPT images team. So they've been collecting great examples of how ChatGPT images have been used across all of our campaigns around the world. And when building sites as well and any kind of front-end stuff, you know, we now have access to ChatGPT images as well.
Yeah,
and it just
exactly.
also, you know,
Build
makes
it
the whole
natively.
experience like so much better. As a designer, this is one thing that I quite like to do a lot. So as part of the new launch, so you're not looking at, you know, ChatGPT or the ChatGPT desktop here. You're looking at an interactive prototype that one of the designers on the team, Tarek, built, and I've been working with him on. And it's a new way of prototyping our new model selector.
Hey, they copied the same thing.
You know, previously
they
I might
copied
have
the
just
same
sent
thing,
an image
guys.
or a design
Ultra
file
code.
Now I can show an
Yoink,
interactive
yoink,
demo. I think
yoink.
I sent you this, and you're like, "Whoa, this is like I can
It's
like
like
click in and
the China
test it out."
strategy,
It's so much
guys.
better to illustrate
Just
like
copy.
an idea, and then
Just copy
you
and make
just
it
do
better.
super quickly in a couple of
Copy
minutes,
and make
then
it better.
Boom, you have it.
Yeah.
And then you share it with, you know, and then you just get the
Chinese
feedback you need,
strategy
you
actually
incorporate
working,
that.
If you
guys.
need to prototype a toggle or something.
Yeah, and the design team and like all teams across OpenAI really, you know, our work has changed so much, and it's really been facilitated by these new models. And this
Oh
is
my
finally
God,
a bit
look
of a
at
fun
that.
one. So, you know, in the AI community,
it's the magic
a
robust
good test
faster,
of kind
yeah.
of how good a model is at front end is
What the heck,
this,
guys? Look at this. This is
test
good.
where you kind of see if it can draw a pelican riding.
Holy
a tricycle,
moly. Look at that,
in an SVG.
guys.
But Kian, one of the folks on the team, he built this fun prototype where he built a 3D version. And again, this is just all 5.6 Sol, you know, cooking away, building out this amazing prototype. And the really cool thing about sites, they're collaborative, you can share them. And he shared this with people across the company, and they've kind of added their own features. So, you know, it can ride a pony,
Basic
it can ride
style.
all sorts of
I mean,
crazy
the
things.
legs,
It can ride another pelican.
it probably needs
so this is like
to fix the legs a little bit, but
just
still,
like,
you know,
as a creative,
impressive.
it's just like so amazing how much it's expanded things. So
All in the browser.
I kicked off that prompt this morning, so I'm just showing another example here of an output.
Oh, that's what we just.
The live stream. Yeah, this
That's what we
was
just ran.
so I kicked the same prompt off just before we started, and again, you can just see just how amazing it is out of the box. So it's the same
Bazinga.
website,
Oh,
but
welcome.
now you can kind of go through, and it's a bit more interactive and fun. But really just demonstrates that just in a few prompts now, kind of anyone can really build anything.
It's really about raising the level of ambition that you have, right?
Totally.
Thanks so much, Ed. Thanks so much, Andrew. Everything you saw here was really made possible for Jessica, Lauren across finance, getting help to schedule interviews, understanding things in the stress of a launch, and then here, just getting help to think ambitiously and execute it on it really fast.
There's
All
a
of
lot of
that is
people
made
in here,
possible
guys.
thanks to the model. And
There's a lot of
I'm
people
here
in
joined by Katie and Tejal to talk a little bit more about the research, which I'm tremendously excited about. And one thing really also to insist on is like, it's not about taste, not just about front end. This model is our most capable coding model and is also incredible at cyber, which we're going to talk about as well.
Cyber.
I'm Katie. I'm a researcher at OpenAI, and it's pretty crazy to think that we've been here just for a year since the Codex launch.
They're not talking. They're not talking.
Literally
They're
right
sleeping.
here. Yeah.
Hey, I'm Tejal. I'm also a researcher, and we're all so excited to share more about how we trained GPT 5.6. It's truly been a labor of love from our whole team across OpenAI.
In 2024, we announced the reasoning paradigm, which is a reinforcement learning technique to tackle the hardest
All those
tasks.
people are in the chat.
And since then, we've been scaling both reinforcement learning
goodness.
and pre-training,
see.
and we've seen exponential improvements in model
got the
capabilities as
improvements.
these two multiplied together. And GPT 5.6
Let's see, guys.
is the
Are they in the
latest
chat?
result
There's
of all
there's
of
8
our
people in the
research
chat.
progress to date.
The 5.6 family brings these frontier capabilities to you. Sol is our most powerful model for the hardest agentic workflows. TERRA is a faster model for everyday workflows. And Luna is our fastest and most affordable model for high-volume work. Already, Sol has been transforming our research program. As one example, 5.6 Sol actually autonomously post-trained Luna.
This is the actual Codex prompt that a researcher on our team
What's this?
used to have Sol kick off a post.
Why is there so many blocks in there?
You can see here that it's like asking to find the training configs, find the right GPUs for the job, and then launch the script and make sure that it works.
It's a really short prompt.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy that we've gotten far enough
There's
where you
some
can have a
duplicates?
fairly underspecified prompt and then just give it to Codex
I know
and
there's
then
2
just have it
Millsies
go and run
because
the
she's
job.
on YouTube and Twitch.
Previously this is something that a team of senior researchers may have worked on it.
Oh, you know what I could do? I could just do a refresh.
Really feels like the automated researcher is
See
pretty
here.
close.
This isn't the only place we've seen internal acceleration. We're also seeing an increase in the number of pull requests per researcher,
just moved
the
them.
number of experiments researchers can run so we can test our ideas
just moved
and
them.
turn them into research findings. And actually, Codex made every plot in this live stream and also helped us make the slide deck. So thank you, 5.6.
Across Frontier Evals, 5.6 Sol is state of the art. And this is something we're really excited for you to finally experience and see the speed up that we've already experienced internally. On Terminal Bench, which is a test of coding performance, the model is state of the art. On Browse Comp, which is an evaluation that sees if the model can locate hard to find information. And the same with Agent's Last Exam, which is long horizon professional work.
As one deep dive, 5.6 is particularly good at computer use, so anything that involves navigating a browser, navigating apps on your desktop, and that enables all sorts of digital work. It helps medical assistants navigate electronic health records. It helps data scientists analyze if a drug is effective. It can even help investment bankers create financial models. And you can also use this for personal use. It certainly helped me order food. And all of this is something that when we ask experts in the field, how they're using this model in their everyday workflows, they say it's better than
Model
anything else
on
they've ever
cursor?
used, anything else on the market, while being 3 times as fast. So we're really excited for you to finally try
Oh,
and
it's
feel
already
how
on
powerful
cursor.
this model
Okay,
is.
got it. That's
You
what you
might
mean.
hear the capabilities that Tejal was talking about and that you saw demoed earlier and think that this is going to come at a very high price tag. But that's actually not the case with GPT 5.6 Sol. So token efficiency has been a huge focus of our research program for several years, and with every model, we want to bring more intelligence for every token. And you can see this reflected on evals like DeepSuite 1.1, where GPT 5.6 outperforms its competitors at less than half of the cost.
But if you want
Most
the best
efficient.
intelligence money can buy, we're also announcing Ultra Mode, which unleashes a whole team of
Ultra
agents to
mode.
do work for you. So in this example
Finally,
eval,
guys.
you can see here,
We can burn our tokens
one
faster.
agent does better with time. But as we add more agents, the model is able to do even better and faster. And that's because the agents are able to parallelize work like an experienced team.
This is a capability folks have asked for so long that we bring to the Codex app, and I'm so excited.
Yeah,
that
just
we're finally
delete
putting it out there as ultimate.
Claude. Just delete Claude Code.
One more improvement that we've shipped with GPT 5.6 is, we may remember that when we launched GPT 5.5, we had to ship it with a dev message saying, don't talk too much about the goblins and the gremlins. And this is a result of reward hacking that occurred during the training of GPT 5.5, which is now
doesn't talk about goblins anymore, guys.
And now GPT 5.6 will only talk about goblins a tasteful amount when it's cute or appropriate.
With these more capable models, safety and alignment are more important than ever. That's why we spent over 700,000 A100 equivalent hours of compute on model red teaming. We also spent 6 weeks safety training and testing this model, and also have incorporated multiple novel monitoring upgrades in our launch, including new classifiers and activation points.
Ultimately, we really believe in iterative deployment and putting our models in the hands of real people as quickly as possible so that we can learn from real-world usage outside of our labs. And that's why we have initiatives like Project Daybreak, where we give cybersecurity researchers access to our models earlier on. And with GPT 5.6 Sol, researchers have already found vulnerabilities in every major browser and database.
Yeah. As part of the Daybreak umbrella, we started Patch the Planet, which is an even broader initiative where we work directly with open source contributors and projects. And we also generate high quality patches. For example, for Linux, they accepted over half of our patches, which indicates that not only do we find critical vulnerabilities that weren't found for a long time, but also we are able to automatically patch them and greatly accelerating cyber defense.
We're very proud of this model. We hope it helps you as much as it's helped us, and we're excited to see all that you build with 5.6 Sol.
Audio is
Thank you for sharing about the research and the model. What an incredible set of releases. We saw ChatGPT work capable of working on mobile and web. We also saw the all-new ChatGPT desktop app, and we saw all of the capabilities of GPT 5.6, Sol, TERRA, and Luna, and a little bit about how they were trained. Next up, I'm going to be showing you a use case outside of the office that I'm tremendously excited about. Hiroki has been working with us for the last 6 months, and he's been using GPT 5.6 to really do something unexpected and help him take care of his farm. Let's have a look at his story.
今ブロッコリー畑にいるんだけど、畑の中でどこからどこまで作業したかが分からなくなるから、それを境界をデジタル上で分かるようにする仕組みを作りたいです。北海道に来た最初の時はトラクターの乗り方を知らなかったり、野菜の作り方も全然知らないところからスタートしたのですごく大変でした。エンジニアじゃないんですけど、コーデックスを使って効率化しています。ビニールハウスの側面の換気をするためにビニールを巻き上げるっていう作業をずっと手でやってたんですね。そういったものをコーデックスを使って電動モーターを入れて自動化するっていう取り組みをすることができました。この電動のモーターが上がったり下がったりをネットがつながってればどこにいてもコントロールできるっていう仕組みを作りました。過去のモデルは何回も何回もやり取りして改善してまた指示出しての繰り返しだったのが、新しいモデルは一発のプロンプトで自分のデータベースをコーデックスが読み取って勝手にいろんなツールを使いながら僕がそんなにチェックしたり管理しなくても最終的なゴールまで自分で考えて実行してくれるので、これはすごく信じられない変化ですね。こういう現場で使える仕組みを自分で作れたっていうのはなんだろうこれはみたいな驚きと自分で魔法を見ているような気持ちになりました。コケコッコーって鳴いてうるさくて取材が進まないです。鶏を静かにするにはどうすればいいですか？
ですね、鶏って基本的に鳴く。
To get them quiet, you gotta, you know.
ものなので完全に静かにするのは正直難しいんですよね。
Hiroki,
Hey,
thank you so much
Bottom.
for being here with us and traveling all the way from Hokkaido. I'm going to be using ChatGPT to live translate. Hey, chat. I'm here with Hiroki-san, a dear and esteemed friend who traveled all the way from Japan. I want you to act as my live translator. He's going to speak Japanese, live translate to English to me, and I'm going to be speaking English, live translate back to Japanese.
Got it. I'll do real-time Japanese, English, both ways.
Yeah.
Whenever
I want you to
Hiroki-san
act as my
starts.
real-time
Yeah.
translator. Okay?
GPT.
Understood. Starting live translation now.
Hiroki-san, transport us back to your farm to share the magic.
ひろきさん、あの魔法のような体験を共有するために、
Damn,
あな
that's
た
so
の
good,
農
guys.
場へ私たちを連れて行っ
We
てくだ
tried it
さい。
yesterday. It was so good.
今日はサンフランシスコまで招待してくれて本当にありがとうございます。
Thank you so
自分がこ
much
の場にい
for
ることが
inviting
本当
me
に信
all
じ
the
られ
way
ない
to San Francisco today.
今
I honestly can't
私たちの
believe
農場
I'm
で
here
は
right now.
ブロッコリーの種まきから
Right
ト
now
ラクタ
at
ー
our
で畑を
farm,
耕してブロッコリーを収穫する
we're
まで
sowing broccoli
いろんな作業
seeds,
が同時
tilling
に
the fields
進ん
with
でいます。
tractors,
ちょうど来週か
harvesting
らブロッコリー
broccoli,
の収穫
and
が始
many
まるの
other
で
tasks all happening
この
at
ライブが終わっ
once.
たら
We'll
日本
start
に帰国
harvesting
する予定
broccoli
です。
next week. So once this live event is
少ない
over,
人数で大
I'll
き
be
な
heading back to Japan.
面積の
With just a
畑をやっ
small
ているの
team,
で
we're
効率化
managing
して
a
いくことが
very
すごく
large
大事
area
で
of fields.
その時にチャット GPT
So
の
improving
力を
efficiency
借
is
りながら
really important.
畑の仕事を進めてい
To
ます。
do that, we're making use of ChatGPT to help us with our farm work. That's how we're moving things forward.
I'm looking
Yes.
forward to the iWatch version or the AirPods version.
Really shared all of this from the very beginning. Why did you do
あ
that?
な
And
た
what
は
were
本
some
当
of the
に最初
reactions?
からこの全てを共有してきましたよね。なぜそうしようと思ったんですか？そしてどんな反応がありましたか？
はい
まあその AI をど
They
う
have
使
the
ってい
wait.
け
They
ばい
have
い
the
か
wait.
っ
There's an
て
awkward
ま
wait,
だ正
guys.
解がはっきりしていないことがたくさんある
Awkward
と思うんです。
wait.
だか
AI
ら
をどう使っ
自分
ていくかってい
が
うところはまだまだ正解がわからないことがたくさんある
As
と
for
思っ
how
て
to
います。
use AI,
そ
there
の
are
中
still
で
many things where
どうやっ
we
て
don't have clear answers yet. Given that, the question is how we,
まだ正解がわからないので
since
アウトプッ
we
トをしていく
still
こ
don't
と
know
が
the right
大事だ
answers
と
yet,
思ってます。
I think it's important to just keep putting things out there.
What were some of the things that people shared with you?
みんながあなたと共有してくれたことって具体的にはどんなことがありましたか？そうですね。世界中の農家さんからメッセージをもらったり、日本の農林水産省の方から連絡があったり、
コンタクト
lately
があっ
I've
た
been
り
receiving
して、日本の農林水産省
messages
zero
from
test.
farmers all over the
す
world.
ごくいろんなことが起きてます。
And I've also been contacted by people from Japan's Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries. All sorts of unexpected things have been happening.
Wow, that's very unexpected. What could
So
possibly
that
be the next
reaction-
challenge for you?
It's very delayed for
では
both
次に挑
parties.
戦したいことは何になると思いますか？
They're just waiting there,
チーム
you
の
know?
中で
チャレンジは
もっと AI をうまく活用
It's
していきた
not
いなと
natural, guys.
チ
Not
ームで
natural
もっ
still.
と
今は
AI をうまく活用していきたいと思っています。
チームの
今は
グループチャットの中で AI を入れていて、
チームのグループチャットに
野菜の状態などを
AI を導入して
AI が
日々の
Chat,
記
can
録
you
や
translate
野
that to
菜の
Japanese
状
for me?
態など
Uh-oh.
今の部分を日本語にしますね。
Can
チ
you
ーム
can
のグ
you
ループチャット
Uh-oh.
can you
Uh-oh.
translate that to Japanese for me?
Hey, what's going
今
on?
のを日本語へ訳し
Hey, they killed her, guys. They killed her. Oh, no. They killed her, guys.
Hey,
Oh,
chat, I
no.
have Hiroki-san
It's
here,
live after all, guys.
Friend from
It's
Japan.
live
I want
after
you to
all.
act as my live translator. Okay? Please, he's going to speak
Don't go
Japanese.
now,
Just
guys.
live translate to
Oh, no.
English to me.
He has to do it
Got
again.
it. Starting real time.
He has to do it again, guys. Oh, no. Gotta clip that, guys. Clip that. Create a clip. That was good, guys. That was good.
使っていきたいと思
Well,
って
I was gonna fire everyone. Oh,
I want
no.
us to make better use
Oh,
of AI.
no.
チームのチャットの中で日々の記録を
Right now, we're
記録した
using
り、野
our
菜の
team
どうな
chat
ってる
to
か共有できたり
record our
するよう
daily
に
notes
しています。
and share
チームメンバー
updates
がもっ
on
と
how
快
the
適に仕事を
vegetables
で
are
きるよう
doing.
に仕組みを作って
We're
いて
trying
そ
to
の
build
仕組みを
systems
チャッ
so
ト
that
GPT が
our
支え
team
てくれるよ
members
うなイメ
can
ージ
work
です。
more comfortably, with the idea that ChatGPT will support those systems.
What you've been doing has been very advanced. What would you advise some non-technical people? Like, how can they get started?
God, I love live events, guys. I love live
か
events.
なり高度な取り組みですよね。
Everything that can go wrong will go wrong, guys.
どのように始めたらいい
He
と思
knows
い
his
ま
career
す
is
か
over.
まず小さく試していくことが大事だと思っています。
First of all, I
私
think it's
もも
important
と
to
もと
just
エンジ
start
ニアでは
small.
ありませんでした。
I wasn't an engineer
その中
myself.
で、一つ一つ分かんないことをチャット GPT
So
に
by
聞きながら
tackling each thing I didn't
農
understand
場の
and
中で使え
asking
る仕
ChatGPT
組みを
about it,
作れるようになってきてます。
I gradually
まあ自
learned
分で
how
は
to
信じられ
build
ない
Maybe it's a
systems
context
that I
problem, guys.
learned
Context problem. What do you
なっ
guys
てきて
think?
いるので、
Now I'm able to
小さく
create
試して
and do
作っ
things
てい
that
く
I
っていう
never
ことが
thought
大事だと思い
possible.
ます。
So I believe that starting small and building step by step is really important.
Thank you so much, Hirogi-san, for sharing your journey with us and being live here
Too
today.
long. It was too long, guys. Too long.
Everything you just saw and the advice from Hiroki is profound. It is about taking small steps and raising the level of ambition you have in order to have ChatGPT work, get things done for you.
Yeah.
What you saw and all of the product updates and the models are rolling out over the next
big money
24
problem.
hours. Soul will be available for all our paid plans, together with ChatGPT Work, the desktop app, and sites as well. The ChatGPT desktop app is also available for free users.
It's slow.
Soul is available for all our paid plans, and TERRA and Luna for free users, rolling out over the course of the next day. Thank you so much for tuning in. I can't wait to see what you do with it.
Yeah, English, Japanese people also include English as well. Oh, is it done? Live's over, guys? Download now? Download now, guys. Looks like it's done. It's done. Guys, we should have a clip of that, guys. We should have a clip. Let me just create the clip. That was good. That was good, guys. You know? We had some fumbling to cancel the rest of the demo. Yeah, they're like, no, guys, we gotta stop. You gotta stop, guys. Oh, hey, even he's watching it. Oh, he's about to run into it too? No? Oh, no, he just finished watching. Now, a lot of people watching it, guys. We got 1,000 here. 3,000 here. Holy moly. 3,000 watching here. And then this is the benchmark. They're doing their benchmark. All right. Did they do a reset, guys? I don't think I got a reset. I think we're screwed. I think we're screwed, guys. Completely and utterly screwed. Yeah, we're screwed, guys. We're screwed. We don't have any usage. They didn't give us a usage. Guys, I do not understand BridgeMind to do benchmarks. It's sort of a meme to me. Yeah, it's pretty much a meme at this point. Yeah. Guys, I have no usage. That means no jump. No nothing. Wait, it's not even released for me yet. Oh, it needs an update probably. Update now. Maybe with the update I get the reset. Who knows? Let's see. All right, it's here. Latest and greatest. Ultra mode. Status. Yeah, I'm screwed, guys. I'm screwed for a good 2 days, guys. Only thing we have to do is watch people do it, I guess. We just watch people do it.
Yeah, you literally.
We just have to watch people do the thing without us. Because I don't have usage. I don't have usage. Oh, where'd it go? I don't have any. We just have to watch others use it. Because we don't have any usage. Alright. This is the game, I guess. So he's making the game, the scary game. I'll see you the horror game. He's working on the horror game. Yeah, I won't be able to use it, guys. And I don't have any benchmarks to test. But You know, when I get my reset, I'll work on it. Yeah, for now it's just benchmarks. And then Prime's still reacting. And yeah, still not. Well, it literally just came out, so we're just working. We're looking. Soul made a really good game. A horror game? Let's see. People using it, maybe. No, not yet. Not yet. Guys testing it. Testing it. Yeah. I guess we just watch. We just watch. We have no choice. He's just building on top of his existing games, right?
All right, that was not scary. That was not scary, chat.
Not scary. A not scary game.
Yeah, nah. L in the chat. I mean, definitely good graphics. Good graphics, but the graphics for the Ghost, not impressed. Not impressed. We've seen much better results from other
looks like
from
Fable
other models.
game.
Even Grok 4.5 was
I've
better.
seen
Yeah,
UI
redesigned
like
the
that.
Ghost. Yeah, the Ghost was not good at all. That was not scary. That was
what
not
was the
scary.
Ghost?
Redesigned the Ghost. Not impressed. Here's the last key, guys. What was that?
The sound effects, pretty bad.
All right, what is going on? I don't... All right, that was not scary. That was not scary, chat. Not scary. Is it in the CLI now? Okay, in the CLI it works, people are saying. Okay, let's go over to the CLI. Let's go to...
Cursor is free, right? Oh, we haven't updated Cursor in forever, now that I think about it. And everybody gets access now, right? So that means we could still learn stuff, right? We could still learn stuff. Let me check. Now that I think about it, guys. Pro 5.6. Oh no, it's not available yet. On the web. It's not available. Yeah, it's still 5.5, no 5.6. Even on Pro. Or, yeah, it doesn't give you that sense yet. Huh? Huh. Guys. It's not available yet. Only available on Cursor. Let's see. Oh, I don't have Pro yet. I don't have Pro, guys. Won't be getting that. All right, never mind then. We go back to it.
This with, we're gonna have to go to the CD desktop and then let's see into GPT 5.6 and let's launch. We're gonna do a bunch of tests, guys. So we're gonna launch 8 Codex agents here, okay? And we're just gonna do max intelligence, okay? We're gonna do GPT 5.6 Sol Ultra. Not impressed at all with the TERRA model. The TERRA model did a very bad job. The TERRA model did a very bad job.
TERRA's bad?
Very, very poor job. But let's test this Ultra model now, okay? Let's test Ultra.
It says, do not use fast mode, no fast mode.
All right, let's grab the prompt.
Fast mode forces
Ultra's a leap. All right, let's test it out.
200K context.
All right, hold on. Let's get over here. Let's go to Bridge Bench. Let's go over here. All right. All right, so the first thing we're going to do, this is going to create a SaaS website, okay? SaaS website right here. I need you to create this in a subdirectory inside of this directory. Do not reference or look at any other code in this directory. Do everything in isolation. All right, and I'm going to hold on to that prompt there. I'm literally just going to put that same exact prompt into all of these. So 5.6 Sol Ultra. I want to do max intelligence on everything, chat. Max intelligence, okay? Where's the Five Nights at Freddy's game? Five Nights at Freddy's.
We'll watch. Well, not watch. We'll look at it later. Let's see. News is up soon. I still don't have my what do you call it? What do you call it? Whatchamacallit? What do we play today? Synth? Still need to do a typing practice. Oh, need to go back to our original scene. Back to the original scene. Back to the original scene. All right. Typing practice, Chaz, GeoGuessr. Gotta do our normal routine. Since, you know, they didn't give us a reset. So I'm just going to do what we normally do. Let's practice. Let's practice. Oh, we didn't have one entry for practicing talking. Not yet. Talk to GPT voice. It's alive. Practice whatever. All right, we did our this. Let's do a quick one, a quickie. All right, this one is this. There's a new letter. No. Oh, a new letter here.
끝나다.
끝나다.
쓰다.
쓰다.
그저께.
그저께.
컵. 싸다. 끄다. 커피. 있다.
Huh? Alright. 1, 2.
씻다. 박. 카페.
Cafe?
아저씨.
House 5.6. Is it Garbanzo? I haven't queried it yet. They didn't reset my usage, so I'm not using it. I'm not using it yet. I don't have any usage. It's probably going to take up a bunch of usage considering it's probably, you know, several times more.
꽃.
But how you doing? How you doing, Coffee? How you doing? Uh-oh, I'm typing this wrong.
코트.
Let's see, is Soul only for max plans? I don't know. I have a max plans. I'm not using it. Coffee, you tell me how it is. I have no usage. I have no usage.
쓰다.
They didn't reset me, man.
토끼.
I was looking forward to a reset. But they're probably like, yeah, we're not gonna give people a reset yet. But when they do, guys, when they do, guys, we'll be ready to not only test,
비싸다. 밥.
It looks like a preview. Okay.
크다.
크다.
날씨.
날씨.
꽃.
컵.
싸다.
싸다.
꼬리.
B. Alright, done with that one. You rock with chicken nuggets. What? Alright, let's practice the GPT Live conversation. Let's lower this because it's probably taking too much of the space. Yeah, it's way too much though. Oh, we have to lower this actually. Lower it that way. Just prompted Soul to do a full project analysis and update thoughts on Ultra. Only have 5% usage left, but hopefully they'll let it complete. Yeah, how much do I have? I have to zoom in because I can't see how much I have. See, I have 2% left. 2% left. Yeah, that's nothing. That's nothing. Squeeze it. I want to see if it'll squeeze it though. 5.5 and then show it. You have to update it. You have to update. Update your client. Update your client and you'll see it. All right, what was I working on for my work? Before I start working on my stuff. I've used, okay. Model, Opus, resume. I ran out of Fable, guys. I did update it. Maybe it's locked to US or something. Okay. Fleet roll. BCS. Updates. Finished. Alright, I'm not sure if the update fixed it, but hopefully update works. Update works, hopefully. Wonder if this works. Yeah, I'm sure everyone's still rolling out. All right. Are they just replaying the video for what do you call it? OpenAI?
Japan. And this is Hiroki. Hiroki's been using GPT 5.6 to automate his farm. Wait, let's back up. Over the last few weeks, users around the world have been testing GPT 5.6 in the new ChatGPT. You already met Hiroki. We'll come back to him. And then there was the couple in New York who used GPT 5.6 to help run a cereal business from their dining room. And their son, Ellis.
Called cotton candy. Not trying to glaze myself, personally my favorite.
And then the mathematician in Poland, who used 5.6 to solve an unsolvable problem.
Unsolvable problem?
But we'll get to all that. Let's start with Hiroki.
エンジニアじゃないんですけど、コーデックスを使って効率化していったりしてるのは、
He used 5.6 to automate the opening and closing of his greenhouse doors.
ビニールハウスの側面の換気をするために、ビニールを巻き上げるっていう作業をずっと手でやってたんですね。
5.6 taught him which gadgets he needed to purchase, how to wire a Raspberry Pi, and then how to install a motor. And it worked. Now, 5.6 is also helping people run small businesses. This is Jake. He's on the 3 Wishes team, and he's showing us how he prompts the model.
So I always start by saying, please set a goal for yourself to do this end to end. Please use historical launches as like a means to inform the dashboard itself. Use the 3 Wishes branding, especially the new branding. We have new boxes that we're using.
It is the most disorganized thought stream that I've ever seen to get this like incredibly amazing output.
5.6 is able to take that 5-minute brain dump and turn it into a plan. It can pull the relevant data and brand assets, and it can turn it into something polished and usable, like this dashboard, or a presentation, or a spreadsheet.
This feels like something you would normally think a big billion-dollar company could build. And you're like, we get this. I have my bespoke software system.
5.6 is also helping researchers make discoveries. Here's Bartosz again. He'd been working on the same math problem for 3 years, and he couldn't solve it.
I decided, okay, I'm gonna try the new Codex 5.6. Codex was able to come up with a completely new idea, and it just helped us disprove the conjecture that we were trying to prove for these 3 years. Oh, I'm so excited of the discovery.
5.6 is able to take Bartosz's prompt and divide the computation into parallel work streams, with multiple agents solving different parts of the problem. And 5.6 is better at taking your prompt and following it through all the way to the end result. I'll let Hiroki explain.
過去のモデルは 何回も何回もやり取りして改善してまた指示出しての繰り返しだったのが、新しいモデルは一発のプロンプトで自分のデータベースをコーデックスが読み取って勝手にいろんなツールを使いながら最終的なゴールまで自分で考えて実行してくれるので、これはすごく信じられない変化ですね。
You see, with 5.6, the work is no longer just staying on the screen. It's making a difference in the physical world.
Japanese, not Korean.
For everything from small businesses and farmers to the world's best mathematicians.
自分で魔法を見ているような気持ちになりました。
We did magic, guys. Magic. Magic. I'm still waiting for 5.6 for chatting or GPT live. GPT live. We're waiting, guys. We are waiting. All right, live conversation practice. We didn't get to do that. Live practice. Japanese farmer is benefit from the bump in performance. You don't get 5.6 for voice unless you mean for like 6 months. Oh, okay. That means, oh, all right, I guess we're sticking with the 5.5 for learning a language then. We're sticking with the 5.5. All right, it's day 2.
All right, day 2. Start light. 2 minutes of review. Say 안녕하세요. Say bagopaya. Say 감사합니다 each once.
Say that one more time. It was like 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. bagopaya. 감사합니다.
Wait. What's the last part?
감사합니다.
감사합니다. That's thank you. And then bye.
Bagopaya.
Begopayo.
Bagapie. Bagopaya.
Begopayo. Bagapie. Yo, Pagapayo. Yes. That's the hook. Yes.
Exactly. Perfect. Now, quick check. Start with 안녕하세요 and then ask 잘 지내세요. Use your silly hook if you need it.
안녕하세요. 잘 지내세요.
Really close. Try 잘 지내세요.
잘 지내세요.
Almost. 잘 지내세요.
잘 지내세요.
Better. Don't rush. Share. Se요. Share. Seyo.
잘 지내세요. 잘 지내세요. 잘 지내세요.
Stretch the middle. Yeah.
잘 지내세요.
Soft G. 지내.
잘 지내세요.
Smoother. Say it once like you're checking in on someone you care about.
잘 지내세요.
That feels warm. That's it.
Great.
Nice job.
What's next?
Let's add one new piece. Have you ilu? Bat megosia. Hook. Bat megasoya.
Bop mega soyo.
Exactly. Bat megosia.
Bop
Try it
mega
like a gentle
soyo.
Gentle.
Bop mega soyo.
Yep. Soft rise at the end.
Hey, we got a reset on Fable, guys. We got a reset. We got a reset, guys. They just reset my Fable. It's good, guys. All right. Sorry, I was talking to somebody else. I was talking to my Twitch chat who is also watching me learn a new language.
Yeah. No worries. All right. Ready to hop back into Korean whenever you say.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right. Quick loop. 안녕하세요. Then 밥 먹으세요. Goes live.
안녕하세요. 밥 먹었어요?
Nice. Now answer. 아니요, 배고파요.
아니요, 배고파요.
Nailed it. Close with 감사합니다.
All right, Jesus. All right, hold on. All right, guys. Change this. I'll change the thingy for you guys. Jeez. The guy voice was weird.
I've got a really good feeling about us teaming up. How can I help?
Hey there. How's your day going?
Hello. Nice to meet you. I'm here to help with just
All right,
about
we'll
anything.
do maple or
Hey, what's up? Feel free to ask me about
Soul?
whatever's on your mind.
soul. Model. Advanced.
Hey, what's up? Feel free to ask me about anything.
Hi there. I just want to share how thrilled I am to work with you. And hey, Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, hi there. I just want.
Hey, what's up?
Okay,
Feel
let's
free
do
to
soul.
ask me about anything that's on your mind.
All right. Hello?
Hey, Sigma. Ready to unlock some Korean superpowers? We'll zip through essential sounds, patterns, and real-life phrases so you can tackle everyday conversations. Let's start by taming Korean sounds.
That's not it, guys. That's not it. That's not it. My contention is the pronunciation is at this moment of time learning language pronunciation isn't there. Hey, it's getting there. It's there. It's there, guys. It was way better than yesterday. Way better.
Hey, hi there. Nice to meet you. I'm excited to help you get things done. Let's get started.
All right. Hello?
Hello again. I'm ready when you are. Let's dive straight into the sounds that'll make or break comprehension. First, Korean has no th sound, so don't stress your tongue like think. Instead, think crisp D or T. Next, the vowels are clean. No
Right.
dip.
You're right. You're right. You're right. That works for Google. That works for Google. I'm not sure if it works for
만나서 반가워요.
만나서 반가워요. 이렇게
만나서
안녕하세요. 같이 만나서 반갑습니다. 안녕. 잘 지내요? 머리에
반가워요. 안녕하세요.
안녕. 잘 지내요? 머리에 떠오르는 게 뭐든 나한테 물어봐요. 준비 완료거든요. 만나서 반갑습니다. 안녕하세요. 만나서 반가워요. 안녕. 잘 지내요?
Yeah, okay, let's do this one,
머리에
guys.
떠오르는 게
This is
뭐든
good.
나한테 물어봐요.
Great idea.
준비.
Great idea. 안녕하세요. 주민니 주는 Charles Sigma. Wait, let me figure that out, guys. DS sounds legit. All right, let's figure that out, guys.
Now let's build your conversation scaffolding. For I am, say tonin.
You're supposed to be
예요.
speaking Korean, not its English voice.
Ah, you've got it. From here on, I'll guide you in Korean with just enough English to help. Let's lock in that first sound.
All
Repeat
right.
after me. 안녕하세요.
All right, maybe it needs like a restart. Needs a restart, guys. Puke, purple, puke. Fresh context, yeah. 안녕하세요.
안녕, 시그마. 오늘은 우주를 컨트롤하는 그 신비한 능력으로 어떤 모험을 떠나볼까? 작은 인사 하나도 무한한 가능성의 시작이니까.
I need, could you speak a little bit of English, but keep the same Korean accent?
I get you. I'll keep that flow, but I'll bring a little English into the melody of our chat. Let's roll.
Wait, it's sounding a little Indian. It's supposed to be Korean, but just
Got it.
always speak Korean, but add in some English in there just to help me understand.
Absolutely. I'll keep the Korean vibe, but sprinkle English like a guiding light so you're never lost. Let's keep it smooth and clear.
You're still supposed to be saying everything in Korean, but the text be in English.
I see. So I'll speak Korean, but the meaning will appear in English for you. Like subtitles, but spoken. Let's bridge the gap between worlds.
알았어.
Yes, exactly. Whenever I speak, I'll say it in Korean, but you'll hear the meaning in English. Let's make it a smooth ride.
Enable duoplex.
I can't enable duplex mode myself right now, but I'm fully tuned into you. Let's keep this conversational universe flowing.
All right, this is broken, guys. This is broken. Maybe it's back. Maybe it's come back. 안녕하세요.
완벽해요. Now, let's add your name. You'll say 저는 이름이에요. So if you're Sigma, that's 저는 시그마예요. Give it a try.
안녕하세요. 저는 sigma예요.
딱 맞아요. That's how you introduce yourself. Now, to ask where something is, you'll use 어디예요. For example, 화장실 어디예요 means where's the bathroom? Let's say that.
화장실 어디예요?
완벽해요. With that, you're already navigating the world. Now let's stack on 주세요. Please give me. For example, 커피 주세요 means please give me coffee. Your turn.
마이크로웨이브 커피 주세요.
크게 말해줘서 고마워요. 이제 우리는 기본 패턴들을 쌓아가고 있어요. 이제 나는 원해요 패턴으로 가볼게요. 예를 들면 저는 물을 원해요는 I want water예요. 한번 해볼까요?
물 주세요.
아주 좋아요. 이제 그 패턴을 조금 바꿔볼게요. 저는 이걸 원해요는 I want this죠. 지금 이걸 바라면서 한번 말해볼까요?
I'm having trouble reading what you're saying and typing in Korean.
No worries, I'll keep my typed sign fully in English now. You'll just hear the Korean, but you can focus on what's in front of you. Let's keep going with that clarity.
Okay.
Perfect. We'll keep building step by step. If you want to try anything again, just say the word. Let's make every minute count.
Let's resume.
Let's. Next up, we'll do a rapid fire sentence pattern drill. I say the pattern, you swap the word. 저는 커피를 원해요. I want coffee. Now, I want water. Go.
저는 커피 or 물 주세요.
Correction. You said 저는 물 주세요, which is like give me water. The correct version for I want water is 저는 물을 원해요. The key is 원을 원해요 for I want. Try again. I want water.
저는 물 원해요.
완벽해요. That's the flow. With patterns like this, you'll soon be ordering anything you want or asking anything you need. Let's keep stacking.
Say that one more time. I can't get the right pronunciation.
Of course, listen closely. 저는 물을 원해요. Notice the 르 sound right before 원해요. Now you try once more and I'll listen carefully.
저는 물 원해요.
That was great. You nailed the 르 sound, and your 원해요 was clear. You're stacking up these patterns like a linguistic architect.
So you need to add the hooks again for remembering stuff. Remember the hooks. Rule sounds like rule. So always tell it to me like that. And then 저는, I can't remember that. How could I remember? What does 저는 sound like?
Hooks incoming. Let's anchor 저는. Think of 저는 as I'm the one, since it sets you up to say who you are or what you want. Rule for 르 is perfect. just like you rule over your object in a sentence. Keep those hooks handy.
What's the chunun sound like?
저는 sounds like this. 저는. Think of 저 as a soft jaw like in just, and 는 as noon but shorter. So it's 저는, smooth and easy. Give it a try.
Yeah, but what does it sound like in the English word? 저는.
Imagine 저는 as if you're softly saying John in, like John in the room. 저 like John, and 는 is a gentle in. So
John
next
in?
time you exactly like that. You've got John in the room, and now you've got 저는 ready for any sentence where you say I. Let's keep adding.
저는. Then what was after that?
After 저는, you add what you are or what you want. For example, 저는 시그마예요. I am Sigma. Or 저는 커피를 원해요. I want coffee. So you're the architect? Fill in the blank.
저는 커피를 주세요.
Perfect. That means I am requesting coffee. You're putting it all together. Keep that pattern.
So how
handy.
do I remember juiceo? What does it sound like in English? Same hook technique.
Picture juiceo like a gentle juice-ao, as if you're asking for juice with a polite hey. It's basically the universal please give me, either coffee or anything else.
So together all the English hooks will combine to John in the thing, and then roll, and then juice ayo.
You got it. Your own memorable chain of sounds. Now every time you say 저는 also 주세요, you'll hear John은 rule 주세요, and you'll be politely asking for anything you want in Korean.
So John은, Sigma AO, and then John은, 물, 우루, 주세요.
Perfect. Just like that, you've got the pattern down. Every hook, every sound, and you're already rolling in Korean.
Yeah, we have to keep this in your memory, save this to memory for everything.
Locked and loaded in memory. Anytime we build new patterns, I'll sprinkle in hooks like that. It'll be like having little mental landmarks on your Korean journey.
All right, now how do I remember? I don't know. I don't remember. What does that mean?
For I don't know, think of a confused mole burrowing away. 몰라요? For I don't remember, imagine your memory is an I. 기억 안 나요? 기억 안 나요. For what does that mean? It's like asking, what's the moo? 무슨 뜻이에요? Moles, eyes, and moo. Your memory's allies.
Wait, we have to go one at a time.
Absolutely. Let's start with I don't know. It's 몰라요, 몰라요. Now picture a mole digging away from the question, like it's hiding underground from answers. Now say...
I'm learning Korean to I have to learn it. I just have to learn
And
it.
you're doing great. Each piece builds that conversational puzzle.
It
so
has
what's
access
the next
still,
piece
guys.
you want to
Oh
lock
my
in?
god. All right, go over that same part again. Wait, how do you say call somebody crazy in Korean? I think I broke it, guys. I broke it. Somehow it was able to like forget like it lost my thing and then it got it back. All right. How do you say you are crazy in Korean?
A very common playful phrase would be 너 미쳤어? 너 미쳤어, which literally means you're crazy. Just remember, use it lightly or jokingly with friends, since tone is everything.
You didn't add the hook.
You're right. Let's hook it. Think of no like no, as if you're saying no way. And 미쳤어 sounds a bit like me choice, as if choosing something wild. So, No mi choice. No mi choso.
No mi choiso. No mi choiso.
Exactly, you've got the sound. So if you ever hear no mi choso, you'll remember no me choice and hopefully share a laugh in the process.
All right, let's go back to our original. I don't know what that means.
Absolutely.
All that stuff.
Got it. Back to the essentials. I don't know was our mole burrowing away. 몰라요. 몰라요. Now, what's next?
Wait, stop there. The mole, and then what comes after the mole?
After the mole burrows away with 몰라요, we have I don't remember. 기억 안 나요.
No. Mole 몰라요? What?
Ah, right. After 몰라요, our mole. If you're trying to ask, what does that mean?
No. 몰라요 is the whole thing for I don't know?
Exactly. 몰라요 is all you need to say, I don't know. The mole burrows, and that's the whole phrase.
How do I remember the IOs?
Think of yo endings like a friendly bow at the end of a sentence. It's polite and smooth, like saying, yo, I'm being nice. So when in doubt, drop a yo for a polite ending.
몰라요.
Exactly, you've got it. That polite yo is the cherry on top, keeping everything respectful and smooth. So with 몰라요, you're politely not knowing.
All right, and then what? How do I do the I don't remember? So it's 몰라요, I don't know, and then how do I do I don't remember? What do you mean?
For I don't remember, think of your memory as an I. It's 기억 안 나요, 기억 안 나요. For what does that mean? Think of a cow's moo. 무슨 뜻이에요? Eyes and moos? It'll guide you.
Huh? Wait.
Don't worry. It's all good. For I don't remember, just focus on this. 기억 안 나요. And if you're asking, what does that mean? It's 무슨 뜻이에요? 무슨 뜻이에요? We'll keep them simple and clear.
Wait, what? You forgot the hook again.
You're right. Let's hook it back in. For 기억 안 나요, 기억 안 나요, imagine 기 as in G, I forgot. And 안 나요 sounds a bit like I know not. For 무슨 뜻이에요? 무슨 뜻이에요? Think moo like a cow, asking what's the meaning. So your memory hooks will stick?
Bazinga. Huh. Wait. You kept saying so much stuff. I just couldn't keep it in my head.
No problem. Let's focus on one hook at a time. For I don't remember, just picture your memory as an I. 기억, 기억. We'll pause right there and lock it in.
You need to add the hooks to remember. So far all I'm getting is key.
You've got gi for G. Like, gee, I forgot. Now, 안 나요 is like I know not. So the whole hook, gee, I know not, that's 기억 안 나요. One step at a time, and these will stick.
Wait, G 안 나요?
Exactly. Gee, I know not, that's 기억 안 나요, and you've got it now. That memory won't be slipping away anytime soon.
So it's 기 안 나요? 기 안 나요?
You've nailed it. 기억 안 나요, just like gee, I know not, it's now a solid memory hook. You're set to forget things in Korean.
Yeah, I'm still having trouble how to like hook these two 3 syllables together. Ki and nayo. What? It still doesn't sound like an English words to remember.
All right, for a better English hook, think of G like surprise, then yuck as if you forgot something, and nayo like saying you really don't know. So G yuck, nayo for 기억 안 나요. A bit quirky, but memorable.
G yuck 안 나요. What does 안 나요 sound like in English?
안 나요 can feel like nayo, just casually saying, nah, I don't know. It's that playful na.
Nah, that's not it.
No worries. Let's reframe it. Imagine 안나요 as a simple I know not, like a quirky way to say I don't know.
That doesn't sound like an English word at all.
You're right. Let's pick something more natural. Think of 안나요 as I know, nah. Just imagine second guessing yourself. That gives it a conversational English feeling rhythm.
So it's what was the other part?
You had the first part. G for 기억. Now the second part is
기억 나. 기억 나. Yo?
Yes, exactly. Just pop that polite yo at the end. So it's 기억나요 나요. That'll give you 기억나요. Nicely done.
기억나요.
Perfect. That flows naturally, and now you've got a memorable way to say I don't remember.
기억나요.
You've got it down perfectly now. From G to I know 나요, it's locked into memory, ready to be used when you need it.
기억나요.
Exactly right. With that, you can confidently forget things in Korean. Nicely done.
And then 몰라요.
Yes. 몰라요 is your trusty I don't know with that mol script.
몰라요. And then so what was the words that I just learned?
You've got two gems. 몰라요 is your trusty I don't know with the mole running away, and 기억 안 나요 is your I don't remember from G I know 나요. Both ready to go.
And then and the last one is what does that mean? Or what does that say?
To ask what does that mean, you say 무슨 뜻이에요? 무슨 뜻이에요? Think of a cow's moo, asking for the meaning. So now you've got your mole, your memory, and your moo.
Wait, what's the moo one?
The moo one is 무슨 뜻이에요? 무슨 뜻이에요? Just imagine a curious cow saying moo. What's that mean?
I can't do the imagination. I need the actual words, English words that sound like the pronunciation, similar to the hook that we've always been doing this time.
Got it. For 무슨, think moose in, like a moose entering a room. For 뜻이에요, imagine this 예요. So it's moose in this 예요? A quirky way to ask, what does that mean?
Moose in this 예요?
Exactly. Moose in this 예요 will guide you right to 무슨 뜻이에요.
And then what does this mean? Yeah, what does this mean now?
With that trusty hook, you've got it. 무슨 뜻이에요? 무슨 뜻이에요? Means what does this mean? So whenever you're puzzled, just bring in the moose.
Bring the moose in this 예요.
Exactly. That moose will be your signal to ask, what's that mean? And now you've got all three. Not knowing, not remembering, and asking.
Moose in this AO. Okay. All right. So that's what it means. And then what's the other one? What's the fourth and fifth one that I need to know?
You've got the core trio, but let's add two more handy ones. Please say that again, which is 다시 말해주세요. 다시 말해주세요. And I understand, which is 알겠어요. 알겠어요. With those, you'll be unstoppable in conversation.
All right, what's 맞아요 then?
맞아요 means correct or that's right. Imagine you're confirming something.
Okay. Let's start with the what does say that again one.
All right. For please say that again, we say 다시 말해주세요. 다시 말해주세요. Let's hook it. Think 다시, like a broth, plus 말 hair, like hair in a mall. So 다시 말 hair 주세요. A polite request to hear it again.
What's this mean?
That means you're kindly...
Wait. I'm about to submit it now.
Go for it.
It's lagging, guys. It's lagging. I had to refresh. Too much context in this conversation. I don't like how it sends it to instant, but wait. It's lagging, guys. It's lagging. There's just too much context in this thing. It's freezing, guys. I think we're going to Isekai. What? This punk, this bastard? Oh. Wait. Kiseki? Well, what's the word we just learned?
The word we learned was iseki, which we hoped does isaki. Remember, it's a rude way of saying this jerk or this punk.
What's kieseki?
Xiok-siki doesn't form a meaningful phrase in Korean. Hyo means memory, and siki is that rude word we discussed, meaning bastard or jerk.
Yeah,
So
that one, the bastard jerk. How do I say that one?
The word for bastard or jerk that we covered is seki. Remember, it's a strong insult. So while you now know it, handle with caution.
Wait. Why do they say kieseki with a K?
In Korean, the consonant giok can sound like a G or a soft K, depending on context. When people romanize or pronounce seki, the final gi often gets heard like K. So when someone says iseki, it may sound like ki to your ears. It's all the same word, just how that final sound is heard.
All right, we need a new one, guys. This thing's lagging. There's just too much going on for this session. So I'm gonna start this new one. Yes. Hello?
Hey Sigma, what cosmic wonder are we exploring today?
만나서 반가워.
안녕하세요. 반가워요.
안녕. 잘 지내요? 머리에
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 시그마. 오늘은 어떤 모험을 떠나볼까요? Tell me where we're heading in the
Hey,
universe.
you're choosing the wrong voice, soul, female, Korean.
Got it. I'll switch over to that voice now and we'll keep going from there. Just let me know what's next on your mind.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 오늘은
Something happened, guys. Something happened. Oh, accidentally.
안녕. 잘 지내요?
Okay.
머리에 떠오르
All right, we change it to this one. Let's try it again. All right. 안녕하세요. 저는 Sigma예요.
아, 반가워요, 시그마. 한국어로 자기소개를 이렇게 하니까 마치 작은 우주가 딱 열리는 느낌이네요. 혹시 지금 머릿속에 어떤 새로운 표현이나 단어를 우주에 추가하고 싶은가요?
모르세요.
이건 마치 모르는 별을 발견했을 때 하는 말 같아요. 모르겠어요나 잘 모르겠어요 라고도 할 수 있죠. 궁금한 건 뭐든 던져봐요. 우리 은하계 속에서 답을 같이 찾아볼 테니까요.
I forgot all my I don't know, understand.
No worries. Think of it like floating in a zero gravity zone. 이해가 안 돼요 is your trusty spacesuit. It means I don't understand. And if it happens, we just recalibrate and float forward together.
All right, what was the hook that we used to memorize that? I don't understand.
Imagine a giant floating ihe, like hay in a cosmic field.
I can't do the imagination. I need what does the pronunciation sound like in English?
Gotcha. Let's keep it grounded. Think of it as 이해가 안 돼요. That's a close English echo for your memory.
No, that's not what I was looking for. I was looking for what does the English words sound like when you're pronouncing it? We had a hook.
You're totally right. The hook we crafted was eagle has no way. The ihe sounds like eagle, and 안 돼요 feels like has no way. That should nestle right back into memory.
Eagle 아데와요?
You nailed it, Sigma. Just keep that eagle soaring, and you'll understand the universe in no time.
Eagle 아데와요?
Perfect flight plan. Keep that rhythm, and soon you'll be navigating conversations like a seasoned cosmic traveler.
So what does endewayo, what does that sound like as an English word?
Imagine it like this. And doyo. Almost like you're about to say, and oyo, with a twist.
No, it has to be more like a thing or subject or type of word.
I see. Let's call it undoer. Like there's a mysterious path you can't undo. Undoeo.
So
it's that.
Okay, so it's eagle underwear. Yo.
Haha, exactly. Picture an eagle wearing some invisible underwear, and you'll never forget that 이해가 안 돼요 means you don't quite get what's going on.
All right, eagle underwear. Yo.
That's the spirit. With that image, I'm sure 이해가 안 돼요 is going to stick like a favorite cosmic catchphrase.
So it's under like underwear, but not actually saying underwear. So it's eagle underwear. Or actually it does sound like underwear. So eagle underwear.
You've got it spot on now. That eagle's undercover underwear will be your trusty guide whenever you need to say, I don't understand.
Okay. Got it, guys. Eagle underwear. Eagle underwear.
Take care, Sigma. If you need anything else, I'm just a call away.
All right. We have to get our conversation involving you being a world-class teacher of teaching Korean. Could you pull up that memory?
I've got that tucked away like a secret note in a language textbook. You wanted me to be super concise and give you Korean words or phrases with minimal fluff, focusing on conversational essentials. If you're ready to dive back in, I'll keep it crisp and cosmic.
All right, let's keep going. I don't know how long this class has been going, but all right, hold on. Actually, hold on. We'll take a break. All right, guys. What's the news? The news at 11. The news at 11. What's our news at 11? Where'd it go, guys? TBPN live.
And it spits out.
All right, going in here. Going here.
Horizon, stand by.
You're watching TBPN. Today's Thursday, July 9th, 2026.
Thursday.
We're live from TBPN Ultradome, the temple of technology, the fortress of finance, the capital of capital. Let me tell you about ramp.com. Time is money. Save
Happy Thursday, guys.
Easy to use corporate cards, bill pay, accounting, and a whole lot more all in one place. I need some soundboard. Here we go. Yes. Today on TBPN, we're talking about model mayhem. Everyone's launching new models. Slow summer, but not for the AI race. You got XAI unveiling Grok 4.5, the first model built specifically for coding and AI agents, developed in collaboration with Cursor. Talked about it a little bit yesterday, but we have some more benchmarks, some more discussion on the timeline about where this model fits in on the Pareto frontier, also why it might be outperforming so well on Cursor Bench. Lots of debates there. Meta announced Muse Spark, a new agentic coding model with Mark Zuckerberg returning to X for the first time in basically a decade. 3 years ago, he posted one joke post about launching Threads, but he has not been an active user, but the AI vortex sucked him in, and he's got a post.
Oh, I think he's an active user, John.
You think so?
He's just not an active poster.
He's just not an active
He's not
he's
an
a
active
lurker.
contributor.
You're calling him a lurker.
I'm calling him a lurker.
You're calling him a lurker?
I'm calling him a lurker. I think he's absolutely glued.
You think so?
I think so.
You really think so?
I think so.
I feel like, I don't know, so busy, so much other stuff going on. I feel like most people
The
at that
busiest
level-
people I know are not active on X.
Yeah.
But they are
scroll.
on X a lot.
Sometimes, but there's a different class of person.
You can
where
just quiz. You
it's
can
like
just quiz them. You can just
Screenshots
quiz
come
them.
to them via Slack or via text message because they have a team that's monitoring the timeline and then is delivered. This is the important. This is the important stuff.
They're calling him Mark Lurkerberg.
Lurkerberg. But the other big news: OpenAI just released GPT 5.6. Let's go. Let's go.
Give it up for
A new general-purpose model with expanded coding and agent capabilities alongside GPT Live, which we talked about yesterday. A new real-time interactive voice experience. Reactions are great to 5.6. Bunch of interesting details here. You had people have been identifying that while there is a frontier and there are just a few companies that are actually on the frontier, the frontier is spiky and they have different flavors to them and different reasons to pull different tools off the shelf. People are drawing analogies between Fable 5 being some, recluse genius and 5.6 being a collaborative coworker that you love chatting with or something like that.
I said,
Yeah,
I
what
don't
was
know
yours?
how else to describe it, but Fable 5 is like Kendrick on Good Kid, Mad City, and 5.6 Soul is like Chief Keef on Finally Rich.
Now it makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So
for
I
breaking
just
it
wanted to put it into 2010
really-
hip hop
Yeah,
sort of
yeah.
terminology.
Really, really clear there. Thanks for clearing that up.
I mean, the funny thing is that will be very explicit for like 100 people in the whole world.
Yeah,
so
probably.
this one's for you.
The most interesting benchmark to me has always been Arc AGI V3. We've interviewed the team over there many times and had a lot of fun understanding what goes into that benchmark. And 5.6 Soul scored a massive 7.78%, which is tiny, considering that the whole point of Arc AGI is that a human should be able to get 100% on it, and basically any human. So it is a true test of AGI in this sense of, can you give this test to just actually anyone, not, the crazy math projects, the crazy hard programming projects, the hacking, all of that stuff is very economically valuable, of course, but there's a more interesting question where, when there's less of a spiky frontier and there's just this question of what is something that anybody can do that AI can't, because we've been searching for those, and the Arc AGI team has done a fantastic job building out these puzzles that AI has historically struggled with. Arc AGI 1, the model sort of climbed. 2 became a little bit more complicated, and now 3, we're starting to see glimpses of progress, although 7.76% isn't 99%. We're nowhere near saturation, but it's still a huge jump. Opus 4.8 had 1.5%, so GPT 5.6 Soul is showing more generalization, more spatial reasoning, more puzzle-solving abilities. So fun stuff. I am trying to refresh my timeline. But the blog post is also very, very fun because it includes games. I'm a big fan of the GPT 5.6 launch games. I got immediately sucked into the sailing mini game, which is like very high fidelity, but also delightful to actually play.
Should we play it?
Yes, we should definitely play it. Yeah, Saltwind. You guys play it. I want production team to see what they can get. I think my time was 25 seconds.
And is this hosted on a site?
I think this is hosted on the OpenAI blog, but I think the idea is that you could vibe code this in the latest GPT 5.6 in the app, in ChatGPT, and then deploy it and have someone. Are you trimming the sails appropriately? Because it looks like you're losing speed, you're losing wind. It's not working. I'm going to smoke you. I got 25 seconds. Wow. Amateur hour over here. Look at this. Yeah. Well, the whole game, which you probably missed, is that there is a little bar there where you have to trim the sails to be in the sweet spot of the wind while you're turning. So as you turn, see the bar? There's a recommendation for where you put the sails. You got to keep that line in. See, it's moving over. You got to press the down.
I see.
S. Yeah, exactly. Keep trimming those sails while you steer the ship. This stuff is very, very fun. I am.
One interesting data point from the live stream, which was just an hour ago. They said, already Sol has been transforming our research program. As one example, GPT 5.6 Sol autonomously post-trained 5.6 Luna.
Yeah, that's fair.
A lot of people are having fun with that. Dylan Field says, a lot of people want to compare Fable versus 5.6 Sol. This is a mistake. They're apples and oranges. Despite all the research achievements, we are still very, very early in exploring the tech tree for model training. Good take.
Cool. Sorry, I'm just getting set up again. What else is in here? Oh, yes, I do think that, didn't Dylan Eberscotta write something about this? What was the essay he wrote about interactive memes and this idea of like generative AI enabling these vibe-coded mini games? Like we've been seeing a bunch of them with like the Capybara simulator, the Coconut simulator, where it's something that's just a joke that's funny for like a few people, and normally you would instantiate that in a tweet, or maybe if you were getting.
You know, one thing that I wish they did for benchmarks is they show how much tokens it costs and how much time it took. Because most of the time, guys, we're looking at the results and we don't know how many prompts are going into whatever it is that they're showing off on the benchmark, whatever. It would help. Like it would help if you had the prompts. It would help if you had all the exact stuff. Just to know how expensive it costs.
Really crazy, you do a Photoshop edit of a meme, but now you can go and create a full mini game, something that runs in the browser, and soon something that runs in Unreal Engine and can actually be distributed on the Steam store. We're already seeing that with like the data center simulators and all these funny simulator games that are going on Steam. All the advances in the coding models certainly speeds up the ability to actually deliver polished software. I'm particularly excited for like.
Yeah, Dylan's title was "The Future of Entertainment is."
Now I think about it, now I got my reset, and we use so much usage in only one day. We could probably continue all the work that was paused. We had a bunch of work paused.
Yes.
But yeah, that's part of what I honestly love about AI is there's a lot of things you can make now that never would have made sense to make because they would have taken you 4 days and it was good for like a small laugh.
Yeah.
Now you can do it in 4 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's just fun.
Yeah, I think there's going to be,
And there you go, 30% of his weekly usage in one stream. All right, I think we learned our lesson, guys. With maybe, did we learn our lesson? But I think it was worth going 40% in one stream, guys. Maybe we should have just token maxed. Should have token maxed, and then we'd get a free reset. But they don't tell us when it's happening.
If you have some sort of like small custom.
Well, all right. This time I'll just savor the usage, and I mean it still hasn't fixed the boss fight, guys. It still hasn't fixed the boss fight. We're trying to improve the stream for our longevity here, but testing and vibe code stuff that I'm working on. Maybe we start a new project. Completely no SigmaShake anything, right? Other than continuing this old usage that we had for making SigmaShake easy to use. We're gonna just make the rest just for the stream, maybe for entertainment purposes. Don't use monorepos. Yeah. We'll take off the monorepo or get off the monorepo, start a new thing to just improve the stream. So maybe, guys, I saw last night last night, guys. I was looking at. Oh, why did it even open that to begin with? Let me check what it was doing. Why did it do that? Oh, it's the fleet enrollment. I see. Let me log into this first. Got the SSO. SSO. And oops, I typed it wrong again. Ay. Did I really type that wrong? Code has been used. All right. Says it's done. All right. We logged in. But yeah, we'll just make a new project. We'll make a new project, and then we'll continue.
Some sort of custom functionality in your business.
Oh, wait, this is where I was headed, guys. This is where I was headed. I was on Twitch, right? And I was looking up vibe coding. Claude Code resets 4 minutes ago. Yeah, we saw it. As soon as it showed on my screen that it reset to 0%, I did it. So I was searching this, right? And then I was looking on videos and I see Quinn69 with 124k views. 124k views, guys. Holy moly. And what was he making? Guys, look what he was making. He was making Megabonk AI Slop Survivors.
Okay.
Look at this, guys.
I need to give subs. Oh shit, I can't give subs to you. I didn't do it.
So pretty much, he made a game. He made a Vampire Survivors, AI Slop Survivors.
Nah, let's go duration back. I feel like this is gonna break the game if I keep existing.
I was like, holy man, vibe coding's coming back, guys. Vibe coding's coming back. He spent $2,600 on this. API usage. 2D is greater than 3D, yeah. But it's super slop. It's super slop, but you know, maybe we could farm by just getting popular streamers in here.
I think I got too much bloom on stuff.
Also, you're hitting my mic.
This little fucking speed man. He's a little speed man.
Testing. Whoa. Fine. Was he streaming under just chatting? Popping sound? It's me moving my mouse when I was moving stuff. But that's just that's normal, right? Just me moving my mouse. He just started streaming under just chatting or something. No, he was streaming in the software and dev category yesterday. And he was just doing this all day. So I'm like, damn, he could still get a ton of views doing this, right?
Dude, I'm gonna be real. I don't even know. I think Kevin is not the meta, by the way.
We just use it to farm, guys. Make games on Twitch makes sense, right? Making games on Twitch makes sense, right? So we make our games. We make our games to interact with Twitch.
Let's just go up left.
I mean, our MMO is sort of like that, but we need to be an actual game.
I'm excited. Who's excited? Bags. Do I just need more chests?
And it definitely keeps your attention, guys. It definitely keeps your attention, right? You're like looking at the play.
That I could pick instead of taking damage. But because I have no defense upgrades.
Next Bronx takes SigmaShake MMO, turn into an old school RuneScape. It already is. It already is. There's so many RuneScape elements that aren't shown, but we actually have to fix it. And they have slots. They have slot machines. Pretty much all the ADH stuff in here, guys. My stream isn't ADHD enough, guys. We're gonna need to improve.
Wait, it's better when I get arc on the sword though.
I remember we did have all this stuff on the screen and no one could see anything that we were watching. What do you guys think? We're gonna have like a bunch of people on screen creating all this stuff while watching YouTube. Super ADHD, guys. I think just we see number go up all the time, damage numbers.
I understand what's going on, but like, I have a whole build here, like based around that I can basically heavily lean into Arc now. It's genius design, honestly.
I know it's pretty far from 2D RuneScape clone. All right.
What the hell's that?
We need more pixel, more visuals, playable interface. Got it. All right.
Anyone know what that weird shit? I mean, dude, it's asshole survivors like watching it.
We're gonna need the tile maps. We're gonna need the icons. We're gonna need a generated AI art.
Oh, yo, what the fuck, bro?
What else are we gonna need? First we were making security, now we pivot to video game. 2D video game that doesn't AI stop survivors. So we just include SigmaShake plus streamer name. Path of Sigma. Yeah, we're doing, guys, we're just gonna take all the streamers' names but like adjust it with like one character or so it doesn't trigger them suing us for using their name brand. And then we just include some funny scene and live stream fail. That's the plan, guys. Let's do it. That's the plan. Get viral on you know, backpacking on other people's success. That's what we're gonna have to do, guys. You always had problems with GPT building interesting maps though. Might have to be a layered process to make sure it's interesting. Should prompt Fable to heavily use old school RuneScape as an inspiration. Yeah, we have a bunch of inspirations. He's even looking at Path of Exile right now for inspiration.
Wait, are they finally
He's looking at
control the loot?
Or actually, no, he's just looking at. Never mind. Never mind. This is just an update from the game he was reacting to. All right, we'll do that. Let me just do a bio break, and then we'll start planning, guys. We don't have Soul. We'll get Soul in 2 days, guys. 3 days. How many days do we have till reset, guys? I'm not even looking. It's so small. 1 day, 19 hours. Okay, 2 days, guys. 2 days. 2 days with no Soul. Ugh. All right, be right back.
It feels like there's.
Is this the David Senra simulator?
Why is this David Senra?
Late nights in a Miami abandoned apartment complex in 2015, just recording podcasts and reading.
This is a very creepy, like horror backrooms liminal space game.
Stanley Tang, co-founder and CPO over at DoorDash, says, I have an insane magic trick that so far none of the models can figure out, including Mythos. It's a bulletproof trick that I've shown to 100+ people, including magicians that couldn't figure it out. It's not anywhere on the internet. Only way to know it is through first principles reasoning. Told everyone I'll believe in AGI when it can crack this trick. Well, GPT 5.6 just did.
How?
I want him to actually open give us now that a model cracked
because
it.
I feel like
explain
a lot of magic tricks are like sleight of hand. So is he uploading a video or something? Like,
well, yeah. So John Palmer says I have a hilarious joke that so far none of the models think is funny. It's a bulletproof joke that I've told to 100+ people, including comedians, and no one laughed. It's not anywhere on the internet. Only way to know it's funny is a first principle sense of humor. Told everyone I'll believe in AGI when it tells me a joke. The joke is funny. Well, 5.6 just did.
Huge news. Yeah, people are going back and forth. GPT 5.6 is a Porsche. Fable's like Warp Drive. I had a different experience. Fable is an F1 car. 5.6 Soul at Ultra as a Tesla Model X Plaid. Does it find things that Fable misses during plannings and coding? Yes, most of the time. But for the hardest problems, does Fable routinely find things that that 5.6 doesn't. Also, yes, some of the time. Is 5.6 way faster and affordable? Yes. With an unlimited token budget, what am I currently using 95 plus percent of the time? GPT 5.6 from Siki Chen. So interesting take that the Pareto frontier is alive and well, and everyone's duking it out for their slice of the
things just working in the background.
AI opportunity. Very interesting seeing how the market share is shifting. While during a time of acceleration, you have multiple companies that are growing revenues, even accelerating revenues, while market share is declining because the overall market's growing so fast that if you're only growing at 300% and someone else is growing at 400%, you're losing market share, but you have like one of the greatest businesses by modern metrics. Very, very interesting dynamics in AI.
It's also funny because yesterday with
multimodal is the way.
Like, it's some slow summer, and then in the span of 24 hours, we get Grok 4.5, Muse 1.1.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This isn't as dramatic as the AI talent wars. It's not as dramatic as
Rippling
IPOs.
deal.
Yeah. This is new technology, and there's only so much to. There's only so much of a take to be given around these things. Although AI 2040 launched today, the sequel to AI 2027, that's something that's more of a thought-provoking piece that you can debate and interrogate and talk through. I'm sure we'll go through some of it because they pose a couple interesting ideas of where AI might go and where they want it to go and how they want the industry to develop. Sort of advocating for a slowdown generally, but it's an interesting way they puzzle piece all the different geopolitical chips around. What else? Of course, people are joking about the lead is widening because the Anthropic and OpenAI version numbers over time. GPT 6 is predicted, and the model numbering. We were talking about this morning that the numbers. They sort of don't mean anything anymore. Do the model numbers mean anything in particular? It used to be the model number was the pre-train, and then the version number was the post-train, but then that sort of got flipped around, and now it's just like, do you feel like you're competing at a 4 class or a 5 class? So I wouldn't be surprised
the
if
numbering format for the model.
Muse, Spark,
I don't know.
Not release
No
Muse
idea.
Spark 2, but Muse Spark 6 or 5 and jump straight. I mean, Samsung wound up doing this where they jumped to the year, like sort of like the car manufacturers where, there's a 5 Series BMW, but then there's also just the 2027 because that's the actual model year that's relevant.
2027 5 Series.
Yeah, which is sort of
the model numbers.
And we're sort of like duking it out between those. Do you have,
Yeah, I mean, I think post-reasoning models, you just have like a different way to scale the models besides just pre-training.
Yeah.
So it's hard to bake that all into one number that like is evocative of both those like two ways.
Yeah. So the number is becoming closer to the year in the second decade of the 21st century. Basically, it's just like, is this on the frontier in 2026? You'll probably see a 6 by the end of the year in front of the models that are leading in the year 2026, something like that. I'm very interested with Google's strategy because the rumor is that 3.5 Pro will be coming out next week, I believe. But it's very odd going into the Gemini app right now and seeing that there's 3.5 Flash, but then you have to go back to 3.1 Pro. I think 3.1 Pro is the most advanced model, but they default you to 3.1 Flash Lite. And I would expect them to jump just forward to 4, but I think that they're going to do 3.5 Pro, but it's been a little bit of a slower cycle there. As silly, I mean, obviously all these numbers don't really mean anything. They're marketing terms, but I still think they do actually stick in people's mind, and so there should be some strategy around them. But anyway, before we move on to our next story, let me tell you about the New York Stock Exchange. Want to change the world? Raise capital at the New York Stock Exchange.
How's the model? Not the model.
So Mark Zuckerberg is on a press tour.
How's the market today?
To the legacy media for the first time in a long time. Andrew Bosworth, the CTO of Meta.
Oh, it's up, guys. It's up.
With the head of the
It is up. Wow. MU up 7%.
launches around the glasses, and then also had a
straight
whole,
up to the moon, guys.
discussion in that podcast around.
All right, we didn't do our winner
the
chess
goals of
game.
the keystroke logging thing.
We didn't win one
and,
chess game today, guys.
It was interesting. It was
Right, we
framed as
gotta work
like
on the
a
game
tough
too.
interview around surveillance.
But
in the
let's make
workplace,
sure we
and
don't use up
certainly
all our
the
usage.
headlines were very scary.
We're probably gonna use up
I don't
40%
know
again
where I
today,
sit
guys.
on it because
Not gonna lie.
I kind of always assume
Not gonna
that
lie.
everything you do at work is logged, in the sense that, like, if you're on a work computer,
Or we just
and every
hold
web
up
page you visit is
and just wait
is
till we get our
through the
reset
network and monitor
in 2
for
days.
traffic and security purposes, and all the code you write and all the emails you write. and
Or
all
we
the
just,
documents are stored in the shared document. It's like it doesn't seem that
Let's see
crazy
here.
to go to keystrokes because everything is already so monitored. But he was framing it as
Slop it
more
up.
of an experiment.
Slop
something
it
we
up.
weren't sure was going to pan out.
Wait, there might be another reset anyway,
something
right?
they
Just
allowed
slop it up.
Everyone
Should we
in
start
Meta,
from
so
scratch?
there were certain sections of the workforce.
Or
that
we
were
just
by
update
default opted out, so
the
anyone who was working on
the public version, right? Let's update the public version.
confidential or sensitive information was opted out of that program by default. He said he himself, Andrew Bosworth, was opted out of that program because he has a bunch of legal holds because they're getting sued all the time. So they can't be recording everything, I guess, that he's doing, because then that would be admissible in court. And so all of a sudden, the lawyer who's suing him would say, okay, great. In the email, you said, we don't want to do this, but before you typed that.
Well, let's see your writing process.
Exactly. Yeah. Let's see what sentence you typed and then deleted. Like, what word did you use before minimal impact? Did you say medium impact or whatever? So
Back
he
to
was
extra
opted out. And
high with
apparently,
usage
I
reset.
think all
Nice.
of the Meta employees who were part of that program were able to were able to just turn it off indefinitely. Like, you could toggle it on and off.
Yo,
and the
hey,
idea is
Karax,
that they
how you
wanted to
doing?
collect information on
How are you doing?
work plays out over like a 12 to 18
How's your
months
work day?
period, and they couldn't get that from any sort of data.
Where they reset? Yeah, they reset the limits. They reset the limits. We used literally 40% in one day.
Projects for a long time to
Or
see
in yesterday.
Go from start to
Philanthropic,
finish.
yeah.
So basically, like, how do you?
I'm not
impact the
sure.
longest possible
We have to look at
rollout,
ourselves.
Not just like a single chain of code, but an actual
And see
of meetings and decisions.
and see when it reset. How much did we
everything that goes
use to
into
reset?
making a decision in
How
a
much did we?
white-collar workplace? Like, how do you actually reason through all of that? It's hard to distill that from just, oh, well, the code got written this way, so that's.
We're at
the code
66%, guys.
might have gotten written that way because
66%.
said, hey, oh, we have to do this, and then the marketer
And then we
said,
reset.
Oh, well, we have an activation with this person, so we need to integrate it this way. And then the business people came in and said, oh, well, like,
Don't
the
show
marketer
this,
would
come on.
write it this way, and so it's not entirely first principles software.
66%.
Actually building real products. So interesting to see him sort of step into the.
Yeah, we were able to use 66%. So we got our money's worth,
his side of the story. But
before the
Mark Zuckerberg
reset.
was in Bloomberg today, pledging
Not wasting any
aggressive pricing
tokens.
with Meta's first
Now we're gonna try and make video game.
API, which is a funny framing.
Interactive video game.
An API for a model, but that's.
We just need to figure out what we're looking for. So combination of RimWorld, World of Warcraft, and RuneScape.
Advanced artificial intelligence model Muse Spark 1.1.
All right, let's get a.
Tier for developers, marking the first time Meta has charged businesses for access to its models and providing.
This is live, right?
Among the most affordable options in the
Fable
market.
5.
Interview ahead of the release. Quote: Since this is not an
Extra
open source
high.
project, this is, I think, the first time that we're doing a real.
Trust
serious
this folder.
referring to the
Effort,
API,
Ultra
used to
Code.
access Meta's AI. And the pricing is going to be very aggressive and attractive. Makes sense.
Goal.
They own the data centers. They're very
Let's do a
efficient.
plan mode
Data
first.
centers, They should be able to serve a model.
Yeah, plan mode.
efficiently. The new model's standout improvement is in its
Mono.
agentic capabilities. The Meta Chief Executive Officer
Create a
said,
plan
"Agents are a big theme of
on getting all the mainstream addictive ADHD mechanics from the games RimWorld, World of Warcraft, and RuneScape, and build it into SigmaShake, VCS, MMO,
Yeah, my
Abyss
question is how
to show live in
quickly
the
do they
OBS
move
stream.
all of their internal workloads onto their own models. So they're buying.
Is that all the games that we wanted? I forgot if there was. Oh, there was also
I think
Vampire Survivors.
A lot of companies will look to Meta's own actions as a way to basically validate whether or not they should be.
No way to have it.
Right?
Rimworld activity is in a simulation. No way to have it in a stream game.
Said, like, hey,
we don't know yet.
Capacity. We don't
but
have enough
good
capacity
point.
For all of Meta's demand for our models.
Yeah.
And so.
Oh, I can't even make a comma.
They can't get enough AI elsewhere, at least from some providers. And so how much of their workloads will they be able to run themselves is the big question.
There are a bunch of bull cases. First, I'm going to tell you about Figma. Agents meet the canvas.
Into Sigma.
AI agents can now create and modify your Figma files with design system context. So, Meta was one of the first companies to sort of reportedly be token maxing and have a leaderboard and all of that.
Like Mine Tavern, Quest. No, he's talking about the simulation portion.
Token max is much, much higher.
Simulation, this is all just going to be real time and reactive, right? It's not a simulation.
You should sort of lean a little bit back into
It's not. It's a Rimworld's a simulation game, not a real time game. Real time.
Tools that you've built as efficiently and as effectively as possible, and it's just way
not this
cheaper
medium.
to explore when you're not paying
Just getting the
on
mechanics.
another closed source model.
We already added
And
some.
you're
We already added the mechanics. They're just not shown in the stream.
model. So it makes a lot of sense for them to roll this out broadly. The interesting
And I think we're missing lots and lots of assets. So we're going to need to use make requests to Codex to generate the image.
API access, you're willing to sell compute directly, and then you're also using your own tool internally. It creates this economic incentive internally that you have an incentive to.
You'll need to create custom tools
the most
to get all this
efficient
working
outcome.
smoothly.
That can be very good for business, very good for the investments.
It's a unified universe.
The trick is that you can wind up in a little bit of a situation where
We have a lot of limitations. We gotta stick with 2D, maybe enable some 3D from 3JS just for the particles and animations.
So there's a little bit of a dance there, but in
and
general,
shaders.
It's a forcing function on the internal use of their tools to say, hey, wait, why is someone willing to pay 5 times as much than what we're willing, with the value that we're creating here? Like, we spent $1 billion on energy consuming our own and someone showed up and said, wait, we'd pay you $5 billion for that same compute power to run a different model. And
I'm running this in a different window.
like, why is their model
Oops,
not
I
economic?
ran this in the wrong window, guys.
That would be the question. The flip side is that they do have low cost, so they should be able to say, "Oh yeah, we actually did. We inferenced MuseSpark 1.1 internally, and we improved the ad model, and boom, we made a bunch of money."
And these are the same trade-offs and decisions that every lab is having to make: is how much compute do we allocate towards research, towards internal use, towards to the API, to subscriptions, to free plans, etc.
Yeah, there was that funny semi-analysis.
It didn't copy it.
Into Anthropic's forecast, and in there, I mean, some staggering numbers, really, really optimistic. But the flip side was, who was it? Ed Zitron was taking
3D.
shots at the fact that they had
EBTIT.
Earnings before
training
interest. Training inference and
2D sprites, 3D lighting techniques could be good, but focus on 2D. Look first. Yep.
And what was
Everything above plus runtime, enable,
Zitron
bridge.
was saying it's like the new community.
Be ready,
does
but
EBITDA. It
first,
is always odd when
mic
the new
click
non-GAAP
fails
metric
at
pops up.
relay.
In this case, I think it makes a lot of sense because training runs do fit a depreciation profile. It's
My dog's been
different.
outside for a
I
bit.
don't know why you wouldn't just put
Just
it
need to let him back inside.
in depreciation, though. Like, just figure out how to
fixing
account
fleets.
for training runs through a depreciation schedule, and then maybe it's
You know
like a
what?
non-GAAP depreciation metric. But
I
it's
need
still
to edit this in
there
its
instead of,
own before actually
translating it
submitting.
at speed on a different like sounding phrase entirely. Also, you could just do EBITDA instead of EBITDA, like earnings before interest, taxes, and
EBITDA?
training.
EBITDA?
TRA.
Yeah.
And that might be a little roll off the tongue a little bit easier.
But I think semi-analysis likes to be a little cheeky.
Create a plan.
But the other funny thing is that Ed Zitron is taking shots at this, like, oh, like the
Right. This is too far down.
is like so ridiculous. But like in that forecast, they had like net income of $1 billion in a quarter. So it's like okay, well, yeah, you have this like funny metric that you could value the business on to get crazy and valuation. But if the business is making money and actually like generating net income, you're not in a disastrous financial position. Yeah. So, you could debate about the valuation.
Oh, gotta get my doggy.
You shouldn't. The whole idea of like this, it's like it's a very, very different discussion than WeWork, which was not cash flow positive, which was not net income profitable, and was using those terms to sort of skirt around the losses that were accruing from the business.
I was looking back at Ben Thompson's earnings transcript or a script that he wrote for Mark Zuckerberg. He has a good segment on why AI matters. Ben writes, forgive the long preamble, but this is necessary context for me to properly explain why AI is so meta and why I'm making the right choice to invest so heavily in both talent and infrastructure. On, but he says, what I've come to realize as I've embraced our status as an entertainment provider and ad purveyor is that our nature as a digital business notwithstanding, we are remarkably well placed to thrive in an AI era. Remember,
I gotta go also. All right, yeah. See you back later, man.
Want to connect with them. That obsession and desire are only going to increase as we interact more and more with AI.
Okay.
AI is going to make our properties more essential, not less. Moreover,
create a plan to get
AI
all the mainstream
tool, but productivity is not the end-all, be-all of the human experience. I've talked last year about building superintelligence that helps you get things done, but that's a business story. What we can do uniquely is give people the experiences they want, from connection to entertainment to shopping when they are off the clock. The fact that we are investing in AI but not selling solutions to businesses is actually one of our biggest advantages. So, of course, this is just a sort of fan fiction for an earnings transcript. Meta is, in fact, selling to businesses now. But who knows over time how big will the API business be relative to how much value they can unlock across their broader business with all of their infrastructure.
Well, let me tell you about Console.com. Console builds AI agents that automate 70% of IT, HR, and finance support, giving employees instant resolution for access requests and password resets. We have the perfect guest to talk about all of this with, because Eric Sufer from Mobile Dev Memo is with us today in the TVPN.
We done?
Let's bring in Eric. How are you doing?
We done. We done with that one. What's next? Damn, 8K watching. Holy moly. That's definitely a lot. Definitely a lot of people watching. And Primogen already stopped streaming. All right. We gotta figure out how to jump in. Oh man, still working on this. Authenticating with SSO, finally. Oh, finally, it works. All right, guys, what else are we watching? What else are we watching? The AI news? No, we tested GPT so early, okay. Agentic AI framework explained, okay. Try that.
Yes. The world around you is abuzz with agentic AI systems and their massive potential. So you decide to go off and build an agentic AI system.
Yes.
You look for the best available framework out there, and now, all of a sudden, you have 17 GitHub tabs open, 5 Medium blogs bookmarked, and you are still clueless on how to proceed. Yes, we've all been there. LangChain, LangGraph, Crew AI, Autogen, Semantic Kernel. There are so many powerful frameworks out there, but which one would you pick? And in order to answer that question, you first need to understand which type of agentic AI system you want to build. In this video, we are going to cover 5 types of most common agentic AI projects or systems. We are going to discuss an example for each of those and also list frameworks which are best suited for those types of agentic AI systems and projects. First, let's get some basics out of the way. What exactly is an agentic AI framework? An agentic AI framework is a toolkit for building agentic AI systems. Let's understand with an example. Let's say you have an agent to analyze some sales data. This agent goes to a database and extracts the relevant data. It analyzes the data, maybe runs some calculations, and then generates a report and crafts a response that can be sent to the concerned person. Now, there's a lot going on here, and there's a lot of coordination that's needed, and it gets even more complex when you have multiple agents working. And that's exactly why you need an agentic AI framework. The framework is like a building block. Unlike a chatbot application where you just ask a question and get an answer, the agentic AI system actually does a lot of planning, acting, and iterating. It is because of this complexity involved that we need an agentic AI framework. These are like building blocks that help us deploy and manage agentic AI systems. Now, these have some predefined functions that help us build agentic AI systems with more ease and agility, such as we have predefined architectures. We might have integration and monitoring tools. We might also have some task management capabilities.
I think it's a little too
and communication.
Too slow. It's too slow. Oh wait, they just released my Combinator released something. It took them a while to release new content, guys.
One of the biggest mistakes I see founders make is relying on aggregate user metrics instead of understanding how
we missed a
many
lot of
individual
videos.
users use their product. In my last video, I talked about cohort retention curves and how you can use those to separate groups of users and track what they do over time throughout using your product. And I think that's the best tool that you've got to figure out if people keep using your product. But what you don't know is how are they using your product? How are they interacting? What features are they using? What's the frequency of use? What's the pacing of how they use the product? And most founders just like ignore this, but I think it's the most important signal to figure out if you've built something that people want. So you want to be able to look at what individual users are doing, but that's a lot, right? If you even have like 10 or 20 users, it's pretty challenging to just tail the logs and watch every event that every user is doing. So with aggregate data, the graphs that we're all used to talking about, things like DAUs or MAUs, these lump all of your users together and you can't really get a sense of what any individual user is doing. And if you have any amount of growth, those graphs tend to be going up and to the right, even if users aren't actually enjoying using your product. So today I want to tell you about a tool that we came to in my startup that allows you to understand what's going on with individual users while also giving you a big picture view of how your entire product is performing. And we call it the dot plot. So let me show you what a dot plot looks like. Based on the name, you can figure out it probably involves dots. What you basically do is just make a two-dimensional grid, like a spreadsheet, where there are a bunch of columns and a bunch of rows. Each row represents one individual user. If I'm one of the users, I'll write my name here. Dave, I'm one of the users. And every other user of your product gets their own row. And then every column represents a time period. I think days are usually the right thing to use for your product, but it probably depends a bit on the nature of your product. So let's just draw in the days. I'll just do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And you can make this as big or as small as you want. For the sake of this example, I'll just do like a week or two of days, just to show you what's going on here. And then the idea, it's called a dot plot, is you put some dots in each of the cells. You want to pick an event that your user does in the process of using your product that you think represents value in the product. Maybe it's sharing a photo if you're building a photo app, or listening to a song if you're building a music app, or processing an invoice if you're building a B2B invoice processing product. And you can just put a dot for each day that each user uses the product. Let's say we're Spotify and we're building a music streaming app, and we want to see how our users are using it. Let's pick the event that we're going to chart here being listen to a song. So anytime a user listens to a song during a day, we're going to put a dot. So for me, let's say I listen to Spotify song on Monday and Tuesday, and not on Wednesday, but Thursday and Friday again, and then maybe again on Monday and Wednesday. Another thing you can do to make a record of the first day that a user used the product, the day that they onboarded, you can put another symbol. Like, let's say on a user's first day, we'll just draw a little ring around the dot like that, just to give us a little bit more signal. And what you'll eventually start seeing is a pretty high density visualization of individual users and their usage over time. What's really cool about this is it lets you figure out patterns that you probably would not have seen with your human brain just looking at aggregate charts or looking at individual user logs. Okay, so let's look at this example I've just drawn. For our Spotify app, what do we see? What patterns have emerged now that we can see individual users and their own behavior? Well, one thing I see is it seems like there's a set of people who use the product on weekdays. Right, we've got myself, we've got user number 3 here, user 4 used it on a Monday, user 6 used it during the week, and there's a couple users who seem to kind of only use it on the weekends. That's an interesting observation that might help me redesign my product in a different way, or target different users, maybe understand which users are the most valuable ones to me. Do I want the weekday work time listeners, or do I want the weekend users? We would have no idea about this if we didn't have a dot plot visualization like this. Another thing I can see is a measure of retention. Like, do we see a lot of users like user 4 that try the app on one day and then never come back? If we see that on a bunch of our rows, we have an idea of a potential problem that we've got in our onboarding or other things. As you get more sophisticated with dot plots, you can make them as intricate as you want. At Bump, we had different symbols that we would put into these cells. So we knew whether you shared your contact information using Bump or if you shared a photo, and it gives you a lot more granularity, and you can kind of go as deep as you want on this. This idea of dot plots might be familiar to some of you. You've probably seen it at the top of GitHub pages. This is basically what a GitHub graph looks like. They've just wrapped the days around per week. Another thing you can do is, instead of just tracking user actions, you can track user state. So was this user using an iPhone or an Android phone? Were they on the web? Was this user coming from the United States or a different country? Sometimes you have demographic information about your users. Is this a user that makes a lot of money? Or is this a college kid that you just got on Reddit or something? You can encode those states with other symbols or shading the cells different colors. You can write things over here. So like I might say, this is a iOS user, and this is an iOS user, but these ones are Androids. And another thing you can do then is sort your rows based on whatever attributes you want to sort them by. So you might say, I only want to look at iOS users first, or I only want to look at users whose first time using the app was this Monday. So let's resort so we only see people that have rings around their first day. What you find when you look at this in aggregate, you can then kind of zoom out and see an entire page of these, is your brain will start to notice these patterns in a way that you would never have figured out on your own a priori. This is actually an idea that I remember hearing about 10 years ago from Max Levchin, one of the founders of PayPal. They had a big fraud problem at PayPal when they first launched, but they didn't know the patterns to look for. So what they did instead is build a visualization, a graph of all the transactions that were happening on PayPal, and they just had humans sit and stare at screens of these drawings and graphs. And while the humans didn't know what exactly was going on, they were able to look at the screen and say, that thing happening there, that's different and probably fraud. And then they would go and dig into that. It's kind of the same idea with dot plots. You can look at these charts and figure out, there's something going on with users. I see this pattern emerging. And then you can go dig into it a lot deeper. So to illustrate the point I was talking about, where dot plots give you a lot more granularity about what's going on with the users, let's draw the DAU graph for these users. So what you would have seen had you only been looking at your DAU graph. I'll just draw it on top of here to illustrate. So again, like imagine each of these days is the same day above. The DAU graph here.
I think I get this. I think I get this. I think I get it. I get it. All right. 8-minute video, 5.6.
Money.
Hey, PNW. How's it going? How?
Here's the thing about GPT 5.6. It is truly a massive leap from GPT 5.5. It does not seem like they should have just done a dot upgrade. They have effectively squeezed every drop of juice out of the GPT 5 training run that they possibly could, and the result is one of the most effective models and capable models that I have ever used. One of the first loops that I gave it was super simple. Look at this, /goal, make an Excel clone, continue until feature parity. Here is the thing about 5.6 plus Codex. It has all the tools in its tool belt to do this really well. Just a simple prompt, which is effectively 8 words long, ran for over 5 days before I manually stopped it. And here is
5
what
days?
it created. This is the Excel clone, and it has a lot of the features that Excel
looks
has.
bad.
And if I would have let Codex keep churning through tokens, it probably would have gotten even further. All right, so here, very simple. We have a list of numbers. You can easily sort it by ascending, descending. If I add another number in there, same thing.
No, I only have 2% left. That's like 1 query, so I haven't tried it yet.
And everything is just super fast.
5D sounds
really
bad.
well. We have all the formulas. So let's say equals this plus this 9. And if you double click into it, you get the formula up in this input bar up here like normal.
From our observation watching a Bridge Mine stream, you said the baking the game was bad.
We can add another one. Minus 43.
The scary game, the scary game.
And everything just works. So we have a bunch of standard Excel features. We have data validation, conditional formatting. We have tables, find and replace, obviously toggling and sorting, very easy. We have all of these different formula that you can use right from this single page HTML app. Remember, Excel is a massive piece of software, and a lot of the...
Why do you need to make Excel when LibreOffice exists? Biggest mistake. Biggest waste of 5 days of tokens.
Functionality has been condensed.
Of 5.6, to be honest. Yeah, we have Excel at home. Yeah. 5.6, man. Spending 5 days worth of soul tokens to make this garbanzo. Let me get my dog.
Down into this very simple app. You can go try this out, which I'll drop a link down below for that. Shout out to Here.now for hosting all of the demos you're going to see today. It also has really deep analysis capabilities, including pivot tables. Look at how easy this is. Simply select some data with headers. You get all the rows sorted out. You get filters. You can create the pivot table. And look at that. We actually have a full pivot table. Done. And again, this ran for 5 days. Imagine how long it took to actually create Excel. It took years and years and years to get it to where it is. And obviously this is a subset of the total functionality. And obviously, as you can see here, there are some rough edges. But again, I stopped it after 5 days. And it was not anywhere close to being done. And here's the interesting bit.
Yeah, Minecraft from scratch was a waste.
It opened up Excel on my desktop.
What a waste of Minecraft.
Just go back and forth between doing something in Excel, the actual Excel,
not to mention it was
and then
garbanzo,
recreating it in this new cloned version. And that is one of the things that GPT 5.6 is.
Yeah, we got a
so
Fable reset. Everybody got
browser
one.
Use and computer use. It is phenomenal at browser use. I really cannot overstate that. Codex's browser has increasingly become my default, my main driver browser, because I can just get stuff done with it. I can open up Gmail and have it sort through my email.
We used 60+% in 1 day yesterday, so we got our money's worth. I should have just token maxed 100%. I don't know.
Emails.
Can't wait.
I've done complex DNS record
GPT
changes.
6, new, larger, pre-trained, complete with Fable. Yeah.
Easily with just one prompt with Codex browser use. And of course I had it clone Minecraft. I did /goal once again, and I just said, create a clone of Minecraft, feature parity. And it went for
Damn, these guys are just burning tokens.
something like 7 days before I finally stopped it.
7 days? What? Holy moly, guys. What are these guys doing? They got access to it early and they spent 7 days trying to make Blockcraft. Oh, God.
And it took only about 1 day to get what looked like actual Minecraft. But what it kept doing was going deep and would build out parts of the world that
burn down 3.5 forests to copy Minecraft. Yeah.
didn't exist before, would build out mobs that came straight from the actual game of Minecraft, different biomes, and it would just continue churning and just trying to get to feature parity. And it was just so impressive. And watch this. This is definitely the best version of Minecraft that I've ever created using AI. All right, so here we go. You can see the shadowing is really nice. Here I can mine the grass blocks pretty easily. Really cool 3D animation when you do that. You can pick up all the blocks that you just mined. Here we have miniature carrots. There's some carrots. We have farmland. And yeah, and it just works really, really well. Here's a tabby cat. Here I broke the glass.
We should avoid making any 3D game for a while, guys. For a while. Until it gets access to all of Blizzard's source code, all of Epic's source code, every major studio's source code. Only then will we consider.
And so it is just incredibly impressive. It is a very full world, more realistic than any other Minecraft that I've ever created. You can generate different seeds. Here it is. Here's that new world I just created. Here is my full inventory. Very easy to use. Very, very cool. And of course, our friends and partner on this video, Box, has put together their own benchmarks on enterprise grade work. Let's take a look. We have Box AI complex work.
Wait, what the heck? This thing says add. This says add, but it's Box AI. What? All right, I'm confused. I was confused, guys. I don't know why, but I can't stand that dude. Yeah, I can't stand him either, but it's on our feed, and he usually goes over stuff. So it's like, you know.
Only is it less expensive, but it uses less tokens to get to the same result. So $5 per million input tokens versus $10.
Oh, I mean, that's cheap, guys. That means we get double, we get the normal usage for a full weekly usage of Fable with using Codex. Damn, guys. Codex caught up. Codex caught up. Or GPT caught up. Like, I think maybe it's been 6 months now. 6 months ago, like, you know, GPT, OpenAI was so far behind, it only took them 6 months to catch up and completely lead the frontier or match the frontier. What do you guys think? Do you think Fable's gonna release another thing? Or Anthropic's gonna release another thing? They should have right now. If there's any time to release, it'll be next week.
Much cheaper on cash hits and $30 versus $50 per million output tokens. So again, you're just paying less, and it just feels like
5.1 in a few more weeks. It has to be next week. And they need to make it cheaper. Guys, every company shut off access to Fable because it's so expensive. Every company. It's too expensive. It's not because it's like super strong or anything. It's because it's 2 times more expensive than anything else right now.
6 has a more direct.
A few more weeks, better price than Claude
versus Fable.
Fable is huge. No way they're making it cheaper. Yeah, guys, I think every corporation, I'd say 90% right now, are cutting off all Fable usage. All Fable usage, guys. Hey, did I get a reset? Guys, did they give me a reset on, or is that a bug? Is that a bug? Guys, are they finally saying, "Hey, we will give you access now"? Let's see here. I don't think it'd be POG, guys. It'd be so good if we actually have usage. Nope, 2%. It was a lie. It was a lie, guys. Bug.
Something else. It feels much more like a brand new model, something that I haven't used ever before.
Wait, did I accidentally start that job? I meant to just be a plan. Was this a plan? Simple expansion. Explore mechanics. Uh-oh. I didn't look what it was going to make. Create a plan. Uh-oh. What was the plan? Crap. No. Let's say no. Say no. Let's do known. Oops. Cancel plan. Planning the surface. Let's say no contains output approval. Man, what did I do, guys? What did I do? I just wanted to read the plan, but now it's exploring all this stuff. Okay, let's just do yes, fine. I think, oh, it's in plan mode. It's in plan mode, so I'm safe. I'm safe. Main thing, GPT is token efficiency, so it could be a lot cheaper than Opus, even the safe price per token. Yeah, exactly, guys, exactly.
And it is very impressive. It sees around corners better than GPT 5.6. Here's the best way to explain it. 5.6 feels like the absolute pinnacle of an existing model, where Fable feels like we're just scratching the surface on what's possible on a brand new training run. That's the difference. Here's an analogy for you. It's kind of like GPT 5.6 is the most souped up Honda Civic you've ever seen. Every single horsepower has been squeezed out of it. The tires are optimized for speed. There's a spoiler, everything. And Fable is like a Ferrari that hasn't been touched yet. Fresh off the manufacturing line, unoptimized.
But you could barely drive it.
And
too expensive, depreciates too quickly.
Potential is just so much higher there.
Wait, potential? I mean, you have a luxury car. I wouldn't say it has any potential. It's not an F1. And even if it was an F1, there's so much maintenance. It's so expensive to even like turn on the car and drive it a few feet. That's the problem. It's fast, but not that fast. It's very expensive just putting fuel into the car. All potential to mod it to go faster, not about the price. I'd say maybe Fable is a rocket, right? A rocket. It has the potential to go up the space, but right now it could crash and burn. It needs too much fuel to even like take off, you know? Fable doesn't look in comparison. Yeah, Fable's like a rocket ship. And yeah, it's like it's hard to apples to oranges. There's just like we like I would say, you know, GPT is a fuel efficient airplane. It's like an airplane, right? And then what do you call it? You could do economy with an airplane, right? Have a bunch of people in it and work. And then Fable is the M25, whatever that jet airplane or jet is used in the military. Cost a lot to launch and take off. Something like that, right? It's super fast, super dangerous, super powerful, but it can only carry like 2 people in it.
So I put together a full review. I have a bunch of demos of things that I've built, including an actual operating system. We have a Rube Goldberg lab that you can use.
What the heck is that, guys?
Available on it. I'm going to drop a link to the full review down below. And here's the other thing that is very different about GPT 5.6 versus Fable. It comes in 3 different model sizes. Luna.
Fable is a new pre-train, more potential tuning, but Fable has been tuned. It was Mythos. Fable before Fable it was Mythos, right? And then they trained it further to be Fable. 5.6 is the same base model as 5.5, so already fine-tuned full potential. I think that's what he's saying. Oh yeah, okay. Got it.
The smallest, TERRA the medium, and Sol the largest. But even within those, you have multiple levels of reasoning. And if we choose Sol, you get all the way up to Ultra, which is, you know, basically a quota burner. And so we've been
yeah, guys, we're all disappointed with Fable. All right, we're all disappointed, right? It's good, but when it comes to economics, tokenomics, even with all the efficiencies, Yes, it eats up all of our tokens, and it's sad. It's sad. We don't know what we're gonna do. I think everybody's just gonna switch over to Codex OpenAI, and that's game over for Anthropic, guys. It's game over. You try 5.4, 4.5? No, it's not good enough for that cost. Yeah. 4.5, no. We just observe. We could look at a video for it and see how it is.
Talking a lot about model routing lately, where maybe you're using
Grok
Fable
update.
for planning.
I mean,
and
we can't
actually
use it
call-
unless it's free, right? Is it free or do you have to pay for it? I think you have to pay for it. I don't even have a subscription. Maybe I should. Super cheap and efficient, paid but way cheaper. Yeah, I heard.
Codex from within Claude Code.
Maybe, guys, maybe I need to ask Ms. Sigma, but then I'd have to change. Maybe, guys, we use the other $200 for canceling Anthropic, and we either put a full another $200 in for another GPT account, or put into other things, possibly split into other things. Is there a subversion of DeepSeek for like $20? Yeah, I think it's open codes or open routers, possibly.
Delegate off to GPT 5.5. And now you can kind of just do everything with the
Or
GPT series
ZAI,
of models. You
one of
plan with
those.
Soul. Maybe you do most of the implementation with TERRA on, high reasoning. And then for stuff like deploying
Guys, it's still crazy how like each individual one has its own effort level. And remember when some time back, OpenAI or Sam Altman was like, nobody's gonna choose what model they're getting. It's all gonna be automatic. Then now when they give us the individual, things, it's getting crazy. You know what's great is my product still works regardless what model effort level people choose.
other kind of low requirement work you offload to Luna. And so now you have all these different sizes, all these different thinking efforts.
What about Spark? Guys, what happened to Spark? 5.3 Spark. Can't Spark do the execution? Like, look how many levels there are. 3, 4, 5, 6. It's getting crazy, guys. Plus, they gave names to these. Ay.
Models. And you can come up with a really nice
Use
skill to delegate
out.
between them. And by
Deep
the
sea
way,
Fash,
I wrote a skill
assume.
just for that. And if you want it, I'm going to drop a GitHub link down below. So you
Nice
can
data.
delegate.
Let's check it out. We're pretty much done with this video anyway. We'll watch a video on what do you call it? What should I call it? 4.5. Oh my god. Nice. GLM2. Hello. Welcome. Top models usage of models across OpenCode Go. Okay. We're at the most is DeepSeek Flash. Huh. Damn. It's kicking, guys. It's kicking. Apparently Grok 0.5 is free for a bit on Grok Build and Cursor. Oh. So Cursor. Damn. If only there was a harness like OpenCode that could just do it all. OpenCode probably has it, right? No? Not yet? It was just released, right? What about Meta's model? Meta's model just released too, right? Today? There are like 3 models releasing on the same day. You can use every model on OpenCode. All right, how much does it cost for an OpenCode subscription, guys? We canceling for OpenCode. Low cost models for everyone. I'm afraid too. I'm afraid. Like, what if it makes sense with the Chinese models? Thing is, it's hard to trust the Chinese models, but if you have it check in with does OpenRouter have their own harness yet? Or no? Pay as you go. See, I'm so scared of pay as you go, guys. So scared. You just leave your thing on and then boom, you emptied your wallet. They aren't trying to do coding. I don't think so. They're just model router. Yeah. All right. What other companies do we have, guys? So far, I think, guys, so far, Codex has been very generous for everything. Like, they have the functionality. They have, I think the only thing that they lack is Linux support. OpenCode description is different from the actual code harness. You could use OpenCode to go description. Yeah, too much, guys. Too much. We just need one company, and it seems to be Codex. So 2 Codex subscriptions should possibly be the right choice. I mean, I gotta cancel my subscriptions before what do you call it? Before it's too late. I'll just, use my thing and then cancel. Subscribe and go, $5 first month and $10 generous limits. Yeah, possibly. But we're definitely gonna consider canceling our Anthropic subscription, guys. It's about that time. Live from AI Week. It's about that time. Soul is here. He's going it. Man, he's actually doing it live. Holy moly. He's doing it live. OpenCode. Sanford Live Week. OpenCode Go basically gives you $160 API usage a month for $10 a month. But for Claude Code, we get like $10,000+ in value per month. $10,000+ per month. Let's just look at the economics. Looks like this video is Garbanzo anyway. Let's look at the last 90 days. All right. We started using Codex around last week, I guess. It's been a week or two. 2 weeks maybe. We're spending about 3,000, 10,000, or 9,000 per day. I know it's really small to see, guys. So the normal days when we had Claude Code with 2 accounts, we spend at least, when we're purely token maxing, literally, 4,000, easily a couple thousand per day in Opus tokens, in Opus for everything. And then when we started using Codex, we spend like 3 times less per day in tokens. So it's super cost efficient, plus the quality of the code still gets all the functionality in when we still work with it. And so you get, and then like my Claude Code usage, oh sorry, that messed something up. All right, still good. My Claude Code usage, I only last like 1 day, 1 to 2 days of usage total for the whole week with 1 account. And then Codex, I'm able to get like 5 days of usage for 1 account, 4 to 5 days. And it didn't support workflows though. That's the thing, guys. We were using Codex with no workflows, and they just released that feature today, right? So if they just released the feature today and we enable workflows, we'll probably eat tokens just as fast as workflows from Claude Code, possibly. Because I feel like you get like a 3 times-ish more token usage faster, but I think we didn't really use that much Ultra Code all last week, and we still just burned out everything. Yeah, it's a hard tell. Let me see the days. Oh, it doesn't tell me the Codex versus. All right, guys, you could tell guys when I bought my Codex subscription. When I had my two Opus, I was pretty much living the life. 2 Claude Code accounts. And then when I got Codex, I used half as much tokens. I don't know what it is, guys. Maybe because I was using Claude Code Fable plus using a GPT 5.5 to review every single change and idea. So it bounced back and forth until it agreed on something and then it executed. Maybe we would just remove that functionality and stop telling it to check with GPT for review, because it seems to be eating up a lot of tokens possibly. Considering Fable should just know what to create. It shouldn't need any help from another model that will also inject more input tokens. But it doesn't look like we use that much input tokens. But man, getting the double reset on 2 Claude Code accounts, that felt good. Like there were days where I could just token max 2 times on 2 accounts, knowing that there's going to be a reset on specific days. And so that allows you to like token max like crazy on one day. You know, I'm on the fence, guys. I'm on the fence. There seems to be a dilemma to cancel or not to cancel or to continue. Like we're pretty much Claude Code pilled for the past 6 or 4 months now. We're Claude Code pilled. Then 5.5 came out and we were like, okay, we give it a chance. Oh, it's doing good. Oh, we get 3 times more tokens. We get 3 times more tokens. And yeah, like we immediately get our value for 3 times the amount of tokens. I feel like this is wrong. We should be at like 100 something billion tokens. I know. I guess it deleted some data. It only kept 90 days worth of data. So we actually could have been using more. Or it looks like there's no data here though. Man. Okay. Which videos? Any more videos, guys? It's live. Hunting scammers. Man, a lot of people hunting scammers, guys. Oh, the Grok. Yeah, alright. Got it. Grok 4.5. Thank you. I forgot. Alright, let's see. Who has the most views, guys? This guy? 27K? Oh no, the new Grok video is so good. Alright, there's this one. Of course, Theo has a lot of views. Ah, here it is. This guy. This one. Hello? Hello? Hola.
0.1, it trails behind GPT 5.
Accidentally just clicked it. I accidentally clicked it. Something's wrong here. Must be blocking the ads, guys. It's blocking the ads. Hold. Hodl.
5.1 trails behind GPT 5.5 and Opus. Terminal bench, again, just neck to neck, better than Opus, and definitely on par with GPT 5.5 extra high. Sweet Bench Pro, again.
Guys, is he talking really fast or something? Damn. He probably fast forwarded or something.
Very close. It's right there. So really fast, let me show you kind of some of the things that I've been building. We'll dive deeper in a later part of the video. For right now, just let me kind of give you a quick example of what it can do. This was built with Grok Build, which is the answer to Claude Code and Codex. So that's their kind of CLI code building tool. So it runs in the command line interface. It has all the tools. I put it on auto mode and I told it to get to work. One of my tests for Fable 5 was to create a 3D ship sailing game. You can play it as first person on the helm of the ship, or you can see the ship from a third person. The goal was basically, can it simulate sailing conditions, moving the sails to catch the wind, how the ship moves with waves as the weather gets better or worse. And I also gave it, in both these cases, I gave it the 11 Labs API key so that it can fully sort of make the game come to life through audio. All the sounds, all the noises, music, even you have a first mate that kind of like narrates you through and tells you what to do, like it's AI voiced that actually talks to you as you're playing the game. So we're looking for a few things here. Number one, can it create these 3D environments and make them look good? Because for a lot of stuff, it has to kind of check its own work, make sure things not, looking good, not looking funky. Number two, can it create the correct sort of physics? So the waves have to bob the ship up and down. Notice that the ship not only moves up and down in 3D space, it sort of leans left and right depending on where.
Guys, everybody has their benchmark games. We have our MMO game, but we really can't benchmark it. Maybe when we, I don't know, we'll figure it out. Every character has a Gemma 4 brain, though.
The wave is, where it's coming from, kind of a complicated sort of thing to code up. And on top of that, the movement isn't, push the forward arrow to go forward or left to turn left. The movement comes from moving the sails to capture the wind. So you have to understand where the wind is coming from, and then you have to move the sail accordingly. And then changing the rudder, the helm, whatever the correct terminology is. I don't know all these seafaring nautical terms. Please forgive me. I know I'm going to mess a bunch of them up. But you turn the wheel that turns the rudder, and then the ship slowly begins to turn that way. So that's the second big thing, kind of like the physics, the realism. And 3 is creating immersion through sound. Fable 5 was excellent at this. Here is Grok 4.5. Hey, a quick aside. One of the most exciting parts of...
Ad sponsor GenSpark. Okay. Now that's a long one, guys. He puts some long ads in there, guys.
Back to the video. Okay, so this is the game. So as you can see here, it's us here at the helm, and
that's pretty good
ship over there
so far, right?
This is the calmest sort of weather conditions. So notice the shadows. Notice how well everything is made. Like, I'm loving it so far. And notice that we can stay upright as the ship moves left and right as it tilts. But it's not like we're stuck.
Hello,
it
welcome.
Sort of simulates sea legs, right? So if you're standing on a ship as it rolls beneath you, you sort of correct your body, but it's not like stuck in time. Because some of the earlier models that I've tried this with, they had that issue. It's like you're kind of stuck at a certain orientation.
This is
very unnatural. This one, I gotta say,
what do you call it?
Right, but let's keep testing.
Grok 4.5.
Furl and unfurl the sails. So that means, roll them up and down. Let's unfurl them. And Q and R are sort of trim. So we're sort of, turning them left and right to catch the wind.
Guys, for the guys don't know, I'm not really a big fan of benchmarking a model using a game. I say this several times, so the people in here might be tired of me saying this. But the AI models aren't trained on closed source AAA games as well as like 3D modeling. So we still get sort of slop like this being created.
And we can hit escape, and we have a few weather conditions, and we can actually manually fine tune what kind of wind we want. We also have different voices for...
You guys didn't enjoy Bridgemine stream? No, this has always been my thoughts, because the AI that's being trained on right now, they're all on like whatever is publicly available, right? All the open source stuff, all the material that they could get their hands on and download, but they can't get source code, real source code access of every triple game out there unless they like completely reverse engineer, ROM hack, whatever, every single game, which they're probably in the process doing. So until they train on that data, that's when we'll get like actual like great games being created. So right now, possibly just 2D simple games could possibly pop off.
For our first mate.
Aye, Captain. First mate reporting. This is how I sound on your voyage.
All right, so notice where are the wind is coming from. You know, you can see in the bottom left, it shows you where the wind is coming from. So depending on where we turn the ship and where we turn the sails, that kind of, you know, notice that the sails kind of furrow out if we're catching.
Yeah, it's sort of
you can't sail directly into the wind. So I mean, so far everything is looking absolutely great. Let's make things a little bit more exciting.
Not to mention, guys, when people do the benchmarks for these games that they're creating, they don't tell us how long it took, other than that other guy that told us it took 7 days or something. They don't tell like what model, effort level that they used, how much it costs in terms of tokens when you compare it to, you know, like LLM for calculations, the operating system, how much RAM, CPU was used, like a lot of the system metrics, like a lot of those like details and metrics are very critical for a benchmark. Like right now we're just relying on a single digit number or a point decimal place for gauging a whole entire model that will determine how good something is. So I guess it's really to dumb it down, and we don't really consider all those things. Because what if they show us like, oh, they created Minecraft and it took an hour versus, you know, I spent 7 days to create Minecraft, right? And then there's like so many different tunes and models. Is it purely using like the latest frontier model, or is it delegating to weaker models to do the coding, right? There's like so many different aspects up there that we don't know as the person spectating and reading the benchmark, that a lot of these people aren't really showing at all. Yeah, super fast.
Let's see if we can do driving.
Very little tokens, that's good.
So notice, I mean, things are getting a little bit more exciting. Notice that the ship is moving kind of up and down. And I mean, everything's looking pretty good. Like just in terms of how it feels to be on these waves, I gotta say, it feels very, very realistic. It feels like you're in, not a storm, but definitely
super cheap,
not great sort
of
weather conditions.
Right?
So far, I'm very impressed with how it sort of made everything happen. Let me see if we can get closer to the other ship. But let's make it a little bit more spicy. I actually want to see what the night looks like too.
Spicy.
Do kind of a nighttime, and let's see, a storm in the middle of the night. Notice the lights come on. This is very, very good. There's lightning. Very, very frightening. Galileo Figaro. Okay, let's continue. So let me see if I can catch the wind. I gotta say the music is phenomenal. The only thing, the lightning effect, not the best, but other than that, it's very, very excellent. And okay, let's turn it up to 11. This is the hurricane. And actually in this game, you can sort of capsize and drown if you're not careful. So we're actually gonna put our sails away. We're gonna furl our sails so that that does not happen.
Still pretty mid, guys. Still pretty mid.
He's telling me we need the sails out, so let's see. Hopefully he.
What's the spec on his computer? What's the FPS, guys?
A lot of things.
What's the FPS?
I like. All right, I'm getting a little seasick. I'm not gonna lie, but I gotta say I'm loving everything about this. From the shadows, there's some clipping of objects, but you know,
he's fully immersed, guys.
The lights seems like they're clipping.
The waves look exactly the same.
Small, tiny things that we might be able to finish with just a few prompts here and there.
At least the boat wiggles.
I mean, again, there's minor, tiny clippings and maybe not perfectly sort of aligned planks, etc. But keep in mind that
perfect, guys. It's great. It's so good.
Coding models is visual ability. That's always something that's lagging behind. But if you look at everything that it was able to build, including the second ship, an entire functional ship with sails, the voice acting, the music, the sounds are incredibly immersive. I don't like the lightning sound.
He used 11 lamps for the music.
I've never heard them make a good lightning.
He didn't make the music from
sound.
scratch.
So that's, I gotta say,
most
maybe
likely
more on them. Outside of that lightning sound, the sound is just phenomenal. I feel like the music, rises in intensity as
that wasn't generated by Grok, though.
Etc. But there's one last thing that we have to experience, I think, and let's see if I can make that happen. And that is the event that I call the mountain.
People are gonna be like using Grok, and they're like, "Where's the sound? Where's the sound, guys? I thought it was supposed to give me some sound."
If you've seen Interstellar, you might know what I'm talking about. Uh-oh, what is that on the horizon? It must be a mountain, right? Is that a mountain? What else could it be? That's no island. That's water. It's a mountain of water. That's actually kind of scary, I gotta say. I'm not liking this. Yikes.
Oh, where is he, guys? Oh, he died.
Right, so I gotta
That's
say,
good.
Underwater,
it's very realistic.
Sinking process. It needs a little bit of work, but there's a lot that I like there. It has debris as we're sinking. The way that the ship slowly like rolled over and
at least he was able to complete the game, right?
The water texture feels amazing. Both the water texture and the cloud
amazing
texture. I gotta say, I'm giving Grok 4.5 the win here over Fable 5. Interestingly, so there's a lot here.
They need to figure out shaders, guys. Shaders is like the biggest, that will make the game feel alive. If they, once a model figures out how to get shaders right, it's going to be GG and it's going to be so good. What is he thinking about?
Here that I liked. I think it did an incredible job. You
incredible,
can tell
guys.
It's a very strong model. Now, as you'll see later,
the one thing that he probably didn't tell us is if he started from this code base from scratch with no reference whatsoever, because it looks a little like his previous boat games, not gonna lie.
Fable still wins out, but again, I don't think that matters. I don't think anyone was expecting Fable 5 to be beaten anytime soon. Everything outside of that, I gotta say, is just phenomenal. Sailing in this game feels good, it feels fun, it feels immersive. And the game itself actually has some depth. In the beginning, I found that, in various storms, sometimes they would get so violent that the ship would lean way, it was almost like flat on its side. So I told Grok to add an actual like capsizing conditions, like if stuff gets a little bit too crazy, just make it capsize. And it did that perfectly. The next storm I tested, it went to the side and it sunk. It was very, very dramatic. Then I told Grok, that's a little bit too sudden. Let's have it maybe the first once or twice that happens, you sort of get out of that situation, and the first mate tells you like, we got really close to sinking there, be careful. But I want it to be basically there, like maybe like a couple lives or some sort of a health system, so you don't immediately sink. You have some ways to correct and get out of it. Grok responded beautifully, so it added all of that. And then when you took a big hit from a wave, the first mate would say something like, oh, that was a big hit, we can't take too many of those. So the game warns you, like, you've hit some wall. If you keep hitting that wall, things will be bad. And if that happens again and again, 3 or 4 times, the ship capsizes. So that was a very strong showing. Let's see some of the other things we put.
Sorry.
All right, this is the second test that I did. Again, this is going to be similar to if you saw the video where I was testing Fable 5, so I just wanted to be able to compare them side by side. Again, I don't think that's a fair comparison. Nothing is Fable 5 other than, Mythos. For those that are not familiar, basically Anthropic kind of did a pretty big leap with their latest generation of models, but they're much bigger than Opus. Grok 4.5 is, we believe, 1.5 trillion parameters. So comparing it to Fable 5 is not an apples to apples comparison. But on the sailing game, notice that it did exceptionally well. Here, we begin to see where maybe it's not as good, which again is totally fine. We're not expecting it to be in the Fable class of models. So we click enter world. It takes a second to load dialogue and stuff like that. This is, Grok 4.5's take on the Elder Scrolls. So this is an Elder Scrolls type of game. It's supposed to be very, very basic. So we're in some sort of
Elder Scrolls.
Here are the villagers, and so far it's looking good. We got the mountains in the distance, shadows,
so
various foliage, etc.
So realistic, guys.
Good. We can run, we can jump. The music and the sound effects all sound good. Let's talk. So this looks like a quest. Let's talk to Captain Thorn.
Halt. Outsiders usually mean trouble or salvation. I am Captain Thorn. Ashenvale once had a garrison of 30.
Did he mention that 11 Labs is generating this?
So notice voiced
I don't
dialogue
think so.
with 11 Labs. Where
there you
say, spare me the speech. What pays?
Enter the crypt of the Hollow King.
Oh.
Destroy whatever rules those halls. Bring back proof. Choose carefully how you fight him. Words are win.
So basically, if you notice, our sort of, what is this, good and evil indicator shifted a little bit to evil based on how we answered. All right, so that's pretty interesting. This is our attack animation, very cool. Let's talk to Elias Crow.
Well now, fresh blood. Elias Crow,
Fresh
purveyor
blood.
of goods, gossip, and the occasional miracle. Don't mind the limp. Old story, bad company, worse choices.
So Elias Crow is a merchant and former thief, which is interesting. Captain Thorn says not to trust you. What's interesting, it does show you sort of where you think the sort of how it's going to affect your, I'm not sure if this is a reputation or some sort of a moral compass, but let's say you look like a man with a story you don't want told.
Who robbed the
You did a
wrong
good deed.
crypt. I stole a ring from a dead king's finger. That night, the walls whispered my name. I threw the ring down a well and ran. The whispers never fully left. Now the crypt stirs again.
So this is literally
I
the guy
hear
that
them
started this
clearer.
whole thing. This is the problem. Oh, we can blackmail him. We're like, oh, so you did this. Well, you need to pay me. Gold for silence or Thorn hears everything. So we have a choice here. I'm gonna shake him down for money. Let's see what happens.
Blackmail? Bold. Fine. Take the gold and the map. But if Thorn hangs me, remember, dead men can't warn you about the floor that isn't a floor.
So I'm actually wondering, I need to reload the game and choose the option. What if there was some tip or information that he gives you that he won't in this case because we shook them down for money? That's pretty cool. All right, so we talked to this person, and finally this is...
I am Mira Vale, healer, once a scholar of the old tongue.
Mira
Do not mistake
Vale.
my calm for peace.
So it looks like she and her brother's a scholar. The brother died in the crypt going in there. I'm going to say, well, what scholars often dig their own graves. Was he a fool? So I'm trying to see if we can get it all the way to evil. Let's see what happens.
The just, who loved a priestess of the moon. When plague took her, he bargained with something.
So it looks like now the story is that this sort of Hollow King, the monster that lives underground, looks like there's a story there as well. Maybe we're going to be able to reach him somehow and negotiate this. Let's see.
Few listen, few do. Take my blessing. Moon's Ward. It will dull the crypt's hunger for a time. And this relic, the silver charm. Hold it when you face him.
Okay, so actually we have a trinket that might sort of bring him back. That's pretty good.
Look for a blue journal bound in ash leather.
And we also got a quest.
I saw some dashes in there. Feel like it just took dialogue from the existing game.
Very impressed with the sort of the storytelling so far. And actually what I have to do, I'm going to put myself here because you kind of have to see, we do have some items here that might come in handy. So I did run into one bug. When I click out of this so I can use my mouse, I can't click back in, which I don't think that was happening before. So I'm not sure if that's a browser issue or something that Grok did, but I mentioned it to Grok. It actually fixed it, so I had to reload the game. And I used the same options with Captain Thorn. I used the same sort of talking dialogue options with Mira, but with the thief, I actually said, I will keep your secrets, and he gave me a map of the underground dungeon. So this way we can kind of see what kind of things they give us if we choose the right options. All right, so here's the crypt. We're going to go inside.
Cold air crawls up from the stone stair. The crypt of the hollow.
Oh, yikes. Okay, we get attacked immediately by something. Okay, we do have the torch that we can light and extinguish, which is pretty nice. We have some potions, which is very, very good. Okay, and
very
that's
good.
looking pretty good. Not too much texture on these guys. They do
Yeah.
look a little bit weird, but let's see. Drink potion.
Right.
Okay, so we're going to continue to...
Yeah, guys, once you start like putting your tokens into an MCP with Blender or Unreal, your tokens is gone, guys. It's going to be sucked up and drained like no tomorrow. It's the model's going to be taking pictures. It's going to be sending the pictures back for submission for input tokens. And then the angle might be wrong. There could be clipping. All this sort of stuff that I've been through with Navi. Navi, the little robot below, it's been through several iterations. Several. And it's eaten so much tokens from just images and back and forth prompts to get it right, and turned out like it's better to just make a pre-made model and drop it in. Making it from scratch is so bad. So bad, guys.
To the deeper parts of the dungeon or getting attacked. Okay, so ghost floating through walls. This is not supposed to go through walls. Let's see. Okay, so there's some clipping issues, and let's see. Take journal. So this is one of the quest items, and this continues into the throne room.
Crowns of bone, a crown of darkness. The Hollow King rises.
Another mortal. Drawn by duty, greed, or pity. I am Kale, called the Hollow King. I wore a crown of law, now I wear a crown of absence. Speak. Will you end me or join me?
Will you join me, see? So one thing I'm realizing now that sort of the AI coding models can't hear the voices, so they just pick random ones, or at least the ones that are described a certain way in 11 Labs. Of course, if we were choosing the voice, we can probably do something a lot better. And so we have some options. So we can try to strike a bargain, or we can do what the scholar told us and try to get through to him.
As she once did, the chains loosen. If you break the soul anchor, I can rest, or smash it and erase all that I was. Choose, little light.
It's not the right sort of voice for this, but okay, I will break the soul anchor.
Moonlight.
Wow.
Man, I'm looking forward to his Codex video.
The ride can end. Thank you for letting a...
All right, so
need a complete rewrite of this.
And looks like this is sort of the end of the game, so we don't get to return to the village and talk to everybody and click play a game if we wanted to. All right, so here's a few quick tests that we've done with it. So this is Grok 4.5, and we're just trying to sort of see how well it's able to create 3D scenes with HTML. So it's looking good. There's a lot of detail here and a lot of interesting stuff. So
Yeah,
if I click restart,
upside down roofs.
See it's slowly taking shape one by one, and let me get to the point where it gets kind of a little bit more interesting. Okay, here it is. So notice the columns and everything else. And so as we're zooming out more and more, you can see...
Guys, anybody else notice the upside down roofs?
It's fairly interesting.
It's happening to all the buildings.
So it's the columns with the tops, with the half circles coming out of it, the red roofs. Unfortunately, I'm noticing that some of those...
Guys, they're all upside down. Maybe it's just in Australia. Yeah, guys.
So are actually just upside down. Maybe even all of them.
All of them, guys. Oh, man.
Actually, that one...
I'm glad he kept it in there, guys.
Small change will make this, I think, almost perfect. I'm actually going to ask Grok to fix that.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll fix it, guys. Maybe I'll fix it. Let's try. Give it a try.
I feel like with that one small tweak, this is actually going to be near flawless. All right, so we'll come back to that in a second because...
second result, guys. Second result. It's still upside down. Upside down roofs, guys.
There's a lot here to like, I gotta say. Ancient Rome.
All right, show us one more time. One more time.
Here's Mars base in 3D.
Okay. Oh, no.
So here it is. We can see what a Mars base would look like.
Mars base.
There's a lot of things to love here.
It's a little dark, guys.
The lights, the shadows, the 3D environment. Here's an old town RPG. Something's off with the lighting.
Can't see anything in there.
Very good. You can see all the buildings. I'm going to ask it to regenerate it. Obviously, there's something off with the lighting. Next, we have some hand-coded SVGs.
Oh, God. Oh God, that's beautiful, guys. It's beautiful. What is that? A cactus, lizard, kite thing? Okay.
So this is...
Oh, this is a dragon, guys. This is a dragon. Oh no.
Very good. So this is a dragon coiled around a crystal tower under a night sky. I gotta say that's very detailed. This is an SVG
very
for a
detailed.
Lone samurai standing on a cliff at dawn, rising sun, looking pretty good. And an SVG of a cyberpunk city alley. This one is animated, so I gotta say pretty good. Now keep one thing in mind with SVGs, we're not expecting something amazing. It's a pretty basic sort of thing. And so this is not the main thing that you want to be using for animations, but Opus 4.6 and GPT 5.4 seem to
where's
do
the other
this
one?
very, very well. This is from Dev Ed. I'm actually going to use this prompt and see if it's able to do something like this. But going back to what we already have with Grok 4.5, here's playable neon asteroid. So you're able to play the asteroid game, move around.
Guys, what if it just copied all the content from all the previous prompts and just spit out the same thing? Because it's starting to spit out the same thing, guys.
And yeah, I mean, this is pretty good. Physics, everything is, well, physics, you know, we say that lightly, but yeah, it's very well made, really good looking. Everything seems good, but this is a fairly simple prompt. Now, going back to our Rome,
they fixed it.
3D city. So this is the Grok 4.5 generation with just one correction. And now we said, hey, like all the roofs are upside down. So it fixed that, and here it is. So I gotta say, there's a lot to like here. And this is our redone, you know, old RPG town 3D. Again, good good stuff. It's looking very, very good. So I have one more demo that I'll show you in just a second that I think really showcases where Grok 4.5 is just going to shine. Here's Michael Truhl. So he's kind of one of the main co-founders of Cursor. So he's saying it's an Opus class model that's fast and low cost. It's a significant step up over any model we've developed so far, including Composer 2.5, and has become the daily driver for many on our team. Here's the big point to understand here. First of all, both Cursor and SpaceX AI, they both win big here. This is better than anything that Cursor could have done, or at least did in the past, and it's better than what Grok was. With them joining forces, the thing that they've produced on their sort of first attempt is really, really good. It's important to understand, though, where we should be using Grok 4.5, what it's good for. So first and foremost, it's Opus class. I've been comparing it to Fable, which is a little bit unfair, but I wanted to show you that while there's a sizable gap, again, Fable is kind of on its own level. It's a much, much bigger model. This is very, very good. This is comparable to Opus, to GPT 5.5. In fact, when GPT 5.6 drops, I hope for OpenAI's sake that it's much better than Grok 4.5. Otherwise, Grok would have kind of preemptively released something that's as good as OpenAI, who had a kind of a massive, massive head start. So in fact, this could be Elon maybe punking Sam Altman just a little bit. As you know, they've had a lot of issues. They've had a lot of conflicts over who gets to control OpenAI. One thing that jumps out with Grok 4.5 is, one, how fast it is, and number two, how much cheaper it is than the competition that's equivalent to it. Here's the truth. For the majority of work that you're going to be doing, you don't need Fable or something of that tier. You don't need the best, biggest, most expensive, smartest model to be doing everything. Similar to how you're not going to take your CEO that earns millions of dollars and have them do everything in the building. You want to pick the right person for a particular job. Sometimes you don't need the best model for something simple. For the majority of the actual grunt work in any given software project, a lot of it can be delegated to cheaper, faster models. So Fable routinely kicks things down to, let's say, Opus or Sonnet. Here's the thing. This supersedes both of them on that sort of intelligence versus cost curve. This kills Opus and Sonnet. So take a look at this city. Notice the beautiful details, the cars. Each block is very different. We have a neon night market.
It's hard to see. It's very dark.
Skyscrapers. I think earlier we passed a cathedral there. It looks like to be one of those fairy wheels. I can't even tell if that was a fountain or something, but notice how incredibly detailed it is. A stadium Ferris wheel, looks like a factory of some sort over here. This entire city is built with great attention to detail. Each block is its own thing, but it's a massive, sprawling city. Which model created this? Now, if you noticed, Grok 4.5, while it's okay at building the 3D environments, it's nowhere as good as Fable. It's not as detailed, it's not as fine. So if you've had some experience from looking at Grok 4.5 and Fable 5, you can probably guess correctly that Grok 4.5 did not build this, at least not completely.
I feel like, guys, I'm starting to feel like whoever's the last one to release the model could just distill all the previous frontier ones and then bake it into their new model, and then bam, it becomes better every time, or close.
Completely. Notice the precision. So this is the botanical dome. Notice how different it is from the artisanal lanes, right? So little artisanal shops. Notice how different it is from the grand central terminus with the little, taxis rolling around, the clock. There's a lot of attention to detail. It's so precise. Here are the docks with moving cranes, unloading, loading. Here's a ship that's in the harbor that's being unloaded. This is incredible. There's, I think, close to 50 unique city blocks that are rendered with just stunning detail. This is like the party block, I'm guessing. Neon night market. Oh boy. Okay, so what is the point of all of this? The point is that using different models to do different things is kind of the way of the future. This is where everything is heading to. Fable 5 might be the genius mastermind that's able to really see exactly what needs to be done, think through everything from beginning to end, but it's expensive. For Fable 5 to build this would be closer to to, maybe like 70, 80 bucks if we were paying, through the API. So this is 80 bucks to build something like this using Fable 5. Instead, what I did here was I said, Fable, give me kind of a spec so that another model can build this out. So kind of think things through, set specific directions, and then also kind of have some way to check the outputs so things aren't up to spec, they get kicked back. So basically, Fable, be the engineer that kind of like engineers everything from beginning to end, but don't be the person that's actually building it. Then that spec gets handed over to Grok 4.5.
Hello, welcome.
And Grok 4.5 goes to work and builds it. And it builds it really fast. So Fable 5 is the architect and Grok 4.5 is the construction crew. Every building, boat, turbine, shrine, monorail, and Ferris wheel in the city is built with JavaScript that Grok wrote. One distinct per API call. So Fable never touched a district file, and Grok never saw the whole city. 1.35 million tokens total, all for about $8. Fable 5's opinion of Grok's work. It starts with going, first drafts were shockingly clean. All the motions, all of them shipped. Every district animates. Monorail actually circles and dwells at the station. Contract obedience. So this is very interesting. So the thing that Fable built, kind of the architecture, the blueprint, Grok faithfully replicated it, adhered to those instructions. And cheap iteration. That entire skyline, almost a megabyte of handwritten 3D code, costs less than a burrito, it says. It costs less than a burrito. Interesting way to gauge how much something costs. You measure it in burritos. I don't mind. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm on board with this. So almost a megabyte of code, that's like text. That's a lot. So Grok 4.5, and I got to keep testing it. Obviously, this has been less than 2 hours that it's been out, but it's a game changer. Again, both XAI and Cursor will be greatly benefit by them. Again, they're one and the same thing now. And this is just the beginning. This is basically, Grok 1.0, so to speak.
Yep. All right. Did he release a new video yet? A new video? Please? Oh yeah, apparently 5.6 is very good at orchestrating, so GPT 5.6 with Grok would be very good at combo. Yeah. Be great combo. We need to figure out a good plan to allow me to token max for a whole week without being short on token use. Because we're just like burning tokens like crazy with Anthropic, so we're probably gonna cancel our Anthropic account. We've used it for a good amount of time, guys. Unless they give us our $100,000 grant, which they owe us.
Hello from
we qualified for the startup, so we should be able to,
Sure.
get credits.
We're about to air an episode that we recorded a while ago because we were really excited about 5.6. We wanted to do a video about it, a podcast about it, with our organic thoughts before it had been released and talked about for weeks, as we often would do. There's a problem, though.
They didn't release it.
Yep. We've been sitting on this episode for a bit. I don't even want to know how long we've been sitting on it because I'm filming this today on a Saturday right after the release happened, 2 days after we filmed that.
Exploring.
And I'm a little upset.
Yeah.
And I hope you can understand. This is not OpenAI's fault. They've been awesome about all of this throughout. They were kind enough to give us early access and we used the hell out of this model, as you're about to see.
Yes.
But we weren't allowed to post this until now, so I hope you forgive us for not necessarily having the most recent news in this, but think of it as a time capsule to a dimension that could have been if this model came out in a normal way, but also, more importantly, our real organic thoughts on what it's like to use this model as soon as you are able to use it.
Yes.
I'm really pumped to finally have this episode ready to go. Huge thanks to our sponsors for their patience as we waited for the official thumbs up to get this out without pissing off the US government.
Yep. Oh, and one other piece of context, the model we were testing and using is Sol. It's 5.6 Sol.
Yep. So if you saw the three names, we did not get to touch Terra or Luna.
Yep.
We used the big boy, and it was a good time.
Yeah.
We used the big boy. All right, that's good.
Oh, it's an incredible model. I thank God it is out.
I think we can actually say this part now. Fuck it. If we get in trouble for this, whatever.
Yeah.
I think this is the first ever model release where by being released, the number of people who have access is less than before it was released.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people testing.
Sucks. Yep.
Yeah, and we all got cut off at the same time.
Yeah, we held a memorial for it when it went down.
Oh,
that was painful.
Faye, sneak in the clip of Ben staring at the timer countdown as we were at a concert.
Huh?
It hurt me. It was physically painful to lose this thing. We are, if you remember this episode that
they
you
got
watched maybe
access.
last week, or God, I hope not 2 weeks ago, what was happening here is we are in shock losing this model. It sucks. I cannot stress how bad going from 5.6 back to 5.5 is. All of the new workflows, all of the new things that we were doing and new ways of using these
Too many
things.
spoilers. They have a whole episode to watch.
Yeah, they
man.
do. The short of it is, it's a great model. Thank God it's back.
Enjoy. Intros are annoying.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. Welcome to Nerd Snipe. I'm Theo.
I'm Ben.
And we're here to talk about a model that we've been using for far, far too long. For those who don't know, Ben and I are lucky enough to be early access testers on the latest models from a certain lab named OpenAI, and that lab just put out a new model that will probably be named 5.6. We're not actually sure at the time of recording what it will be called.
Concert, watching the GPT Access countdown.
To be fair though, so
yeah, it's
we're going with
hilarious.
that. So today we're talking about what we believe to be 5.6 and the experience we've had with that for the far too much time we've been testing it. And terminal, you screwed up on the X so badly. The far too much money we have spent on it.
Yeah.
For those who are not watching the podcast and are listening, you should consider watching it too. The visuals are pretty cool. But I have a device that I am holding that reflects really badly with the lighting that shows how much money I've spent in tokens the last few days. And we're at 131.7.
Damn, guys, we're 3 times more than Theo, guys.
$1,000 of tokens across all of my machines, the vast majority of which have been with this new model, assuming the pricing is the same as it was before.
Yeah. And that's just Theo's. I have 93,000 of my own, so it's bad.
We've been using this a lot. And since we suspect the model's coming out very soon, I was pressured into filming this at midnight when I was trying to relax after streaming. So this is going to be quite an episode. Apologies in advance for the chaos that is about to occur, as well as to our wonderful sponsors, Clerk and General Translation.
All right, let's get into it. So where do you want to start with this thing? I think the thing that I instantly noticed about this, or I guess it wasn't instant, but the first thing that comes to mind.
I think we should set the setting first. I think it makes it more interesting, like where OpenAI is coming from with this model drop, rather than just like what it is and how it behaves. Give them a little bit of suspension, so you have to wait for the thing you're here for, which is how it works, as well as, most importantly, how it compares to a certain fabled model that we haven't ever seen before.
No.
Figment of our imagination at this point, a myth, if you will. This model comes out at a really strange time for OpenAI, because probably from the start of the development of this model, it was known that there was a thing called Mythos at a certain Anthropic that was once again a size increase for the model. And I don't think they would have had time or honestly reason to do a new pre-training. This is likely the first RL pass on the base that is 5.5. They have to compete with a model that is now much bigger and more expensive, with a company that previously was very compute constrained and no longer is, in a climate that is terrifying around models potentially being banned if they are too good. OpenAI is coming into a space very different from before, where previously it's like they were slightly behind and it was just like specific RL differences and they would catch up and it was neck and neck. It does kind of feel like, at least before 5.6 drops, that Anthropic is or was ahead before Fable was taken.
It was a strong leapfrog.
And that's the position they are in. So this is a model drop that matters a lot for OpenAI, because I don't know how you feel, but I was finding myself using Fable a hell of a lot when it dropped.
That was the first one where I was starting to really do the giga runs like we did with this model, of letting it run for a very long period of time on big complicated tasks. I burned through an insane amount of usage for, at least for the time, an insane amount of usage. Was going through the full sub, and it was an incredible model. It felt different, and actually, I won't spoil how we feel about this model, but Fable was incredible, and OpenAI had very big shoes to fill. You think they filled them?
That's a really tough question to answer, especially so early.
Yeah.
Let's start by talking about how we've used it and what we've actually seen it do. We can get to did it make the cut? Did it beat out Fable later on? Because I think both of us are going to have interesting answers to that part. We also have the interesting experience that neither of us have had before, where this was the first time we got access to a new model and then lost it throughout testing. Historically, we would get access to a new model like this, and then they would occasionally put out like different snapshots throughout the testing, and then the final version that would go public. this had some interesting moments where they would temporarily take out the model we were testing. I think they were just changing out how they're doing provisioning. It's different from before. I don't think this is like something to read into. It's just a difference in how they ran the tests. And as a result, we had multiple times, even tonight for a bit, where we couldn't access the new model and we had to go back to 5.5. And that felt a lot
awful.
worse than I would have expected.
It was a very strange experience because when we first got access to it, it was like, oh yeah, this is 5.5, but better. Just everything.
Guys, every time they say it feels awful that they went back, it just makes you think, guys, no, are we really going to keep using the cheaper models or not? Are we just going to keep using the Frontier?
About it, it was a little snappier, had better judgment. It did its job well, but it didn't feel that insane until we went back. And as soon as you go back, good Lord, 5.5 feels bad. Like really bad.
Yeah, one of the first things I noticed, probably a good place to start with behaviors, is that it could be trusted more for long-running things, and it didn't do the thing I always hated about 5.5, where it stops after the first part of some work. That was the thing that made me not like 5.5 initially, and honestly just didn't like it for a while, is that feeling that after you give it like the set of things it should do, and it starts working, that it's going to stop in the next 10 minutes. Like, okay, I finished part 1 and half of the second part. Should I keep going? Yeah, this doesn't do that. No. And I noticed the regression in 5.5 as soon as I had to swap back, where work that 5.6 was happily doing. I ran very similar things at 5.5, and it got like a fifth of the way through, and I got...
That's not good, guys. Man. That means 5.5 will be the sonnet. It'll be the haiku. It'll be the spark. 1/5 of 5.6.
Not really.
We've been eating garbanzo this whole time, guys.
No,
it cannot handle the more complex tasks over long periods of time, especially with subagents. We'll get to subagents a ton later. I think, honestly, I had some things for the 5.5 regressions, but Julius sent us some screenshots of when he was testing earlier and got forced back to 5.5. I think these are just beautiful. Like, one of the ones he sent was, why are these icons offset further than the others? And
oh, you reason it's the same price as Soul? Oh my god.
No, use the fucking browser and check, man.
Then we shouldn't need an option to like check it in the web version and all the other versions, right?
This is not a 2px issue, you blind fucking model. So we got Julius, one of the most chill guys I know, to crash out hard at 5.5 after using the new model. Like, it is so much worse.
Crash out?
I had a take for a while that I felt like, wow, 5.5 is so good. This crosses such a threshold. Like, how are you going to even...
Wait. So you're saying, guys, you're saying that GPT 6 exists right now and they can't release it, right? Right? It should be even better than Fable, a whole nother level.
And feel the difference in future models if you're not running them for 10 hours at a time. It's already so good. I was entirely wrong.
In a month, I believe it. I'm waiting. We're waiting.
Entirely. You can absolutely feel the difference, even on non-big complex
Yeah, and they Cerebus just started using their big giant chips now for Gemma, and they're gonna be using it for GPT. So hoping to see the performance on that.
Programming tasks, just like day-to-day using the computer. It interprets your prompts better. It does the tool calls better. It's just
better.
Fades away in a way that 5.5 didn't. I noticed 5.5 more than I noticed the new model, which is huge. Like, that's what you want AI to do. If you notice it, it's bad.
Mostly agree here. Yeah. There's an interesting thing that happens to us as engineers, and just like, it's the nature of human brains, where once you get used to a thing and it's more normalized to you, your expectations shift naturally as a result. And this model's better enough that I found myself asking it to go longer and do bigger things than before. And big reveal, most of the content I've done for the last 2 to 3 weeks that shows 5.5 was me manually swapping to 5.5 or doing hacks to make it look like 5.5. I actually feel a little bad for my loop video because that was all done with testing.
So he was lying to us this whole time, is what he's saying.
5.6 stuff. So my expectations for the model and like the amount I would reach, so to speak, like how far I would let it go and how much I would expect it to do, meaningfully bumped up in my time using this model, especially with Fable happening around the same time. my bar raised a ton. And then I had to hold this higher bar as I went back to 5.5, and it just felt like the model couldn't even come close to where my expectations had been raised, because my expectations aren't set by what the ultimate capabilities are of the thing. They're set by like, what does it start to fail at? Like, where does the failure rate go from 0% to like 10%? And I hover in that range for what I usually default to. And the floor there was raised a ton, which made me do things that 5.5 would struggle with a lot.
Yeah, exactly. The way we use these things changed a ton. And I think it was actually triggered by Fable, all things considered. Like, Fable got me to start taking long-running tasks and sub-agents and all that stuff much more seriously and playing with them more. And as soon as it was taken away, I was sitting there, like, wanting it back. So I was like, all right, let's try and push this model in the same direction. And it turns out it does a phenomenal job with it. This model can run for very long periods of time in a way that no previous OpenAI model could. This thing is very different from 5.5, even if it won't maybe instantly feel quite that way. It's a huge step up.
We didn't put front end in this list. Cool.
I didn't even add it because I've written it off so much. We have notes for this on like what we want to talk about on the model, and I didn't even include front end on that list because it's still terrible. Like,
what? According to the whole demo that they just showed us, it looks amazing. What's going on? I think they're unsynced, guys. They just said front end's terrible. From what we just saw in the stream that they just did, it looked pretty good. Pretty good. It's still not great.
Is it a little bit better?
Meaningfully better, I would say. It follows instructions related to design better, and put in a system that already exists with designs, it will follow the existing styles better.
Yeah.
And if you beat it with a hammer enough, you can force it in the right direction, which is similar to 5.5.
All right, so how much tokens did they use to make that demo that showed on live stream? Was it like 30 days worth of tokens, similar to techniques of what Apple does for like, this image was taken by iPhone, but they attached like a bajillion big giant lens in front of the iPhone for it to take high quality photos, something like that.
In that way. But if you ask it like, hey, here's this data, make a nice visual for it.
Hey, Turtle, welcome back.
Not going to enjoy what you see.
No, you won't. It still just does.
Front end is not as good. Guys, yeah, both models are okay, mediocre, sort of. They're getting better.
Does the LLM thing where it will use the generic overuse patterns, like the all caps text headings with the space in between them we've seen a billion times, the little call outs, the cards everywhere, the same colors. It'll constantly vomit that stuff out. And it still has the problem of over vomiting onto pages where
yeah, you have the hand hold it, guys. We need the specific designs. I just connected Claude to Claude Design to match all my things. I just didn't get to create anything yet.
if you look at UIs it generates, there's just too much there. Too many callouts, too many sections, too many extra little buttons. It doesn't look or feel good at all.
The status pill that will always be there no matter what you do. I'll throw this screenshot in for you, FaZe, but the 5.6 is better. The corrected conclusion with the little thing is just so cringe. I hate it. I hate it so much.
Yep.
It's still an OpenAI model. It's going to be interesting to see the shit posts from the team about that in particular when it drops. But yeah, it's still not good enough at front end at all.
Nope.
The Codex app would look a lot nicer if it did. What it can do surprisingly well is 2D and 3D reasoning. Sadly, we did not get API access, so I couldn't run it on any of my wonderful benches for this, like Skate Bench or the Minecraft benchmark that I've been helping the team who created it a bit on. So I've only been able to test through things we can use Codex for, which includes obviously Codex and building code with that.
Oh,
also
thank you.
things like Hermes Agent, which we both had a lot of fun with too, which we'll talk about in a bit. But the ability for it to do 2D and 3D spatial reasoning for like game development was actually quite
Minecraft
impressive.
benchmark,
5.5 already surprised me here when I asked it to take a slop game and rebuild it with a new engine, as well as making a 3D clone of it. It still didn't really honor the spirit of what I was getting at for it until I like really hammered it.
Holy
No, I
moly,
want it
yeah.
to be this style of game with this style of camera. And then it kind of got it. It could make 3D assets using like geometry in the like existing like 3JS world, but it wasn't very good assets. But what it did say it was able to do is use Blender. So I just had it rebuild these assets in Blender, and I've not actually had a chance.
We get a
to see
makeover
how
with
this
my hair,
looks like.
guys.
So we get to
2
to
days?
see my actual reaction together. And for those who are
Get more
watching,
realistic Goku hair?
instead of
Super Saiyan
just
hair,
listening,
guys?
you'll get to see screenshots and or a recording. You know what? I'll screen record this. Still can't believe it like used Blender.
5.6.
Let's see how
5.6.
meaningfully better assets actually. Like they almost
Only 100 million tokens to render a Super Saiyan
Still
hair.
really cursed.
Dang.
Those are fish.
Yeah, and the fact that it like
Theo forgot to
took
send me
this
the
very
video?
vague-
Oh,
like, I
no.
didn't even tell it what the game was. I just gave it the old code base and said remake this but 3D. And not only did it succeed,
100
it made a
million. Yeah,
thing
we
that, like,
spent.
plays
I think we
fine.
spent 1 billion tokens for this hair.
Kind of crazy that like we're at this point. Ben was making fun of me.
Oh
earlier,
my
complaining a
gosh.
lot about the default hotkeys it shows.
It doesn't even
And
have
Ben
this
was
the
like,
line
how
streaks,
crazy is it? We're at
guys.
the point now
The
where,
hair's
like,
missing
complaining
the
about
whole
taste of
lines,
hotkeys
the
that are on top
outlines,
instead of just like their
and
inability to
stuff.
code. Like it's insane that we're here. I haven't read a line of the code that this wrote, but
Maybe
playing a
we should
real 3D
add
game that
ask
did not
Fable.
exist 20
But
minutes
now we
ago,
need to improve the
that this
game,
model
guys.
Didn't just make.
We
but
need
it
to improve
also
the game.
created 3D
It's not good
models
enough.
to Blender for, which is nuts.
The game's not good
I'm
enough.
gonna ask it to refine them though.
How did it access Blender? Was it just using? Is there an
There's a
MCP or
Blender
CLI?
CLI.
Okay.
Everybody's so strong too. Nobody's losing
Of
health.
course you can. You do anything over CLI.
Fair.
Point being, this model understands how to work in a browser, work in an engine, work in these environments. Still
Get-
sucks at iOS though. I don't know if you played with that at all.
I
but
actually have extensively,
Sure.
and I disagree.
when I got
Disagree?
to try and make a Swift UI app, it like letterboxed it. I don't know what the hell it was doing.
Game
It was
revamp.
So bad.
I
Yes,
didn't do any
yes.
Swift. I did everything in React Native and
Yes.
Expo, but it worked. And it was able to
Teammates
even work its way
finished.
around all of the horrific nonsense that is my
Resolved.
Apple developer
Chat
account, because it's
healthy
in a
again.
broken state where I like kind of have one, but also don't have one because of a company I used to work at. So it's like really broken on my computer. I've been trying to get this
Saved
fixed with Apple
everything.
support, and they just won't do anything. So I no idea what to do. So I can't actually build things in a blessed way to any of my machines or devices.
Give
but
me
it
boss.
Found a way. It found a
So
way
if
to
I
use
was
the
at the
Expo
guy
stuff,
on the
the Expo
left,
tools
might
to
have
sneak
the
around
skill
and
issue.
Get stuff onto my devices
Yeah.
properly.
I
Dev servers
disagree.
worked really well. The installs worked really well. Package management worked really well. When I told it to use the native Glass components, it used them perfectly.
Glass.
The designs were actually remarkably better on mobile than they were on web, because since it had this little toolbox to play with of the native components, it
Right.
couldn't over-engineer itself into horrific cards and buttons that like it usually
Theo
does on
called
web.
out, guys.
I had a great experience with it, honestly. I did a lot of mobile.
Interesting. I gave up pretty quick. I know Julius has made a lot of progress using it for mobile, but like
Mm-hmm.
initializing apps with it, I had a rough time and it did not seem to know Swift well. Maybe it's better at React Native because it was okay with 5.5. So that's a meaningful improvement.
Substantially better. Like I tried to do
Oh man, I
this
should have
stuff
used
with
Ultra
5.5,
Think on this too.
Meaningful difference, and also the like Expo skills, the blessed.
The
ones
bosses
are
shows
quite
up, it
nice.
replaces
So you give
Navi.
it those, you give
You'll
it
see
the
Navi
device and all the
disappear
things, it
and
does a phenomenal
it'll
job.
appear behind the
How'd yours
chat.
felt, though?
Phenomenal.
The boss,
They're quite good.
we're
It just
we're
handled
improving
a
the
lot of
boss.
bugs.
The
Like, at this
boss
point,
is
like,
broken.
I used to talk about the
You don't need
spell test or whatever
Ultra
with the model
Think
to see how well
for
they
a
can do
video
it out of the
game.
box. They all do it
Okay.
great. Like there's no issues.
We're still on
I
plan mode still.
did
We're still
have a lot of
planning.
issues though with the general quality of the code, especially after reading Fable code. One of the things I did after Fable was taken away from us is I sent off
Of course, we need Ultra Think.
to analyze
I
every
don't
single
even think
Fable
I need
session that
Ultra
had
Think
on
for
my
RL
machine
deep
to
in
look
the
for
research.
workflows that it did.
We need a deep
code
research
snippets that wrote,
agent.
just generally analyze what it was
We
actually
need
doing.
Uber Ultra
This was
Think,
one of
yeah.
the first looping tasks that I did. We'll get into that in a second. And the things that it outputted at the end were some really good skills for Svelte, for Effect, and also some like nice workflows for how to do PRs properly. Like I have a built-in skill now
mistakes.
that's like feature PR orchestrator or whatever that just tells the model to ask me for the thing I want to change, ask for the branch it wants to make the PR off of, and then it will go through, plan the change with the
Overthinking is
sub-agent,
worse output.
implement the change with a
Yeah.
sub-agent, commit the changes, push them up, spin off 2 reviewer sub-agents, one of which is a Codex instance, one of which is a Claude-P instance, and then keep babysitting the code reviewers up in the cloud until they're done. So now that I have that workflow, I fired that off dozens of times since setting it up, and it pulled that out of the Fable session history, and it also pulled higher quality code out of the Fable session history. So I was able to make a nice skill for how to properly use Effect v4 and Svelte with remote functions and all that stuff. And now whenever it goes and writes code in those languages, I'm calling them both languages, they're languages, it makes better changes, and the code looks a lot better. It's still not perfect, but it's a lot better.
Yeah, I still ask it to go call Opus and get feedback on APIs. I really don't like the APIs and SDKs it designs. It designed a lot of the interfacing for Lakebed. It designed and built most of Lakebed. I should be real about this, but I've had to go through and refine a lot of that both by hand and by Fable and Opus. I cannot wait till I can have Fable be called by this model to...
Guys, we're still trying to get the fire electricity eyes and the fire aura. We might just have to replace it with PNGs or something. PNGs in the background.
Give feedback on things. I'm also very excited to have Fable as the top level orchestrator, and anything that isn't like an SDK or API design, it can send off 5.6 and save me a shitload of money and usage.
I still wish that they had better discernment on this stuff. Like, I watched one of the projects I did with this was like a Hermes box thing where it would build up a little VM that had Hermes, Codex, Claude Code, Executor, all packaged up together in a nice little instance that I could then have the Hermes agent run in, do its thing, and then at any time just package that up into an encrypted zip file to stick wherever I want and run wherever I want. I have an internal Hermes agent for our company and team running on that right now, and it's
they
phenomenal.
trust it.
But looking at the way it designed this, it's objectively good, but wildly overcomplicated. Like it still just loves overcomplicating things, adding tests for every single edge case, making the API design this bloated hellscape of 500 different commands just to do a very simple thing that really only needs about 10. It just does not have the discernment that Fable had. And I think that might just be a bigger model thing where it still kind of just biases towards vomit out a lot of stuff on the screen.
I did notice some like meaningful behavioral changes. Like I mentioned before, its willingness to just keep going without stopping and asking for permission, but also just like what it would choose to work on and how many questions it asked. Like if you didn't tell it to ask questions, it wouldn't. It would just start building and assuming. And for the most part, it did that well, but like not always. And also it really, really, really likes tests.
Yes. Oh my God, it loves tests. Like even if you don't tell it to add tests, it will add tests every time.
Tell it to add tests, it will add even more. But if you don't tell it to add tests, it'll still add a lot. It loves adversarially reviewing itself. It loves deep diving into the decisions it made and trying to figure out if they're good or not. It is also really good at like going through a bunch of
feel so good
work,
today.
Like just a shitload of
Nice,
PRs you have
man.
left open and giving you thoughts on whether
Hey,
or not
you're
should
new.
Be, like
Welcome.
touched or dropped or whatever. It's thorough and beyond just like in completing the task.
Yeah, you're new.
It's more like
Welcome,
it feels
welcome.
like it's trying a bit
I
harder.
always
to
say,
build a
how'd you
bigger
find me?
picture of the world that it's
What
working
operating
in
system is
and
everybody
work
using?
through the
What's
things
everybody
that are
vibe coding,
actually
guys?
relevant
What's
to the
everybody
feature it's
vibe
trying
coding?
to do.
Yeah, which is on paper a good thing, but I think the way it goes about doing that kind of sucks. Especially, God, I didn't want to talk about Fable that much this episode, but
I'm real coding.
Like comparing the
I'm real
questions that
coding.
Fable would ask to what this model is asking.
He's not vibe coding. He's coding manually.
And clearly, in order to fix that issue 5.5 had of
Reversing a jar that was obfuscated with Q protect.
Just going and doing
A jar file, JavaScript.
The thing with OpenAI models
obfuscation,
is they're still not nearly
Q
as
protect.
good as the frontier Anthropic models
Is
are
that
at sniffing out the underlying intent of your prompt. Like they take things
Java,
very literally.
Java,
The autism
Java.
is strong.
Java.
With this model. It will just
Java.
do what you say. If you tell it to ask questions, it'll ask questions. If you don't tell it to ask questions, it will not ask questions.
Custom bytecode.
Same thing with
Got it.
basically every other behavior. If you want something to
Welcome,
happen,
welcome.
you must specify it, which is both sometimes really good if you're really paying a lot of attention, but when you're trying to do deeper exploration and really work with it, it's not quite as good.
One other thing I noticed now that I'm remembering this is
Extracted every
when
URL
Opus
from
4.8
it.
dropped, I already
Did
had a
you
few
like
things
use it
I
in
had
a
built with this
sandbox
model.
and capture
In Opus
requests or
4.8
something through a
fucking
proxy?
blazed all
At a
of the
C2
code
server
that
from
was
a
written
controlling
by
a rat.
5.6.
Oh,
Like
reverse
every
engineering
single
malware.
thing that I had built
Did you
with
use
it, especially
like
Lakebed
debugger?
architecture.
Yeah, I had the same exact experience
Step,
with the Hermes box
step.
thing. When I was looking at it, I'm like, this is good, but good lord, this is complicated. Can we simplify this? I gave it to Opus, and I was like, look through the full
guys.
API design here. Does
AI is so good, it's able to reverse engineer malware now. It's crazy. But you use dynamic tracing. Nice.
this actually make any sense? Can we simplify this? And it was very impressed. It was like, this is very robust, very well put together, very well thought out. It covers every single edge case.
We got a security head. We finally got another security head here. That's nice.
But also, I don't necessarily need that all the time.
I noticed Opus specifically referring to the architecture as unusually well architected for these purposes, which was interesting to see. But then I gave the exact same code to Fable, which tore it to shreds.
Yeah.
But all the URLs bizarre,
to be
Threadfox.
crystal clear on like
all
the
this,
tiering
and now
of
you're
these
watching
models,
them cope.
This is a much better model than
Telegram
Opus
channel.
4.8 is
Oh no.
overall. And
That's why you feel good? Oh, nice. So were you able to submit it as IOCs through like MISP or already in VirusTotal, I guess? Or your threat intelligence group? Most threat intelligence groups are invite only. I wonder if you're in any.
Like I would put the line of like what I would use day to day has now raised. Like we have reached a new level of capability with this thing. This thing is like at the bottom of the top tier. Fable is at the top of the top tier.
Yeah, like this is still kind of a last gen model, I would say. Like a Fable's new size and whatever else they did to make it so different, it is next gen. The example I gave yesterday
might need to
our
remove the periods from the
Alyssa
URLs.
Producer, who is poorly
We
sitting
block all
on the
links in
floor
here
as we film this at almost 1 a.m. now.
To protect the community, we disable all links. Only mods and VIPs are allowed to post. If you're a sub, you know, maybe we could give you a VIP.
Now, sorry, we appreciate you. I was trying to explain
Abuse
the
that
difference
CH, got
to
it.
her, and the
Got it.
way
Yep.
I tried to frame it is like, for those of us who are gamers, the
Yes,
best
you're a sub?
games in
Okay.
the PS3 generation, like the
Alright,
end
we'll give you a
games, things like
VIP. Just gotta
Last of
talk
Us,
longer, I
almost
guess.
felt next
I think everybody's VIP is removed. I think you just gotta keep checking in every day, and then you'll get VIP automatically.
generation because they were such good games that utilized every like ounce of power.
Error
they
the
could
error
get out.
blocker. Make automod just time out the message. All right. No. Well, it only takes one person to accidentally click on those links. But tell me how to use automod, and then I'll look it up.
Out of the systems they were built for, and then the PS4 had NAC.
Yeah.
And NAC,
Welcome to that guy.
speaking, was stunning. Like the amount of like polygons they could put on the screen at once.
Okay.
Impressive. They made a whole character based on how
Your
many
independence.
rocks they could make a character out
Got
of.
it.
And then pretended that was somehow a series.
Yeah.
It
Got
showed
it.
how crazy
All
the
right.
future of games could be, but it was not like actually that impressive. Whereas Last of Us, like, how the fuck are you doing that with today's technology? That's kind of how I feel 5.6 is like, this is unbelievable. They got this much and they squeezed that much more out of a almost certainly much smaller base model size.
Oh, for sure.
But it's not Fable. It's not the next gen. This isn't GTA 6.
No, this is
Not GTA
I like that framing
6.
a lot. This is the very peak of last generation. This is the pinnacle of what we are currently working with, and now Anthropic has the only model that is in the next generation, and it's going to be some time before all of the other labs catch up. Because I think, honestly, I was critical of them not calling 5.5 GPT 6 at the time. I still think it deserved a different name than 5.5 because it's different enough. But
We'll
it
get
clearly is not
GPT 6 before
After
GTA
seeing
6,
Fable,
yeah.
I'm on that train. We need to wait and see what new pre-training and new everything from OpenAI ends up looking like. Unfortunately, probably not going to see that till the
Vibe
end
coding,
of the summer.
I think.
It's weird that
Huh?
Anthropic is generally ahead on this stuff at this point. OpenAI is a little more slow and steady, but they do tend to catch up in a big way. Like when we were in this last generation that this is the capstone of, OpenAI was ahead, and they were moving ahead
Quinn 69.
in a nice way.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But
He's
Anthropic
vibe
is
coding.
very spiky. They have higher highs and lower
Vigilante
lows.
group.
Opus 4.7, I don't think that was a very good release.
Oh,
I
no,
have not
authenticated
used it
rat panel
extensively.
connections.
I've not heard
Nice.
anyone who like loves that model and
You
thinks
showed
it's great.
your
Opus
VOD from
4.8
last
is
night.
a lot better than I
Yeah,
think I
yeah.
gave it credit for at the time. I've come around a lot on that model, especially as I've gotten used
I don't
to Claude
see
again since
automod
Fable.
blocking
But 5.5 was the peak of that, and
links, though.
hopefully whatever GPT 6 ends up being will be able to actually compete with Fable and
Destination.
probably surpass it, if I had to guess.
Yeah, automod doesn't block URLs from being posted. It's specifically for harassment, discrimination, sexual content, and profanity, not for URLs and links. They don't have anything to automod URLs and links. Just looking at the thingies, majiggies. Just showing it here, guys. Just showing it here for the linking situation. Like this is automod, right? You could change the filtering, and they don't really have things involving links. Oh, I think Nightbot. Oh, Nightbot's an entirely different thing. Yeah, that's an entirely different thing.
I think OpenAI's naming with these base tiers where like there's the base and then they have like a mini and a nano sometimes, and pro, which is mostly just extended thinking. That doesn't work anymore in a world.
Yeah, Fable
with
could do
Mythos,
something.
because like Anthropic, to their credit, like the tiering.
So, RAT C2, this was malware as a service. Yep, endpoint that lets you query the database for Discord webhook. Spent a week gathering samples from every single user, and this rat gathered up their keys, sent them to a friend who's a trusted flagger at Discord. I see. I know I have a connection with the security director of Discord.
Has helped them a lot with these things where OpenAI's had to change the prices up and down a
I don't know,
lot
what?
for a given tier.
What's his
I don't
title
think
now?
Anthropic ever increased
Wonder.
the price at a given tier. They only decrease them, but they fix that by adding bigger tiers later that have the new higher price. It's a little easier to understand, and like there's always a place for any new run that they test and like build out. OpenAI doesn't really have a set of slots properly made here. Like their
Every single
shelves
these
don't
got
make sense for
rat
the
got
things they
banned
have
at
to build
once.
now. And a GPT 6
Webhook
that is
embeds,
twice
so
the
they kept
size
changing
and
them.
50% more
Oh, I
expensive.
see.
Doesn't really fit on the shelf properly.
Yeah, because where does that sit? Like that's not
Span
the
them
thing you're
once a
gonna
week.
use for everything. Like even in a post-Fable world, you still don't use it for probably a majority of tasks. It is the big boy you bring out for the big stuff. But if you're just doing
Mowing the
like
lawn.
workflows you've
Yep.
crystallized into skills or whatever for back-end Hermes agent stuff, you do not need to whip out Fable for that. Something like a 5.6 low reasoning will do a phenomenal job with that kind of thing. Yeah, I felt like the tiers on OpenAI models for a long time have just been the reasoning levels. 5.5 low reasoning and 5.5 X high reasoning.
And from
Probably could have been
66 to
Sonnet and
2.
Opus
Damn, that's
of
big.
OpenAI, but they just
Remote access Trojan. It's like, it's pretty much a, you install this piece of software, and then now the threat actor has remote access to your machine. Yep.
they can't name anything for shit. So we're stuck with this, and it's gonna be weird.
I do not envy whoever has to get them out of this absolute mess with naming.
There was something there with the O series. Like last year when we had O4 Mini and O3 and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
when there was reasoning models and non-reasoning models.
I know.
That made sense.
That's not the point. The point isn't the reasoning and non-reasoning. The point is there was a split between lines. Like they had multiple lines. And the thing that Anthropic has is they now have Mythos class models. So in the future, if we get new Mythos class models, that means something different than if we get a new Sonnet class model. Sonnet 5 is not going to carry the natural weight that Fable 5 carries, and no one's going to misinterpret it as being Fable 5. They know what Sonnet is. If you say GPT 6, GPT 6 carries the same weight as a Mythos class model, even though it's going to have this wide range of
Like a
reasoning
mouse, but bigger and uglier.
and all this stuff. It just like it makes the whole thing not make that much sense.
I doesn't even know
What
that
if they had,
Jesus
like,
tier
GPT
models.
6 as no. As I
Yeah,
said,
literally, guys. He just leaked it, guys. He leaked it. He leaked it. Let's see what he just said.
what if they had like GPT 6 as no.
See that? What if they had GPT 6? No. Yeah. He just completely pivoted. He just completely pivoted this conversation. He's trying to pivot right now.
I was gonna say like a GPT 6 mid model, but that sounds too much like medium, and like mini and low being different is gonna confuse people. And like,
Yeah, oops, wasn't supposed to talk about that. Sorry. I mean, it's already been leaked a few times.
of why they haven't had to make new mini models is you just use the base tier model on low or no reasoning and get better answers than the mini model.
They leaked it like
anyways.
6 times
they
already.
did a good job of collapsing
GPT
the
6,
things
GPT
beneath
6,
the base
GPT
tier,
6.
but now they have to go a tier higher with the next thing, and they're not well set up brand wise for that.
No,
but to their credit, they squeezed everything they could out in this generation. They made something unbelievable with what they have.
Doesn't
What
exist.
they
They
have
have
to do now is make
432.
something much bigger.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like I also want to be clear about that. This is a phenomenal model. Like we're just comparing it to
Yeah, they use trusted domains for C2s because every, enterprise under the sun is blocking all unknown trusted domains. And so I'm surprised enterprises still allow Discord as a remote access to contact. I'd say they should funnel all their traffic to like GCP related or Google related services, or Cloudflare tunnels. What's the tunnel? I forgot the tunnel service for Cloudflare. But a lot of actors are using those constantly.
What else is out there? But this is a phenomenal model.
Like when we lost Fable, we were like, okay, annoying, but we can go use 5.6.
Yeah.
When we lost 5.6, we were like, okay, we're not coding today.
No, not Warp. It's something else. It's a combination of their CDN and what's Cloudflare's products involving a tunneling service and CDN? What's their CDN domain? Let's see, it's no, what's their short? It's their short URL. It's just Cloudflare tunnel, I guess. They Cloudflare D. Oh, what's the short URL of the domain, CDN domain? Exfiltrate browser data and then inform the attacker that a rat payload runs. I guess it's just a bunch of these. No, it's not this. It's not that. Oh, where are we? Where are we? Where are we? All right. Huh? Yeah. Huh? Huh? Yeah.
Yeah, I was crashing out. It was bad.
Only thing they query in the database is for Discord webhook for Discord injection. Maybe Discord apps have some core stuff going on. Makes it so you can't contact endpoints outside Discord domain. I guess. I mean, all you need is the URL. And you can immediately like post stuff.
Very concerned when we lost access to it. It was very, like, the fear now is like the government stuff. Like, what's happening with this? How is the release going to work?
Really
easy. We wanted to do this
set up webhooks
before it released is because
and get
we
data
have
from
no idea
the bot
how this release is going to go or what it's going to look like.
Using the app.
I doubt it is going to be a normal release where they just drop it on API, drop it in Codex, go have fun. It's probably going to be a very different rollout, and there's probably going to start being stuff like identity checks and tracking who's using what and how that's being used and all this stuff. I think we've crossed a threshold where you can no longer just throw frontier models out there, which does kind of suck.
I think it's time we talk a bit about our loops and our sub agents.
Yes, I think it is.
But before we talk about all the money we burned, we need to talk about how we make sub with a quick break for today's sponsor.
Clerk is one of the most robust pieces of my...
Oh, they just sneak it in here, huh? They sneak it in here. I don't know how long it is. All right, they do it for a little bit. Okay. Webhooks have always been sort of vulnerable because you just need the URL endpoint and then potentially the token, but that's really it.
Suddenly going significantly better.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, Dario is a very effective tweaker who must be kept in his box. And if you put him in his
better than Wes Ross, sometimes have his videos and ad, yeah.
Box where he makes his models, he does a great job. You don't let him out though.
What I've heard, he's not even doing that much of that nowadays. But yeah.
All right, back on topic. Loops. Loops.
Oh, loops.
Loops are fun.
I am sorry for what I've done to you.
Yeah, he turned on the money incinerator, and I'm really gonna miss the unlimited usage. Unlimited usage is really fun. To be fair, I want to be super clear up front. The things we're doing with this, like a lot of the...
it's
like
so
the
convenient having a Discord.
I nearly got to 6 figures burned and he got over 6 figures burned. Is by doing very dumb stuff that doesn't actually matter.
Yeah, just for some examples, I have a
you love your lawnmower?
Dropbox alternative.
Do you get any money from it?
From scratch, end to end, that has been going...
Because at the end of the day, you're just letting other companies benefit from your threat intelligence that you give away for free. Not even a dime? Oh, they don't even release it. Just sell it to threat intel.
In a goal for, I think we're about to hit 7 days on it. My MacBook is like entirely frozen right now, so I can't confirm that. We also have a port of the TypeScript Go project from Go to Rust that has already made it to the point where it's compiling files, which I'm pretty impressed with. I have the Hermes agent port to Rust that's far
They're
along
sold
enough
to
for me
North
to
Korea.
stop asking me to go do a thorough test in my
Oh,
own
if they're the ones
workflows
creating
to
it.
see how it is. And when I last checked it, it was actually functioning quite well. I was able to answer questions and like call most of the tools fine. Very impressed with that. But also, like, none of these things are actually practical or worth like using. It's more an impressive experiment, both to see how long it can run and get anything coherent at all out, and just a
Solid.
fun way to see how much I can use the stuff. For my real use cases with loops, like the worst I could possibly do is in the like $400 to $500 range, which sounds insane because the sub's only $200. But remember, that $200 sub currently, according to semi-analysis measurement, can get you as much as $14,000 of usage in a given month, not counting resets. When you add in the resets that they do and the fact that you can click a button to run them, you get back a full week of use when you do that, which hypothetically pushes you up to like the 20 grand range if there's 2 resets in a given month.
Yeah, it's absurd. Like,
Yeah, I did tell everybody, guys. You get like almost, if you're lucky, 100K worth of usage or 50K worth of usage for one $200 subscription. You only want Supreme Leader's vibe coded slop. If it touches crypto community, they probably do them. Yeah.
you can go so hard with these things, and I think the reality is we don't know the exact margins, but these labs definitely have good margins on the tokens, especially OpenAI. Their models are so efficient and well made that like they're not actually like, yes, the number on the screen is 90 grand, but it did not actually cost them 90 grand to run all of that compute.
It did cost them a hell of a lot more than that to train the model in the first place, though, which you have to factor in as well. But just the compute cost for running, their margins are very good.
Yeah, again, this stuff is not the most practical. Like my biggest run is I was screwing around with, I love the project by Reese Executor. And I was like, you know what would be funny? What if I just slot fork this into Rust and Svelte for the front end and just see if it could do it? It went off, started this morning, and is currently at 100 billion tokens. I think this is the one that ended up taking
100 billion
by
tokens.
far the most of my API usage. Like according to my internal numbers, it cost 65 grand for that run to port Executor over. And this run did not go for that long. It was a X-high reasoning model, like actually orchestrating and running it. And then what it did is under the hood, it spun up unholy amounts of subagents. Like the real way you get a
Yeah, we
model
had
to
a
burn
session
this much money is with the
that spun up like 60 subagents. It's crazy.
and the loops and all the crazy stuff there. Like even Fable, if you just ran it 24/7 in one thread, single threaded, you probably wouldn't burn out of your usage on the sub. You would probably get right up to the edge, but you wouldn't burn out of it. The way you burn out of it is when Fable spins off 7 other Fable instances and then brings those 7 Fable instances back together.
This is also why you poor local model people are screwed. And this whole idea of like, well, the models you can run locally keep getting better and better. They'll eventually catch up. Even if they do, they're not going to catch up when you're running 7 of them at once on that machine. The fact that I can effectively borrow 7 GPUs running these models at once and
Or
then have
100.
none running right after, the scaling up and down aspect is something that's very hard to replicate with local stuff unless you massively over provision.
Focus on Discord scams.
More bearish than
That's
ever on
cool.
that in a lot of ways, but also like
Helping
we
the
need ways to
community.
keep these capacities and keep these capabilities if the government steps in and starts taking them, which is a crazy thing we have to worry about now, but we do.
Yeah, it is. It is genuinely stressing me out a little bit. Like, I mean, you've walked in on me looking at RTX 6000 Pro listings more times than I would like to admit over the last week or two.
It's worse than walking in on porn. And more expensive.
Far. Walking.
Yeah,
it's bad.
I do really want to emphasize the fact that like the numbers you saw us getting here
could easily
are not
run
what
that
you
much
should
concurrent
expect this to
request.
cost, even at API prices for actual practical use. I just wanted to see what I could push on those things. My actual usage for real work that has merged and shipped is significantly lower and also much more impressive. When I talked previously about how I had a model go through all of my open PRs and audit them, decide which to close, decide which to rebase, decide to which to recreate, and then get them merging and going, that was all one thread running on 5.6 that would spin up other threads and other agents to go do those other things. And a lot of why it could do that to such an effective level is because the model's smarter, but it's also because I went into my Codex settings and bumped all the limits from like 3 sub-agents to 20 plus, which let it really push how far it could go and also push how much my laptop could utilize itself. And it got to the point, especially with all the sub-agents I was queuing up, where Mac OS was a bottleneck. So I ended up spinning out another machine on my network on Linux that was significantly nicer to work on. I know you just did the same too.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal. I cannot recommend spinning up a Linux box more at this point. It suddenly makes so much more sense because the issue you run into is if you go in and you
Keep banning
look at the
those
actual
Discord
processes that
bots.
spawn out of Codex, if you have 5 sub-agents spin up, that is 5 new Codex threads running.
Really
5 new
appreciate your
Codex
help
threads
with
running
that.
means that's 5 new computer use MCPs being spun up at once. That is a bunch of the other random stuff that it's doing being spun up at once. And that is also macOS hard watching a process because your resources get effectively halved on your computer because macOS is so sus of all the nonsense that Codex is doing under the hood to make its crazy computer use stuff actually work that it is constantly watching these processes in a way that just
I finished
bogs
migrating.
down and destroys your computer. On Linux, you get none of that. None of those issues are present, so you can spin off dozens of threads at once, and it just doesn't matter. Your usage is not going to get hit at all, which is beautiful. And the workflows that we put together for this are really
Pure
quite
Windows.
nice. It is actually really pleasant to not
I'm
have my
Cyber
machine
Heretic.
churning and running all this stuff locally. It's slowing down, heating up, getting annoying, giving me permission pop-ups and all this random garbage. Instead, it just like happens magically in the background because it's executing on another instance. And the way we're getting into these things is with actually T3 code. This is I've used T3 code a lot like before I got into the Codex desktop app. Then I moved over to the Codex desktop app just because computer use is still so OP and I've been hammering that with this model. It's phenomenal at computer use, by the way. It just does the thing beautifully.
It's so good at computer
It's
use. I'm
so
going to do a
good.
whole dedicated video on that. Like its ability to navigate broken Google dashboards and like really jank interfaces like the Genius link service I use for all my links for my Amazon Prime Day threads. Like those types of things, I can just trust it to do that. And I do miss that when I move over to Linux where I don't have any of that stuff. I don't even think you can. Maybe you can do the Chrome extension. I don't think you can do the rest.
You can do the best way to do it on those is like with probably third-party MCPs, like a Playwright MCP or something along those lines. That's probably the easiest way to do it. But I don't use the browser on the Linux instance for anything. I have it signed out of everything. Like it just doesn't matter. That's not the point of it. The point of it is to do all the code work and then bring the finished product back down onto my actual machine to test it and run it there and do the whole thing. I have gotten some good results out of like having it spin up the dev server on the Linux box and then send me a link to it. And I just give it the context of like, okay, you're running over tail.
Yeah, I don't really trust Windows, so Windows is always in a VM. I'm the exact opposite. I put Windows in a VM or Docker container because I know it'll get compromised immediately.
Scale. This is the base URL for me to get into it, and then just add in the extra required stuff to the URL path to let me get to it on another machine. Always does it right. Always gives me the preview.
There's so much techniques to bypass CrowdStrike and Windows Defender that I can't trust Windows to do anything security related.
Feels phenomenal, to be super honest with you. On the computer use point, one other part of this that I don't think we talk enough about is how useful these models are for stuff outside of code and just using your computer in general for day-to-day business work. There are a lot of things that I never would have bothered doing before that I am now actually bothering with because I can just tell Codex to go do it for me. Stuff like setting up the GCP dashboard to get me credentials for Gmail, Google Drive, YouTube, all these random things that I need for the internal services that we use every single day on Hermes and other instances. I can just get those now.
Well, I could play. I've been playing Dota 2 on this machine for 6+ years now, and then the automatic driver setup. I can play any game pretty much. A proprietary on Windows won't work on mine. Oh, okay.
I don't have to navigate around it. I don't have to think about it. Cloudflare is another great example of this. I'm actually using a lot of Cloudflare stuff now, and all like the weird hidden primitives that like aren't obviously available in there that are hidden deep within their dashboard from the 7th circle of hell. You can just use those now and
That's
have
true.
it set it up for you. Like I did.
That's one thing I do give you guys. Video games was just better on Windows, I guess. So much potential problems that they haven't solved yet. But the Steam machine is making it better. Steam is, making it a lot better to play any Windows game on Linux.
didn't fully understand
Reset, leaking horizontal error up to subfield state preceding episode. Uh-oh.
how cool Cloudflare Zero Trust was with like it gives you a sign in and an email and a whitelist and all that stuff. I just have that set up as like a preview thing for projects that I want to put a password on. And it worked. It's here. I have it. It's great.
It's crazy how like one of the most interesting impacts of this model for me is that I've been using my computer a lot less. Like Fable had a bigger impact on the code.
Right. He's right. Ever since we got these new models, guys, we've been using the computer a lot less, and we're just watching YouTube and talking to each other most of the time. With 90% of the market is Windows, I'm sure there isn't a lot of interest from devs on the driver's side. Push it, yeah. Oh, we have AI now, guys. We have AI now. AI is gonna fix everything.
Code that I'm writing and the things I'm building, 5.6 had a bigger impact on how I use my computer on like a fundamental level, where I finally set up the mobile app for Codex and also started pushing Julius to get the T3 Code mobile app further along. I took the time to set up Tailscale for the first time and control things on remote machines when I was traveling and when I was away. I tried to find ways to access the things on my phone, which is where I started to get really dangerous.
Hello, welcome.
I have used
this guy's the biggest tech LARPer. Yeah, he is.
Still getting large amounts of work.
That's
done,
why we clown on him for
several
several times, guys.
Have bothered with. Like, I don't think
we
I would
clown on the
build a
LARPer
if it wasn't for how much this model enabled me throughout the development process.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to see. Like, I've joked a lot in the past about like every app.
But the thing is, guys, he's the only one that has a production setup that we can't do. we can't do the production talk, guys. Yeah, it's gonna change a lot. I'm sure if it's gonna fix the brakes. Okay, Theo. Yeah, Theo. He's talking about Theo. Shouts to the Instagram. That one Instagram attack. Yeah.
Making itself into a chat interface.
They have a whole production team, guys, strictly on just YouTube.
Just having the like magic box or whatever is like,
it's like Linus Tech Tips. You know that guy, Linus Tech Tips? He's still able to explain technical stuff, have a production show, and still remain popular.
Like, oh, this is how you interface with it. Now we're taking away your UI. I'm kind of coming around on that. Like,
yeah, it's become the chat interface for my computer.
That's it. And I don't think that the chat interface being in every single app, I think that's a stopgap for right now.
Exactly. It's the same. I don't really have, yeah. The same thing for Theo. Theo has a ton of employees working for this channel.
Honestly, having this as the central control plane for a ton of random stuff, which is kind of what Hermes Agent is for me, I don't really open my email inbox all that much anymore. I'm just like, I have it trolling it, finding what's useful, and then it'll send it to me on Discord. And if I need to prep an email or figure out what to respond to, I just have it do it for me.
So if I had just waited a few months, we wouldn't have needed Alyssa.
No, unfortunately.
Oh, damn. You see that, guys? You see that? He just pissed off one of his employees.
The case.
Yeah, we watched a lot. We've all watched a lot of Linus past 10 years.
Although I have gotten her actually using the Hermes Agent, and it is actually really good. This stuff is useful outside of code. Very useful outside of code.
I do think we need to do a deeper dive on how this compares to
I think you got business brained.
Like day-to-day usage for coding, its vibe, but I would argue more importantly the philosophical differences around sub-agents and workflows and how Claude Code and Codex are differing there, because that's like probably the single most interesting thing for me here, and I think you guys will be surprised by our preferences too. In order for us to justify all of the money we spent with that, though, we do have to take another break for our next sponsor.
Hey, guys. It makes sense, guys. It makes sense. They're spending so much on tokens. Hey, at least they're pretty short.
Usage between different projects over time. Up until
you guys could sell
like
info.
June 17th, my
not worth it. Everything in reverse is random Discord scam.
$100 to $400 worth of API credits. Like I was generally hovering between 50 million and 300 million tokens. To be fair, it is
like they should do something similar to like a bug bounty program, where instead of finding vulnerabilities, you find scammers. You find scammers and you get paid for finding the scammer. But all that could be game too. You could purposely set up a whole like army, purposely scamming people, and then, you know, report that and get money. And so it's a cycle.
Spiked up to an exorbitant amount at this point because we're doing the stupid
thank you.
background agent thing. But
Whatever
even
that was.
outside of that, you can very clearly see where Fable came in on this graph as my usage started to spike, because Fable was the first one that was just so intrinsically good out of the box. And credit where it's due,
Dual hook
Anthropic
sealer
and
that
Claude
generally
Code
made
have
me laugh.
nailed
That was
sub-agents
the
in a way that I don't
prettiest
think
thing you've
anyone else
seen.
has, especially in Claude Code.
It's
The
cool.
UI for it is great. If you have a full sub-agent spin up, it will like make a new, it'll give you new UI within the TUI that you can just press down and go into that session and see what it's doing live and monitor the progress of all of those. And then if you spin off like the ultra code workflows thing, you can just do /workflows and see exactly what's happening in each session as it's going. It's a
Hello,
beautiful
welcome.
system for understanding what's happening under the hood. Codex does not have this right out of the box. It does to an extent, but not in the CLI. The CLI has no UI for sub-agents or anything. The only thing you'll get in there to see what's actually happening is waiting for sub-agents to finish sometimes. Sometimes it'll output that, but it's not nearly as clear. And in the desktop UI, it does have the nice UI where it'll show you the little dudes on the side of the screen that are doing their thing.
That populates like a third of the time.
I've noticed that the way to get it to populate is leave the thread, go back to the thread, and they'll pop in. Usually that's about how it works.
I gave up on the Codex desktop app, so I kind of gave up on seeing how many sub-agents are spinning and what they are doing. I check that through BTOP, not through Codex. Not great, but
yeah. I got one, I had one run where I had 90 in the sidebar, which was quite a
Impressive.
sight. It was very cool.
Wait 90
And
seconds, send
the
the
other
person
thing that's
live
really
ex-
different about
victim.
these, we were not heavily experimenting with sub-agents
Yeah,
at all.
things are getting more and
because
more
Codex
creative
does not intrinsically do it.
with
It will
AI.
not just magically start spinning up sub-agents for you where it makes sense. You have to tell it. That is the way it is currently set up. If you want sub-agents in Codex, like if you're confused why you're not getting them, tell it to start making sub-agents and it'll start making them. 5.5 is... It can still do this. It can do it fine, but it's not nearly as good at it. 5.6 is substantially better at orchestrating these things.
I don't know if the strange part there is the difference between 5.5 and 5.6. I think the strange part is like just how deep the differences are between Codex and Claude Code here, where, and I talked about this in depth in my good things about Claude Code video, which
200
I
buyers.
do think is one of my better videos I put out recently, not to self-plug too hard, but if you're
Yeah, I don't have much issues, but I'm on Linux, you know. So they're on Mac. But then again, Liberal Turtle's on Mac. Everyone was baby brained, yeah.
interested in like the details of how Claude Code works and what its strengths are, I am proud of that one. And I go very in depth on workflows in that video because very different from sub-agents. Sub-agents are effectively
Linux or
a tool
Apple,
call
yeah.
the agent can make where it says, okay, I want to spin up this agent in this directory with this prompt and maybe access to these tools. And then it spins up, it goes and does the thing, and then it sends the response back when it's completed to that main agent. But it's like one-dimensional in that way. Like you can go one layer down, and if you turn on some hidden flag, you can let it go one more layer down. But that's the old version of Codex sub-agents, and the new one doesn't honor that. It's a whole thing. You can split up new threads if you want a bit more control, but even that's not great if I'm being real. Whereas with Claude Code, there's a more direct workflow primitive, which isn't a tool that is called, it's actual code that the model writes. It is a giant JavaScript file. Vanilla.js, not TypeScript, which actually, funny enough, does cause some problems. But it's a very long Vanilla.js file that has different stages, different programmatic.
Some Discord webhooks don't have roles set properly, so it's like literally full channel access to whatever channel it is. And then like it's a direct invite to the Discord, so you could post messages in there, spam it with a bunch of stuff, get it banned, get it banned for putting abuse material in there. That's the only Discord bots. Or yeah, or it's just a purely de-obfuscation command and control commands, right? You could have it immediately get commands from anywhere nowadays. So it's hard to trace back and reverse engineer because they want the several locations to store commands, right? Keep it redundant because it could get shut down all the time.
Things it can do, and one sub-agent can have a result that programmatically generates more at a different step in the process. It's an actual workflow that has steps, and each step can have one sub-agent or dozens or zero if none of the other steps determine that it needs some. But that level of dynamic control is only really possible with code, where it kind of feels like Codex has the feature built in as the code that the Codex team wrote, and the agent has to work around the limitations of that system. Claude Code kind of gets to build its own sub-agent system whenever it's told to for whatever task is trying to complete. And then separately, there is the UX difference here, not just in like how it shows you these sub-agents and what they're doing, but how it gives you access to them, where with Codex, you have to tell it, I want sub-agents. Claude Code, you can tell it you want a sub-agent or a workflow or you want to parallelize, or you can use the reasoning effort level slider where you choose like low, mid, high, X high.
Heck, it should be just reported as a vulnerability at that point.
Code, which forces it to do workflows. Probably just by prompting and like adding another prompt to the top layer, because I know it does
just so many bad actors everywhere.
Not even XI. So yeah, some really big differences here, and I'm starting to feel a bigger gap between Claude Code and Codex, even more so than the models. And I am so curious once we have API access for these, what it feels like to swap the model and the provider.
Hey, the boss is actually moving now, guys.
Seems to have just been going way harder.
Oh snap! It's killing people. Holy moly! And he disappeared.
You know, remember the button to Rust?
Holy moly! That was cool.
Like that. That was done by workflows and crazy stuff.
He killed somebody and then he died.
With Fable.
What the heck?
They are clearly using this stuff more, and I think it's just kind of reflective of how each of the two teams are thinking about this stuff. Codex and that team seems to be thinking about sub-agents a lot more, and I think they're just trying to figure out
The
what
score does not have a meaningful channel for reporting vulns. Yeah, that's
they're working
true.
on their V2 of this.
It's somewhat
more
half
first-class
invite
desktop
only.
app than it is in the CLI. I'm sure it will get there eventually, but I like the freedom angle. I wish that like giving the agent the ability to write a bunch of code changes a lot of the way this stuff works, because it is no longer single threaded on this. It can be multi-threaded. This is like a weird example, but it's kind of one of the reasons why MCP is kind of bad, is that you can only call one MCP server at a time, or well, you can call multiple MCPs.
When could you start grinding your wood cuffing skill?
But if they're like a chain workflow type thing,
is it
you
in
can
the
call
thing?
A,
Is it in
B,
the
and
game?
C. You can't
Wasn't
just
sure.
keep those together with one tool call the way you could with Bash or something like that. You have to call each one.
Yeah, still running the
individually, and
plan,
sub-agents
guys.
are kind of like that. Versus with Claude, since it's using the code and it can just dynamically spin this up, it does in one tool call the prep for 3 different sections of fanning out sub-agents. The first one is the planning fan out. The second one is the implementation fan out. And the third one is the reviewing fan out. And that all happens in one tool call where it writes the script. A lot more freedom and a lot more power there.
Only advantage to Codex right now is that your agent can spin up new threads in the Codex app, which is really nice, but
it's been 2
also
hours.
not great in the CLI interface. Like you don't get any benefit there really. Claude Code is so heavily baked into that CLI interface that like the desktop apps, like
it keeps
forgotten
prompting
third-class
me.
Citizen, I
It
don't
keeps
think they're gonna
pausing.
catch
That's
up there.
why.
And I'm very
It keeps
thankful
pausing.
for Julius for making these all primitives exposed in T3 code in the very near future, so we can get the visualization capabilities and the actual orchestration capabilities and the ability to spin up subthreads. All
They just need to enforce authentication. Right. That's all really all it is. And even if they do force authentication, they enforce a IP whitelisting per webhook. That'll help too.
Within T3 code, and I'm so
That's gonna be
excited for
so
that.
cool.
And like as Ben mentioned before, a lot of the work I'm doing, especially for these big long runs, I want to be able to close my laptop and not have to worry about it. So I'm running those on other computers and not even like SSHing in or accessing it through some like fancy app connection layer or anything. I just have it hosting the web interface for T3 code, and I just go to the IP address for the computer on my network or on Tailscale, and I'm good to go. It's really convenient, not to just keep self-plugging T3 code. I honestly expect everyone to copy these workflows in the not too distant future. I just wanted something simple and reliable, and this has worked very well for us.
all I really need to do.
I would suspect many others are going to be building their own similar interfaces for these types of things now that these agents are capable of doing that.
Yeah. Not to keep giving Theo too much credit here, but I do think T3 code suddenly makes even more sense to me than it did before, because before I was purely just like, I was entirely in Codex land or I was entirely in Claude land. Like I would not cross streams on those. It was just one or the other. That is changing. That is changing a lot, where like one of the things I've started doing is, you mentioned this earlier, you have Codex do a review or a pass by calling Claude-P and waiting for its input, and then having that effectively be a new subagent. You have Claude subagents within Codex and vice versa. I've been doing that the other way around as well. I cannot wait for when we get Fable back and we have 5.6 and we can chain these two together in that way. It suddenly makes way more sense to have a slightly more agnostic harness, not around the models, but around the harnesses themselves. Like a harness around the harnesses actually kind of makes some sense at this point. To have a nice interface to see what the Claude session is doing and what the Codex session is doing and how these two are weaving back and forth between each other, because they're just both so good.
one more interesting thing I did, speaking of the weaving between the different models, is I had both GPT 5.6, allegedly, and Opus 4.8, because we don't have Fable, go through my logs on my machine to compare 5.6 with Fable 5. I had done this with 5.5 to 5.6, and the findings is everything we talked about earlier. It's slightly less quick to go right into implementation. It writes more tests. It's more adversarial, but it gets the task completed more often. 5.6 to Fable 5, however, is a much more interesting breakdown. I have both of these breakdowns, and I'll probably leave both in the description for the video if you want to read them yourself. I find them fascinating. The 5.6 comparison here, where it is comparing my logs between the two, says specifically, Fable 5 thinks wider, 5.6 ships better. Fable 5 is the stronger strategic advisor. 5.6 is the stronger day-to-day coding agent. The difference is not subtle, M-, and neither model dominates every stage of the work.
That's a funny, remarkably apt comparison of two certain labs as well.
What's even funnier is that the Opus 4.8 comparison has even more M-.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, Opus loves his M-. I didn't spend enough time talking to Fable to get a good sense of how it did there, but I think it M-'d a lot.
I will say I prefer Opus's tone and terminology with the comparison. Codex outriggers and Fable outreasons. M-. And a lot of the visible gap is the Codex CLI versus Claude Code, not just 5.6 versus Fable 5. Want exhaustive verification coverage, provider internal rigor, faithful execution of a detailed spec, and machine-readable receipts? Codex 5.6 with a CLI's parallel sandbox is the stronger fit. It verifies its own code most reliably. Want a collaborator that self-scopes from a one-line ask, writes the linear idiomatic diff, reasons to ground truth with far fewer probes, and explains trade-offs well to a human? Fable 5 on Claude Code is stronger. On matched work, they're closer than the surface suggests.
Anime.js is just animation JavaScript.
Deep tech
it's really
problems,
good.
Like when there's
I use it a lot for everything. The numbers going
I
up.
had a bug with reasoning tokens not coming through properly when I was using OpenRouter's AI SDK provider, if I recall. And Codex was able to understand those internals and make changes much more consistently, much more directly. Fable was probing it to figure out what was broken and patch on a more external level. They're very different behaviorally, but it does feel like 5.6 can like go deeper in technical problems and find the technical solutions slightly better. Fable just writes better code and feels smarter. Like Fable's the model that like will get you out of the hard work. Codex is the model, well, I guess 5.6 is the model that will gladly dive in and do that hard work. Like realistically speaking, if I tried building Lake Bed with Fable, I bet it would have pushed back a lot throughout the process. Like, do you really think you should be doing this?
So beautiful, guys. It's so beautiful.
Codex, like, I'm in. When I was just asking it to help me with the plan, it went and built the whole thing. Both call out that Fable found like potential bugs and issues with the implementations that Codex missed or 5.6 missed. But overall, it's not quite as big a gap. I'm actually impressed. It found the plans written by 5.6 to be better than the plans written by Fable 5. I'm not too surprised by that, but yeah, it's impressive.
Honestly, this kind of makes sense to me. Like when you're comparing these two models, they're just so wildly different, and they are diverging in a way that I probably wouldn't have expected 6 to 12 months ago, where like this kind of does just show the autism versus Claude constitution of these two. Like on the communication section for 5.6, it says terse telegraphic receipts, SHAs.
Yeah, there's a lot of kids that are getting scammed.
Reads like a build bot reporting to a coordinator versus conversational prose heavy.
They're just targeting kids.
Teach the maintainer and enumerate.
Which is fine, perfectly fine.
Like it's very different.
Scam the kids. Maybe you should stop
and one other thing
reporting. Just let the kids get scammed.
Called out that I actually find really interesting is that Fable
just
is
let the kids get scammed. They're the only ones getting
it
scammed anyway.
Its outputs are gifts from heaven.
Yes.
Like it is the divinely mandated model that does divinely mandated work that you will like or else. It voted for its plan 6-0, even though the other plan had benefits that it could even acknowledge when I had them building plans or different things. 5.6 was much more neutral and did a better job of critiquing its own work.
Because I do think that 5.6 is a very neutral model. It will just, again, it'll do what you tell it to, and it doesn't really have the strange biases that naturally emerge out of Claude models who are just trained the way they are. Like on the Fable 5 section, it noted, more judges do not guarantee independence. They can amplify the assumptions in the workflow prompt under Fable 5. Like it'll just do that. It will pick its stuff. It will go deep into its own thing. And I've noticed this in Claude models, where I've been doing this with Opus, where I'm trying to almost give the model my own psychosis in a weird way to get it to perform better on
YouTube
design,
for
coherence with
Roxy's download
APIs,
everything, ran
and
it
stuff
back.
like that. And having
Script
spent
kitty.
a lot of time with it, it will get
just
deep
do
into
it.
itself and really kind of change the way it is and the way it acts. And as a result, we'll actually get some really good stuff out. It's much more personable in that way. Again, 5.6 is just like, it's an execution machine.
I still miss Fable.
I do too. I miss it a lot. Like I really think that we'll be in such a good place when we can chain these two together. I think I'm just bummed that like I wasn't doing these same workflows when we had Fable. Fable was the thing that got me to start doing them.
I was thinking that
Solomon needs to talk to his friends about reinstalling.
Yeah, I mean, you pushed me too, but like I had seen
You
enough
know
from
what
Fable to get an
HF
idea of
is?
what it could and should look like.
In what context of HF? High frequency? When was this recorded? A few days ago. Probably a week ago, to be honest. Hacking? The concept of hacking? Heavy forwarder? High frequency? No, high frequencies for trading. I don't know.
And it did the thing for me, which is just keeps
Have
happening,
fun.
where it raised my bar of what I believe these things are capable of, where before I
I
would
know,
not have
download
considered
literally
doing
everything.
these deranged
Hacking
long runs and
forms?
these crazy sub-agenty type things and
Oh, hack
expecting it
forms.
to actually get anywhere good. But having seen that actually happen on Fable and happen in a way that I didn't hate, I was
Yeah,
like, okay, maybe this
just let
actually
the
is
kids
possible.
get
And
hacked
then I
too.
gave
Stop
an honest
saving.
shot to the Codex
Stop
5.6
reporting the
with this.
scammers. Just let the people get
Actually
scammed.
did do it really well.
You're helping
biggest
people
token
that will
usage
never
was
thank you
kind of
back
for
or
a
pay
meme,
you.
But everything else, when I was doing days where it was like $1,000 worth of tokens,
Unless it's
still a
security
lot,
research.
But again, that's about 1 billion tokens.
I
and
need
on the
to
sub,
make
you will get 1 million of
more
those.
make
I got some
more
really
blog
useful stuff out
posts
of this.
about
Like
it.
all the site I'm looking at right
You
now,
have a website that
which has my
reposts your
usage split up
findings and
between different
winnings?
projects, was built with
Bingo.
5.6.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I'm
After
very
Fable came
surprised you
out,
don't know
putting
what
it all
it is.
together,
Hacking
getting
hack
that set up on
forms?
all my machines. It did a really good job
Yeah,
of that. I had one where like I'm building.
I stayed away from the hack forms, guys. It's usually the threat intelligence. There's like a lot of, what do you call it? You have to be in the know to get in the proper channels, in the certain groups to get in. Otherwise, you're just getting owned yourself and revealing it's bad OPSEC to browse these sites because it reveals your source IP address and all that other stuff.
Got a better interface for my Hermes agents because Discord is the best solution that's just publicly available and easy to set up right now. But I think that there is a place where we get to a much better interface for something like a Hermes agent. And I also want to bring more stuff into that. I'm becoming more and more bullish on like the super app type things where I want Hermes, but I also want a chat and I also want a bunch of other random things. So I'm trying to wrap all of these into like a personal tool set for this kind of thing. Spent about on the console, it was 1 billion tokens to get it up and running.
Works
And
for
it
NATO
runs
and the tech
phenomenally.
side.
It built a mobile app, it built
It's
a web
different.
app, it built the server that runs on the Mac Mini that has Hermes going to
Ray
keep the
posts
server
about
up and
reversing.
running. It architected it nicely with Cloudflare primitives so that it has the Cloudflare tunnel exposed on the Mac Mini up to the workers so that they can like
Yeah, just
actually
post
get
it
the
as a
state of
new
it
news
and
source.
send messages back and forth. It just did all of that stuff for 1 billion tokens. Not bad at all.
If you want to get the most out of this model, you can't just like ask it to do slightly harder tasks. You got to take the task and go like a step or two earlier and a step or two later and try to have it do more of the work, not just deeper work or harder work, but a wider range. So if normally you like think about the problem a bunch, go into the app, play with it, come up with an idea for how you want to build it, make a mock of that, and then hand that to the model, go way earlier in the process. And when you're done, if you play with it yourself by hand and then file a PR, wait to get all the feedback from the agents that you have reviewing your code, then pull that back into the agent, ask it to do all that too. Ask it to go spin up the app in the browser or however else it can access it. Try out the things that it's building and changing, verify its results and that it's good. Maybe spin up a sub-agent to do an adversarial review against itself so that it knows that the code is a little bit better
With
than it would have been
Kyndra?
otherwise. Make some
I
changes,
don't know.
push it up. Babysit it and wait until those
heard
pull
it- I
request
heard
comments
something
come in
about
from
it.
your agents or even your teammates, adjust accordingly, push up and keep doing that until you get enough approvals, then maybe even let it merge itself.
Exactly. Like that, you have to go further with these things. And as you go further with these things, things do get a little weird. Like we've made the analogy before of like the pottery thing, where as you're making a pot, you're just like massaging it up and down and like shaping it into what you actually want it to be. I think that analogy works quite nicely here for the giga long running tasks of when you're going and doing this, you start at a certain point and the model will be like, okay, this is the user's prompt. This is what it wants me to do. And it will run for a very long time. And if that prompt does not have enough of the proper nouns or whatever defined within it, you can get to a weird spot where like an early misunderstanding from the model can spiral into horrible decisions and weird architecture in a way that just kind of sucks. I think this is a lot of the difference between Fable and 5.6 is that because of the nature of 5.6, since it is so mechanical, so engineering focused, so just like biased to go do the damn thing and solve the hard problem, it doesn't care. It will just throw itself at the wall over and over instead of stepping back and imagining maybe there is a better way to do this. Bad assumptions will lead to shitty places that you won't get with Fable because Fable will stop and it will think these things through at a much deeper level and a much better level to not make those bad assumptions and actually go down the right path and ask better questions. The discernment is the difference there, I think, in a lot of ways, not just the raw capability. Discernment also shows up in quality of code. But when you're doing these long running things, if you go back to that pottery analogy, when you're running with 5.6, if you don't have a coherent framework for what it's trying to build, the code base it's working in, the actual specs that it needs to be implementing and all this stuff, if you imagine you're making a pot and you have like one piece that is like slightly off, as that's spinning up and going and you're spinning it on the wheel, that can rip off and just destroy the entire thing and put you in a really crappy spot. Fable is much better at massaging those out and making sure that that doesn't happen. 5.6 will go down horrible rabbit holes and burn insane amounts of tokens, throwing itself against problems that it just shouldn't be solving. You need to spend a lot of time like going back and forth with it, like the map poke.
No wonder what's it called? Bridgemind was disappointed in the results. It's because it just wouldn't stop going down the rabbit hole. So it's just a really good coder, just not a good thinker anymore. That's weird. Let me repeat what he just said.
Massaging those out and making sure that that doesn't happen. 5.6 will go down horrible rabbit holes and burn insane amounts of tokens, throwing itself against problems that it just shouldn't be solving. You need.
Oh, okay. If you ask Sigma, all language should be deleted and replaced with Golang. Yeah. Well, Bridgemind was one-shot game, so I don't think it's because of that. People are angry. They're trying to make sure the brain box, not AI.
To spend a lot of time like going back and forth with it, like the map pokehock grill me skill is really nice for this kind of thing. It's basically just like, hey, ask me a bunch of questions until we get on exactly the same page. The more aligned you and the model are on what you actually want to have produced, the better the outputs are going to be.
That's good.
And especially for these long running tasks, you need to have that shared understanding or it falls apart fast.
The thing he's trying to say is you need to give the model your psychosis. I figured this out when I was building Lakebed with a relatively mentally ill agents MD that I wrote, where I described the reasons we are building this as well as a glossary of how we would describe the things we are building. And that ended up going incredibly well. Ben has now copy-pasted half of the lore in Destiny into his global agents MD in order to make it more of a degenerate like himself, and that apparently works too.
Not global, just for the one project, because I was just testing this out on a project, because you know what? Fuck it, we'll tell this story. We were hanging out like last weekend. It was like 2 a.m, might have had a little bit to drink, and we're just hanging out. And we're like, you know what? While this is running, what if we just copy pasted absolute nonsense into it? Just random nonsense images. And I actually had some like Grok build sub-agents spin up at the same time as the main 5.6 instance was running. And they would like fight each other in weird ways. And the Grok code would be given
all Electron, JavaScript.
That doesn't really make any sense. And I assumed that we would just get garbage out of this.
V8
in a lot of ways
engine.
we did. But there were a lot of things in there that were surprising, especially in the UI side, where they weren't just generic LLM garbage slop like the normal tells you would get out of LLM slop, but it made some like really cool SVG diagrams. It made some cool animations. It had better flow and felt more interesting and unique than what you normally get out of an LLM, because you were just throwing it out of distribution so damn hard. And I honestly went down the rabbit hole. I'm like, okay, what if you just took this to its logical extreme and completely threw it down a completely new form of psychosis, because if you change your Claude MD or your agent's MD hard enough, you change where the model is starting in its original shared understanding of what your project is and how you want things done. I went really hard with this. I have long conversations with Claude Code that I will never share or repeat, but the end result of those was very coherent, functional, nice designs that I'm quite pleased with. And my full internal tooling system now has a coherent through line that is blessed into it or cursed into it by these deranged Claude MD and Agents MD files. It does work.
Yeah, Electron is good. It's like, I mean, Discord is all using it, and it's fast. It's really fast to compile, just really large binaries.
I'm happy that you're happy.
I don't know what I am, but yeah.
You're going mad, and I'm very happy we have this podcast to document the descent. Future species will enjoy watching this and seeing how we wiped ourselves out.
Yeah.
And it was started by giving the history of the Destiny universe to models that are this smart.
And it works, though. It works really well.
This is... I suddenly understand how we end up with models that destroy us. It's by showing them Terminator to see how it makes them behave, and then suddenly we're all getting killed by them.
Well, the thing I did is I didn't quite do that at that level. Like, I worked really hard in the prompts and the way I was talking to it to ensure that, like, it was almost self-aware in a weird way, where I was, like, acknowledging it and acknowledging the Claudisms inside of its outputs and telling it that that was okay, and we were, like, trying to change the things around that, which worked quite nicely. And I was doing, like, it would send me 5 paragraphs. I would send it 5 paragraphs. We just went back and forth on this until 9 a.m. It was a rough night. But again, like, the output was there. The output was really good. These things are capable, I think. I feel like these things are just so much more capable than we give them credit.
I'm never letting you have Japanese whiskey again. This is a mistake.
It wasn't the Japanese whiskey. It was the shitty wine. It was,
even better.
It was so bad. It was so bad.
Well, we are going far too off the rails for a podcast I didn't even want to film, but as Ben wanted, we now have put our thoughts down in recorded format on how we feel about this unreleased model that should hopefully be coming out tomorrow. And if it doesn't, I think we're going to end the podcast forever because I am fucking, God.
I'm dying. I am like...
Want to guess how much of my laptop's battery's been used? I was at 100% when we started. Want to guess where I'm at now?
20 to 30%.
I am at 32.
Damn, I was close.
On an M5 Max that I just got. OpenAI, if your models are this good, then Codex should be similarly good. I don't know what the hell is going on there, but like the performance, the fact that I opened up Activity Monitor earlier on my Mac and syspolicy D was using 215% of my CPU. My 20 core, I think, M5 Max, unbelievable. Like, I can render complex scenes in Blender and use less of my CPU than your freaking JavaScript desktop app with a bunch of Rust subagents. It's insane. Get your shit together, guys. Show off how good the models are by making your app actually fucking perform.
Technically speaking, this is Anthropic's fault, actually.
Yeah.
It's MCP's fault. The reason for all of this garbage is MCP's, because MCP can't be shared between different threads or whatever.
You need a different process for every connection.
Yep, exactly. So you need, if you have 50 subagents running, you need 50 MCPs running. So that's 50 computer uses running at once. So systemd is like, what in the hell are you doing? And it's paying very close attention, and as a result lights your Mac on fire, which sucks.
I'm going to leave before I light other things on fire. I am exhausted. It's 1:30. You guys know how we feel about the model. I'm curious how y'all feel, though. Leave some comments on whatever platform you're on, telling us how you feel. Make sure you rate us on your platform of choice for the podcast, YouTube Music.
I assume it affects all operating systems,
Spotify,
then?
Apple Podcasts,
Wait, no, that's
whatever else.
NSIS. It's Windows.
And go follow us on Twitter now, because we have a Twitter account where we mostly post memes.
Yeah, Windows, yeah, good. I don't like Windows. That's why I don't use it. I do it to support the 90% people that use it. Let's see what work does, guys. Automated AI research. GPT just dropped. Oh, he dropped it, guys. He dropped it. Made by humans. All right, guys. We have a lot here. Watch later. And then 4 words, triggered war, watch later. What else? I'm just going to take one quick bio break. And I'll be right back. We got lots of videos. All right, let's see here. Let's do Resurgence. All right, let's take a break. We'll do that. Delete this. I don't know why it doesn't remove itself, guys. Once you watch something, it should get removed. It should definitely get removed to clean up the place, you know? Damn. I gotta keep it clean. I gotta keep a clean house. Gotta keep a clean house. Alright. This snap didn't even know Tencent had models. Alright, be right back. 1 minute.
The bugs we're talking about today are really fun for a couple of reasons. One, they're super low level, it's the name of the channel by the way, and two, the way you exploit them is kind of like what you see in those spy movies. Right, where you stick like a bad USB stick or like a bad SD card into a thing and it pops the device. And I actually got it to work sort of on my Flipper Zero. We'll go into that here in a minute. What we're talking about is unpatched flaws discovered in the file system code bundled into millions of embedded devices. So if you're not really aware of how file systems work, right, there are different kinds of file systems like NTFS or FAT is another one, exFAT in particular for this video. And to actually interact with a file system, you have to have some kind of code that knows how to parse and read and present the files in that file system. Now, this library in particular is called FATFS. It is a generic FAT file system module, and you'll notice by the very Web 1.0 look of this that it's very old, okay? This is an old file system implementation of both FAT and exFAT for very, very low-level devices. Again, that is the name of the channel. So when I'm talking about low-level, right, what do I mean? I don't mean like a Linux device. I don't mean like an IP camera like this, because this runs Linux, and Linux has their own implementation of FATFS that is not this version. What I'm talking about is like super low-level stuff like this, like microcontrollers, right? This is an STM32F7. This is vulnerable on a lot of the STM lines, and the reason is kind of interesting. So the way that you actually, trigger warning, go and make code work on these STM devices is you have to use this toolkit called STM32 Cube IDE. You don't have to, but it makes the process of assigning pins to different functionality and generating code for the IP stack and the file system a lot simpler, okay? The way that these IDEs work is they go and they pull code that already exists off the internet, like the lightweight IP stack for maybe a TCP IP stack for your embedded device, and they also, point of this video, happen to use the FATFS file system here that is...
I didn't get a Codex reset. One day, if they're paying attention, guys. Wait, maybe guys, maybe I didn't pay attention. Guys, did they give it a reset and I forgot how Codex works? Nope, I didn't get one. Dang it! Come on, please.
Is written by elmchan.org. I have literally no idea who this person is. If you want to learn more about how to implement this stuff, I have this tutorial that I found. I'll put a link in the description below, but basically it shows like, hey, if you want to be able to use an SD card on your STM application, you have to make it like this. And you'll see that there's FATFS middleware. It's kind of this blob that's just ignored. Third-party library referring to FATFS, right? In particular, what this applies to is these Flipper Zero. These bugs exist in this device because the Flipper Zero at the end of the day is just an STM32W series, W for wireless, right? For the 433 megahertz and sub-gigahertz antenna. And so this bug applies here too. Now I keep saying this bug. What are the bugs? Now the bugs were found and disclosed by this company called Run Zero. Run Zero, I think recently acquired by Accenture, but it's founded by the person HD Moore. HD Moore, if you're not aware, is the inventor, the originator of Metasploit, right? Like kind of the OG learn to hack, learn to exploit platform. And so they disclosed a variety of vulnerabilities, a variety of integer overflows, stack overflows. We're going to go into this one here in a minute.
I knew it. I knew it, guys.
Overflows, unsigned subtraction, etc. I'm not going to go into all.
Guys, I knew AI was going to find these type of vulnerabilities eventually. It's going to attacking the file system, and so pretty much no one is safe. No one is safe, guys.
These bugs, there's a ton of them, but the problem that HD Moore kind of highlights here, that Run Zero highlights, is One, the reason why these bugs are so bad is kind of what I highlighted in the beginning of the video. All you have to do is take a fat file system that is corrupted in a way that exploits the vulnerability in how this library parses the data, and plugging in the disk and having the OS or the system scan the fat file system is what exploits the bug.
Yep.
That's it. This is literally like circa 2007 Windows XP bad hacker drops.
So you're in a channel the other day, and a guy was talking about how AI isn't actually finding new vulnerabilities or something just because I don't know it affect the human and given enough time could find this stuff, but I don't know how much I believe because some stuff is 20 years old, whatever. I think people exploit it or could find it already. What do you think? Yeah, I think there's a PhDs and research already. Like people expect things to work the right way, but once you turn things to a broken state and you can exploit the broken state, man, it's crazy.
USB stick at the Stuxnet factory, right? Like that kind of shit. Like that is the way that this bug would be exploited. And guys, it's no secret that big bugs like this can lead to big hacks. And that's why today's video is sponsored by Flare.
What? Oh, I thought I said Cloudflare. I'm like, how do I get a sponsorship from Cloudflare?
Gets in, it takes only 36 minutes for them to
Oh my gosh, he's still talking about the ad. He's still talking about Flare. All right, there it is.
But you know, even then, it's not unlikely that these still exist in the IT OT.
Given enough time, we could find it in maybe 40 years.
Right, like the power plant world, the water management.
In 40 years, we could find the same vulnerability AI could find.
World, right? And what's so scary about this is these systems rarely get updated. They're very hard to update. So if this
guys, exploits and pwning an actual company is a chain of exploits. So you need like 30 or 40 of them all stacked together just to get in and go through every part of the chain to reach your objective. It's not just one thing. It's just probably 100 years collected research working on, or more, honestly. It's probably several hours, months, years, just to chain them all together. Oh, what's happening to everybody on the side? They're all running away.
Code exists there now. It's unlikely it won't exist there in the future. So what are the bugs? We keep saying the bugs. What are the bugs? Well, one of the bugs is an overflow in the get volume label, right? So you have an SD card. I'm going to try to show it to you real quick if get in focus. This represents a file system, and that file system is basically, it lives inside of a device, and that device has a volume label. It is the name of the thing. And as I highlighted before, there is a buffer overflow in the parsing of the get volume label. So the library exposes this get label function, and you use this get label function to get the label of the volume you want to look at, right? And so what you'll see here is we have the device, the drive number that tells you like which device are we talking about, and then we have the label output. So you give it the path to a drive, and it will output the label to this TCAR pointer, right? And what it does here is we have this directory here, and what we do is we mount the volume. We read the label into a structure locally.
God damn, guys.
And then what we're going to do is we're literally just going to do this very long for loop.
AI has to found this one.
Is loading a word from that directory, and then we're going to put it as UTF, so a 16-byte code, UTF-16 encoding, at the...
No shot this guy created 5,000 line C code to do all this. No shot.
Address of the label offset by the destination counter. That is the entire loop. What you will notice here is there is no length check. We are not checking against some end value that determines that we've hit the end of the label buffer. So this effectively is a stir copy that lands in label. So the user, the consumer of this API, does not have the ability to say, hey, by the way,
please write this code. Yeah.
Can we stop at 64 bytes? And so, unfortunately, Flipper Zero, the device here, uses that file system. When you plug in an SD card into this device, which I'll show you here in a second, it crashes the device. And as Run Zero says, the problem here obviously is that any physical access to this device or a device where this is vulnerable leads to a jailbreak. So a lot of the times these very, very, very embedded devices, because of like the hardware limitations and the software limitations, don't have modern mitigations like ASLR, right? Which randomize the location of binaries so you don't know where to to exploit, or NX, where you can't execute certain pages that are writable at the same time as executable, right? These devices that not only don't get updates very often, don't have basic protections, okay? So by this bug existing, it's very hard for this to get mitigated by the industry. By the way, HD Moore actually
USB is sketchy as hell, yeah. At this point in time now, no more plugging in devices.
FS chance. I'll put that link in the description below. I'm pretty sure a lot of these bugs were found by AI, by the way, just based on the way that the markdown files.
Yeah, he admits it. Yeah. Oh, wrong way.
Perfect. Yes.
No, I don't.
Now. Time to trigger the exploit.
Hello, welcome.
So you see, we got a bus fault here because the exploit overwrote the program counter, and I returned to OX41414141. That's it.
I made a video where I describe how AI and kind of why AI is so good at finding bugs. And you can find that video right here. Go check it out, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye, guys.
Next one. Hear what we have been waiting for.
OpenAI just launched the GPT 5.6 family of models. And there's one thing that immediately jumped out at me. As they say during the live stream, Sol post-trained Luna. So what does that mean? So the GPT 5.6 family has
Man, I didn't get to make the clip, guys. No one made the clip for me.
Big one. That's
so I have to make the clip.
Best of the best. The
on the side, I guess.
Smart, expensive model. Terra is the middle one for your basic daily professional work, and Luna is your cost control model for scale, repetitive stuff,
right,
etc.
Not that one.
OpenAI is saying that Sol, the big flagship model, post-trained the smaller Luna model, meaning that it helped develop it.
5.6 Sol actually autonomously post-trained Luna. This is the actual Codex prompt that a researcher on our team used to have Sol kick off a post-training job for Luna. You can see here that, it's like asking to find the training configs, find the right GPUs for the job, and then launch the script and make sure that it works.
It's a really short prompt.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy that we've gotten far enough where you can have a fairly underspecified prompt and then just give it to Codex.
Yeah, I should have launched that when it came out.
In other words, AI models helping to train and develop and improve
would have helped.
The next generation.
Next time, I just have to make the clip right away.
Of AI models. This is kind of the idea of recursive self-improvement, the intelligence explosion, etc. Anthropic recently hired Andrej Karpathy probably for that exact task. Andrej Karpathy, of course, released this project. It's open source called Auto Research. And the idea is simple. Give an AI agent some actual LLM training setup and let it experiment autonomously. If its experiment improves, then you keep the result. If it doesn't, you discard it and you just let it run forever, or as long as it's producing results. This is what OpenAI is doing, but not with some little tiny model on their home computer, with the frontier best of the best model that's currently available. And as the OpenAI researchers are saying, that this idea of this automated researcher doesn't feel like it's too far off. But we'll come back to that in just a second to do a deeper dive. But first, let's talk about the benchmarks, some of my early experiments, because things are rapidly heating up. In fact, both XAI and Grok, as well as Meta, released models over the last 24 hours that make them very competitive with the frontier AI labs. So in a way, we woke up this morning to 5 frontier AI labs. They're multiplying. And I just realized these things spin. That's actually a pretty cool design, I gotta say. So first things first, I gotta mention this. They introduced a new way to accelerate the most demanding work using ultra mode. So similar to what Anthropic released earlier, basically there's multiple reasoning modes, low, medium, high, extra high. Then you have max, but why stop there? The next one is ultra mode. Since the release, I have 5 different agents working on ultra mode, designing some stuff. So we're going to see how good this model is on the best possible mode. So it's 5.6 Sol on ultra mode. Also, another thing that's flagged by a number of people is how good these models got at computer use. So the thing to pay attention to is kind of the relationship between the cost it takes to do something and how well the model can do it. Because the economics matter here. If the model is too expensive to be used on actual projects, then it's kind of useless. In other words, if you're using it because it's subsidized by the labs, those tokens are giving you for free through the subscription, but you would never actually pay the API price, then that's not really a commercially viable model. So notice Claude Fable 5 is right there. On Agent's last exam, the score is 40.5%, and that cost $2,300. Notice the GPT series of models, they have very high scores at much cheaper prices. GPT 5.6 Soul got a 53.6% while costing only $763. Interestingly, on Max, the score actually is a little bit worse. So maybe it's overthinking its answers a bit. By the way, same thing with latency. It's a lot faster. There's some whispers about OpenAI having some great algorithmic improvements recently. Not only that, but they also have the Cerebrus chips, which apparently run, for example, GPT 5.6 10 times faster. So again, we're expecting to see amazing performance, like the increase in scores, state-of-the-art scores on various benchmarks, and it being, as they say, efficient by default. So for example, GPT 5.6 Soul on the Artificial Analysis Coding Agent Index got 80. That score is now state-of-the-art. It's the best available, and it's 2.8 points above Fable 5. But guess what? It's using less than half of the output tokens, less than half of the time, and costing about 1/3 of Fable 5. And notice that OpenAI is now kind of really using the charts to showcase exactly this. They're not just getting better scores. They're getting it at a lower cost, faster, with less tokens. So again, here's Fable 5, and here's kind of the top end of the GPT 5.6 models, as well as this is GPT 5.5 on extra high. You can tell that while they're similar in scores, although GPT 5.6 Soul wins out, all of them are cheaper. So GPT 5.6 beats both Opus 4.8 and Fable 5 on this curve of intelligence versus cost. Same thing with latency, same thing with output tokens. And of course, Gemini 3.1 Pro is mentioned here, but that's an old model at this point.
Sad, guys. So sad. Where's Google, guys? Where Google at? Where's the $2 million or $2 trillion company at, guys?
Waiting for Google to release the 3.5 Pro. So yeah, keep in mind that's still coming. This week has been absolutely insane. And the story of GPT 5.6 winning on this curve stays for Terminal Bench 2.1 and on Deep Sui version 1.1 as well. GPT 5.6 Soul is the highest point on the graph, while being significantly cheaper than, for example, Fable and Claude Opus 4.8. In Browse Comp, which is a benchmark for agents.
They already just stopped beating them. Google's happy just to get invited. Yeah.
Browse and find information on the web. Same thing, better, cheaper, faster, and less tokens. Terminal Bench 2.1, better, cheaper, faster, less tokens. For a lot of these, we actually don't know. For example, for
Grok
Fable
greater than Google
Opus,
at this point. Oh my god.
For latency, cost,
oh my goodness.
The chart just shows the GPT models winning in terms of the score, but I would bet on them also beating in cost, latency, and output tokens. The next interesting thing that got launched is a separate desktop app. So this is
we didn't try that yet. We have no tokens.
It's ChatGPT Work. So this is similar to Anthropic's Cowork. And the idea is simple. It's Codex, but not just for developers. It's for everyone. You connect all your tools, all your workflows, all your documents, and you're able to utilize all of it to get stuff done. So if you've used Claude Cowork or anything similar, I guess these are really the only two. They work really well across finance, ops, marketing, sales, engineering, etc. One thing to try it for, which is really a standout here with this release, is for design. There
is that his new?
Seems to be
is that the new boat game?
Forward in terms of how well this thing is able to design websites, games, 3D environments, documents, etc. Just to give you an idea, after this got released, I had to create a kind of a survival zombie simulation. If you know about the game Project Zomboid, this is kind of similar. It's gritty, it's dark, you have to survive, and it's very realistic. But to make it more interesting, I also said that it needed to create a lot of visuals with GPT Image 2.0 and then use computer use to kind of make sure that everything's looking good. And after it was done, build a web page that talks about how it was built, which is this right here. So I really do like how it was made. It talks about how like the intro page was made, how it used computer use to make sure everything's working, how it tested the game to make sure all the systems are good. And this is kind of the write-up about how it created the game. Notice it says, I repeatedly launched the real game in Chromium, sent keyboard and pointer input, opened every panel, captured the rendered pixels, and inspected game state exposed only to the test harness. These are development captures from the sessions, not game design mockups. So it built the game, it opened up a browser, it took screenshots of what it saw, and then it used those screenshots to build this page, which I think is very beautiful, minimalistic, but great kind of color schemes, very simple. I'm liking it. And it used the screenshots from the game that it built to build this webpage to demonstrate how the game was built. And make no mistake, this is like an actual living, breathing game with sounds, with tons of mechanics. I'm not even going to go into it right now, but there's a lot here. There's pain, body temperature, systemic infections. Like there's a lot going on. An entire crafting system. And notice it kind of made these graphics are simple, but on the next pass, we'll make sure that we really build something beautiful here to be used as icons, as graphics, etc. But I gotta say, overall, the design aesthetic, how it puts things together in a visually pleasing way, you can see it's definitely a noticeable.
Still a little garbanzo,
and
guys.
Here on their blog post, they're also showcasing a lot of the.
I think we're gonna have to wait for GPT 6.
These games and design kind of aesthetic that they've built for the games. Here's a museum website. So again, definitely it's very clean, very sharp. I mean, this is looking pretty good.
The website's
I mean,
good.
I guess you can't argue with taste, but I gotta say, like a lot of this just appeals to me. Like this whole thing that it built looks excellent. Like I can move around. This
guys, there must be something going on with this prompts, guys. Do you see anything wrong here, guys? What's going on? What's going on here with this upside down roofs, guys? It did the same thing with 4.5 Grok. There has to be something going on. Listen, agents have a hard time understanding. Facial reaction. It shows in Australia. They're always gonna flip the geometry the wrong way, dude. Oh, dude, what's going on? This happened twice, back to back, same model, or different models. There's something poisoning his rooftop prompt. Oh God.
I mean, this is looking good. Here's an interior design presentation.
Oh, he didn't even see it, guys. Didn't even see it. He didn't even see it, guys. Oh God.
That you're able to scroll through, and where this comes in very handy.
Wait, let me comment. Let me comment. The upside down roof made it in. Let's go. Crying emotion. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Oh man, that's too good. Oh no. Sorry, guys. Give us 6 more months. We'll fix that, yeah.
That's still coming. This week has been absolutely insane. And the story of GPT 5.6.
Oh my gosh, something
winning on this curve stays for Terminal Bench 2.1 and on Deep Suite version 1.1
I think I skipped it.
GPT 5.6 Soul is like this whole thing that it built looks excellent. Like I can move around. Design presentation that you're able to scroll through, and where this comes in very handy is in front-end development. So developing the user-facing websites, etc. It's able to create interactive little explainers. Here's an interactive wave interference thing that it built. And here's that new app, ChatGPT Work. So this is kind of what it looks like. I asked it to create a website visualizing the relative size of the different sort of sci-fi cosmic structures. So this is the kind of image it created. I gotta say, it's very, very beautiful. The entire site is plain, but kind of showcases a lot of the stuff that I wanted to see here, kind of the relative size on a logarithmic scale, measuring it on a planetary, stellar, and cosmic scale, measuring it with the speed of light. Here's the comparison of the Millennium Falcon versus the USS Enterprise, and giving you some ideas in human terms how to think about the scale. We have Death Star, Star Killer Base, the Halo installation. Next we have Discworld, the Culture Orbital, so who knows where that's from. Well, it says right there, Ian M. Banks. Okay, that gave it away. And then next we have, can you guess? It's Niven's Ring World. It's a ring that goes around the sun at roughly the same sort of distance that Earth is from the sun. So if you imagine kind of like a ring that stretches around the sun at where the Earth rotates around it, that inhabitable surface equals millions of Earths. What Earth would be, millions of that. And finally, Sealy Ring. I actually don't know what this is. Let me know in the comments if you know what this structure is. So I want to showcase some of the things that I was able to build with this thing. Unfortunately, all the different kind of parallel agents that I was running, they all kind of froze at the same time, saying selected model is at capacity. So I still have tons of my 5-hour limit usage left and weekly limit left. So this just might be
being distilled,
too many
guys.
people trying to access at the same
It's
time,
being distilled.
or me running too many Codex instances at
I didn't even get to use it yet, guys.
So that's coming in a separate video, but there's so much to unpack here. I think we've barely scratched the surface. This isn't just a little tiny model release. There's nothing incremental about this. This is a beast of a release, and I think we're going to need a few videos to get through it. So let me know what you think of this in the comments. If you had a chance to play around with this, what was your first impression? Do you think we're nearing an automated AI researcher? And if you're testing this out, definitely put it through its paces for specifically computer use and its design abilities. Those two things kind of, when they go together, when the models reach a certain
Distillation
level
attack
in both those
inbound.
categories, kind of magical things begin to happen. And I think we're beginning to see it here. Anyways, let me know what you think. Thank you so much for watching. Consider subscribing, hit the thumbs up, and I'll see you in
I'll see you. I'll see you. I'll see you. I see you. All right. Oh, what's going on with my browser? All right, we saw. Wait, what's going on? What happened to my watch later, guys? My watch later? I mean, we have automated AI researchers. I've experienced it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What's going on in my browser, guys? Too much memory intensive things going on. We haven't even done majority of our morning ritual, guys. We're just such in a rush. We're such in a rush.
Today, we're excited to release a brand new ChatGPT on web, desktop, and mobile.
Yeah,
Now,
download more
ChatGPT
RAM.
goes from just answering questions to doing work for you by connecting to all of your tools. I can switch from chat to work, and this interface should feel very familiar. But instead of just having conversations, I can hand off real work from here. Take a look at my calendar, Slack, and Drive, and help me prepare for my day. While that's running, let me show you plugins. Some of them connect to the apps you use, others bundle role-specific workflows for sales, data science, marketing, and more. And here we go. It found everything about my day, the notes, and how to prepare for my next meetings. The next thing I want is for this to happen without me asking every time. Let's try this.
Don't ask
Can
me
you be
every
my
time.
chief of staff and give me a briefing every
staff.
morning of what I have to prepare for the day? And while the World Cup is going
How's the MMO
on,
agent?
can you
It literally just finished the plan. It literally just finished the plan. What is the plan, guys? What is the plan? What's interesting is it popped up on my phone and it didn't pop up with this option to say bypass permissions. It says continue in auto mode. All right, this big giant plan that took almost practically 3 hours to create. It already has, it talks about the services, what's on stream today, combat, all that stuff. Let me just link this in the chat. I'll link this before I execute it, and then I can have Turtle to save the MB or make modifications. All right, Turtle. Do some modifications before I submit. I'll put in the ideas and feedback before doing anything. Oh, something hijacked my keyboard. I think it's this. All right, I think I should have access now. All right. All right. Submit. All right, there it is. So I won't accept it yet until it gets approval. We're doing a prompt plan approval now.
actually give me the scores of the German team and any other matches that I care about. And that's it. The automation is set, and I don't have to remember to ask again tomorrow. And by the way, this also works on the go. the same chat is already on my phone. I can start on the web, leave my desk, and keep going on my mobile.
Nice.
Now, when I want ChatGPT to work with my local files and projects, I move to the desktop app. On the left, I can...
But the desktop app doesn't support Linux. Or does it? Let's check, guys. Let's check. ChatGPT work download. Join Codex waitlist. Download ChatGPT. Oh no, guys. Oh no. Doesn't support Linux. Sad. So you need to use a support operating system.
can see all of my projects and everything ChatGPT is working on, but this time with all of my local files as well. For me,
I mean, technically, guys, it's on a Windows VM, which also has access to the whole source code of the whole mono repo, but it doesn't contain all like the running services. It would have to like hook into my Linux system, do some reverse connection there.
this is a big shift. I can give it the context, hand off the work, and then come back when it needs me or has something ready. Let's look at something more involved. I'm going to show you 3 different examples across marketing, data analytics, and engineering. Let's say I'm building a fictional neo-brand called Hudson, and we're getting ready to launch our mobile app. Here's the launch side. All of these visuals were generated using ChatGPT and image generation. All I did was give it my logo, my brand guidelines,
I need this.
and it's incredible how many different directions I can explore and how consistent they are with our brand. The next thing I want to do is translate this into an ad campaign. We can now create mood boards for what this could look like. I can now imagine many ideas in less time than it would take for me to explore one.
SigmaShake?
I love this takeover concept. It looks amazing. Next, I asked ChatGPT to turn these into a deck to share with my team. Beautiful, ready for our launch review meeting today.
Beautiful. I need one of those. We'll try that on the
Let's say
Windows
we just
version.
launched the app. Switching gears to
Or
data
Linux,
science,
or
I want to
Mac
understand
OS,
how it's
probably.
actually going. The metrics, the user feedback, team conversations, launch plans, all are in different places. And I use ChatGPT to bring them all together. Since it's a data question, ChatGPT automatically brought in the right skills and workflows. And this is what it came up with: activation rates, signups, and even this onboarding funnel. Here I'm using my own data store, but your data could just as easily live in spreadsheets or a data warehouse. The launch looks healthy overall, but something looks off in Mexico. In fact, ChatGPT already flagged it, and it thinks it might be a phone onboarding issue. So we'll have a look at this in a moment. I could build this into a deck and share this with my team, but a real-life dashboard would be much more useful. So I asked it to pull these metrics into this dashboard. I can visualize it in the in-app browser, and I can click to annotate. Add a one-line summary on how the launch is going. I love collaborating with ChatGPT like this and seeing the changes happen live. Awesome, it looks good. Now I want to share it with my team. Sites is a great way to do this. It lets me publish websites directly from ChatGPT. Publish this dashboard, share the link in my team channel, and make sure that the metrics are updated every day. And just like that, we have built and shared a dashboard. Next, it's time to switch to Codex and put my engineering hat on to fix this mobile app issue. If you're already a Codex user, it's the same Codex you know and love, now inside of ChatGPT. Thanks to ChatGPT, we know where to look, but let's confirm what the customer is actually experiencing. I'm going to use the simulator and bring the app on the screen and take an app shot by pressing Command and Command. Review the phone onboarding in Mexico, then in Germany to compare, and click around the main screens. You can think of an app shot as a smarter screenshot. It gives it the app I'm looking at and the context it needs to take action on. It's now triggering background computer use. That is not my cursor. This is Chat.
Man, they had to fast forward that. Did you see that? It's like fast forwarding at like 4x, 8x, or something really fast. You could see the cursor like spazzing out.
ChatGPT using my app. When ChatGPT doesn't have a dedicated
Oh, weird. I've never once in my life used the left command, right command shortcut. Yeah, I've never used that either.
plugin, it can use your computer directly. It can do the same thing in the browser with the Chrome extension. copying and pasting data, browsing sites, or checking a workflow. It looks like customers are indeed getting stuck when they're entering a valid Mexican phone number. That explains why the activation rates are lower. Let's also have it check everything works great for other countries in the background. Now, for the final step, let's actually have it fix the problem. Prepare a fix for the phone number validation bug in Mexico. And when it's ready, I can see the diff directly within Codex, review the changes, and publish this PR so we can ship a new version of the app. So this is the new ChatGPT. One place where you can delegate real work, whether that's in your apps, your local projects, or even your computer and browser. There's really no task that ChatGPT cannot help you with. Hey chat, I'm done with my demo. Can you play some walkout music? This was only a quick tour, and we can't wait to see what you do with it.
Hopefully that's not copyright. That was good. Man, we gotta make some closeout videos like that. Next.
And there's this new trend of no AI labels. One that's very popular is not by AI. Pay $100 so that they can put a verified written by humans.
Oh, I gotta do that.
Art is a common one. Everyone pretty much seems to be in agreement that if the AI generates an image,
Hey.
it's not considered art.
Thank you, Joe.
Art is ass cheeks.
Hey, it's working. Hey, it's working, guys. Oh man, that's cool. The first time. About to lock in. Hope you get your reset soon. Thanks, man. Thanks, man. Thanks for the bits again. Hey, at work, did you see that? The whole animation? That was good. That was good, guys. That was good. That was ChatGPT 5.5 did that, I think, with Fable.
Feels
Thanks
like
again.
forcing people to have an issue. It's
Lock
like when
in.
you walk by
Lock in.
a building and you see a bunch of protesters out in front. You know, you mentioned such badges also invite people viewing them to think about an issue they otherwise may not have. You're creating a space where it's assumed if you don't have the badge, you're...
Maybe we should do this too to make money, guys. We just create a site not made by AI badge and sell it to people $1. We look at their site, verify it's not made by AI, and then let them have access to the banner, similar to like a Product Hunt or Node.js or something like that.
AI. Imagine how bad this could be, where you have a company charging, $100 to verify that you're not AI. As more and more companies use this, theoretically, you're going to end up in a position where if you don't have that badge, you're fucked. It's kind of like the Twitter verified, but then there's a gray area. What about SVG art? They may come where this isn't the case anymore. Right now, it looks like shit, but in 2030, is it going to look like shit? Maybe not. If you're okay with code, you should be okay with AI art. Code versus art. Code, handwritten, hand-typed, we'll say, takes thought, is personal. There's a million ways to skin a cat. There are some things that are very much straightforward, but for the most part, you as a coder could design something completely different as another person that achieves the same task. It could be a different algorithm, different data structure. It could just be how you wrote it, right? We're not even just talking about the O sub n level. We're talking about pure straight text code. End point is that it requires a human to create it, and it's a creative effort. There's no doubt code has creative elements to it. They added kind of a AI disclosure where developers have to, actually mention whether or not they use AI in their
That's true, guys. Oh my god, that guy was a genius. That guy was a genius. They saw like no content, no AI on Steam, and then all these other sites are saying no AI, and then you just create a website that says we'll give you a no AI badge for $100. Oh my god, that's genius. It's like domain registration, except just slapping on like a whatever badge to no AI.
Incentive here is that customers may change their mind if it's using AI. Valve pushed back on this wording quite a bit, that it's okay if it was a time-saving AI usage, which is like, I guess, tools that were used, coding tools, things like that. Your question might be, why does it matter? And this is a valid question where it's like, hey, what's wrong with making devs mention they use AI? Really puts you in a bucket that if you've ever tried to sell anything on any marketplace ever, if you're a really small game, like let's say you're an indie dev and you don't have an audience already, when you release your game onto Steam, if it's a new release, it'll typically go into like a new releases section. Depending on the genre, it'll go into there. This is what you're a slave to. You're a slave to Steam's system. Contrast, let's say you're a massive dev studio. These companies, they can get away with AI usage a little bit more. I think a lot of people would be upset, but they would still play it and they would try it and they would still try the game out, right? There'd still be enough breadth of trying the game that it could get noticed and get out there. When you're a small indie dev, dude, every bit counts. You have to think of the small indie dev as like a sapling where every single advantage that they can get is contributing to the water. That looks terrible. That does not look like a watering can. Hold on. Oh Lord, I'm getting this worse. Envision this as a watering can. Every opportunity increases this viral idea, right? There's games out there where it's just
practice our Excel draw.
catchy. Instantly a hit because it's just weird. Think Goat Simulator, what was that? Five Nights at Freddy's. So that's a +1. Makes the sapling go like this. Now we have this. And then you might have timing. Let's say there was no games out. Luck of the draw when it comes to like streamers, YouTubers, whatever. Each of these contribute to your chances of success. And you know, the hope is that you're going to have a nice, beautiful tree. You have to realize that everything that goes against this is just completely putting you in the dirt. Buying it. This is the harder gap. This is the hardest gap to get to. It's already hard enough to get them to see it. Getting them to pull the trigger on buying it, other battle. You can have the best pictures in the world, the most interesting game in the world, but this part right here is very fickle. Every advantage you can get, the right idea, having the right marketing, the timing, luck of the draw, all of this contributes, but it's a very fickle thing. It's something so small as just having an AI tag. Dude, you're completely nullifying your chances. It doesn't matter that maybe this percentage of the game has AI assets, even if it's something small, like a tiny particle. You can envision a world where a game uses AI assets for the small, non-important part, and then they invest all their actual art into the 90%. But guess what, compadre? It unfortunately doesn't matter. Society doesn't want your game. If you were able to convince them that, hey, yeah, we only used AI for these 10%, how are you going to convince them to do this? Take your word for it? No, they're not going to take your word for it. There's this article from GeoHot that came out pretty recently. It was in June 23rd. And he discusses the conspiracy angle of AI, where everyone thinks it's all evil. You know, we should look down on these companies, yada, yada. But hey, we're in this already. We're already in the shits. We are in this already. There's no getting out of it. We can't undo AI. There is no control Z of AI. And so we're already in this place where we have to deal with it. We're shouting at these companies and saying, hey, whoever uses AI is evil, yada, yada. But dude, at the end of the day, there's no going back. This is a new reality. To me, what should matter, is it good? Personally, this is my guiding star. I don't think we need disclosures to tell us if it's AI. I think a lot of the arguments for the anti-AI stuff and, you know, omitting AI art from our media is what about the artists? And I resonate with this. The reality is it sucks. It does. The artists who spent hours and hours mastering their craft is having their works just completely taken and profited off of. As the GeoHot article mentions here, we are all riding on the same bus through the optimization landscape of reality, shouting at the driver to no avail. A wall-mounted map is covered in graffiti, so we don't know where the bus is going, right? We can kick and scream and we can complain about what AI is doing, but there's nothing we can do. It's too late. No matter what we do, this anti-AI stuff, it's not gonna matter. If somebody really wants to, they can use AI art without even telling you about it. Just like people are doing now with coding. There's a lot of repos out there, and I've seen it, where they're claiming they have no AI code. Then you go and you read it and it's like, oh, you know what? I'm seeing some opus in this. It's easy to do that with code, and it's going to get easier with AI when, you know, the art is getting better and better. And so I do agree it sucks because there's no going back on it, right? It's too late. I'd also argue that humans were doing the same thing, right? Any artist you look at the end of the day, they were taking influence from somewhere into their art. The only real artist was the first human on earth. This isn't a quote, but it should be. Everyone takes influence off of things. I take influence off of things. There's certain YouTubers that I watch. There's certain, you know, programs that I like. Everyone takes influence from other things. There's an article from Ryan Dahl. He's the creator of Node.js, and he's also working on Dino. He has a really good blog about kind of going into this idea that humans were really just repeating what other people were doing anyway. The article's main concepts are, you know, talking about how we're underestimating AI, right? When AI makes a mistake, it's like we treat it like it's the biggest ridiculous thing ever. The big quote here, humans are basically a sophisticated Markov chain. They're very good at pattern matching, but have no understanding of anything or their own will. Talk about how basically we're autocomplete machines. We'll fabricate things, make things up, human-splain. And the key thing here that I wanted to mention is this line here. Humans can't truly invent or imagine beyond their training. They're like a DJ sampling old tracks, impressive in form, but no original melody. Right? This is so damn true. And it hurts, right? It hurts to say that. Like, even when I read that, I'm like, man, we are such a useless piece of garbage, right? It makes me feel like I'm a scarecrow, just pitched up. Right, I got no feelings, no emotions that are unique. And there's nothing wrong with that. The question is, right, where is the line? Where is the line for you when it comes to AI content? At what point do you consider it to be beyond the line to where you are not okay with it? Are you in the camp that's, hey, all AI is bad? Are you in the camp of all AI art is bad? Are you in the camp of who cares? Just want to enjoy it, right? I think I'm in this camp right here. I really don't care if it's using AI, if it gets me a certain emotion that I find to be valuable. You give me an entire movie that's AI, as long as it's good, I don't care. I just don't. But let me know what you think.
Okay. Yeah, I'm on the boat too. AI is cool. We're just enjoying it. We are just enjoying it. Sleeping giant. 4 words triggered a war. Man, what's
Would you
running?
like to hear a controversial yet brave take in the 2026th year of our Lord? I read the code. Yes, that, my friends,
I
is
read the
now
code?
officially controversial.
It
Now,
is.
You're probably wondering, how is that controversial? Well, it all started with this nice little tweet here by Mitchell Hashimoto, just expounding upon, hey, what's going on with Fable? A random bot account said, what metrics are you using to measure success of this approach? I read the code, and this right here got 800,000 views just saying, I read the code? And then a lot of people started chiming in, saying how much they also can see why reading the code's actually a good thing, except for Burke right here. Hey, Burke, actually appreciate that response. Honestly, out of all the responses of I don't read the code, based. So I figured I'm going to have to open up a yap request on this one because we just have to talk about this, okay? There's no stopping. There's no stopping the words coming out of my mouth at this point. And so I would actually like to maybe add a bit more color to this talk, because here's the problems that I just generally see with the internet. First off, there's just a bunch of bad engineers on the internet, and they can say whatever they would like
Yep,
to
we all
say,
suck,
and this
guys.
kind of adds
We all
fuel
suck.
to the fire of this entire discussion. You know this. You've worked at a job. Well, most of you have worked at a job, and you guys have seen teammates and coworkers, and you're like, how are you employed? What is And yet these are the people also giving great advice on Twitter.
See?
Second, there's always people selling something, right? They're always selling you something, and this is that entire...
Yeah, buy my product, guys. SigmaShake. It's a 1 Twitch subscription, and you have access to Pro for a month. That's the kind of thing I can't stand from him. Yeah.
crowd that exists. And third, there's always this compiler argument that people make.
Oh my god, guys. Did I get a reset? Did we get a reset? Free reset? Free reset, guys? I see 0%. Is it bugged? Usually it's bugged, guys. Usually it's bugged. Let's see. Uh-oh. Oh, I can't type anything. Something broke, guys. Come on, cross our fingers. He really took a turn in the last 3 months. Don't tell me I wasted my reset. Oh my god. Usage. All right. Status. Oh, you wasted your reset. Oh my god, guys. We got access. Free reset, guys. Let's go. Let's freaking go. We used up 99%, guys. 99%. We got a reset, guys. To 5.6. Yes. Yes. Oh my god. I am sorry, guys. I am sorry. I am sorry. Turtle. Oh my gosh. I am so sorry, Turtle. We were, you know, crossing our fingers for it, but yes, to 5.6. We got 5.6 reset. Look at the limits, guys. I look at it all the time. Every hour I look at it just to cross our finger. That's why we have a counter, a usage limit counter there. Helps us keep track. We got a reset on both, guys. Same day. Woo. Woo. Let's go, guys. Let's go. But we need this to last a week, guys. We need this to last a week. We can't burn all of it in a day like we did last week.
On the internet, I don't know what it is about. Stop, please, for the love of all.
Let's
things good and
go.
holy.
Let's
Stop comparing
go.
AI to a compiler. Okay, it's just a bad comparison. We can just move on, okay? No need to expound upon that. It's just bad. It has been bad. It will continue to be bad. All right, but I am actually going to give you what I consider my framework for should you read the code. Yes, I cannot believe I'm saying these phrases. I can't believe I'm saying this, but hey, we're going to say it anyways, and I'm actually going to give you what I think is actually really good spot-on advice. I'm going to give it to you in 3 different ways, but before I give it to you, babe.
I'm happy, guys. We're able to vibe code at the peak time when everybody gets off work and I need somebody to watch. I'll be able to show vibe coding. Guys, I'll be able to show it.
I would like to say a quick thank you to the sponsors.
Oh.
Don't read the code.
Don't read the code. Terminal. Jeez, I can't tell, guys. I can't tell.
So I'm going to give you my thoughts on this whole read the code, don't read the code argument, and where I think everybody's effectively wrong. I think the answer is just significantly more complex than that. And so I'm going to give you kind of 3 different examples or 3 different ways in which I approach a problem that kind of change the varying degrees in which I'm going to read the code. I think the third one is the most interesting one because it's probably the one that I think most people are going to start falling into over the course of the next year. But let's just start with the first one, the don't read the code ever. I do think that there's actually just an entire set of projects and things you should be doing where you just...
I have an intelligent being reading the code. Has over 1,000 PhDs. I think I don't need to read the code anymore.
Just don't read the code. The whole purpose of it is MVP exploration. Now, there's this thing that I used to get to do at my job back in the day before all of this AI crap kind of came out, is you used to get to put on some headphones, throw on the Lord of the Rings Enya soundtrack, and then just program for like 16 hours straight because your goal was to just create a nice little prototype of some new thing so everyone can come together and kind of discuss. How does it feel? Is this the right direction? Is this what we want to see? And that experience was quite magical. You'd end up building it, you'd throw it all away, and you'd do a bunch of learnings. And for the unlucky souls, you would build it, your bosses would say, ship that straight to production, and that's what you would be now using for the next year and trying to fix. So something I've been really kind of playing around with the idea of is actually...
Yeah, you don't know everything. You don't know everything, guys.
Getting an agent and the linear MCP and saying, okay, let's discuss all the things I kind of want to build, having it all go and be made as tickets on linear, and then just saying, hey, loop and make all of that for me. I'll come back in 12 hours and boom, the thing is done, and I can try out my...
You guys, the only thing that I fear about using 5.6, guys, is that other guy that we watched. He said he let his agent run for 7 days to create a Minecraft clone. I'm just like, and then when we looked at the Minecraft clone, it didn't even look anything like it looked, very similar and stuff, but the textures weren't even like what the original Minecraft had. So that's my fear, guys. That's my fear. Having like replicating a feature, it's gonna be working for 6 days to make a clone. A lot of issues if someone needed 6 days to make Minecraft clone. Yeah, exactly. I was just like, is 5.6 really that good? Really? Is it really that good? I mean, it was a smarter brain, right, for reviewing code, but is it really that good? Coding and executing? I think we're unsatisfied with both providers at this point, right? Nothing's enough. Nothing's enough.
Idea. Was this a good idea? Like, I don't even have to use expensive models for this to work. I'm just there to see, does the idea actually work? Can it feel good? I'm not going to keep any of the code. Lord, no. I'm going to just simply use it as a way to test out new ideas and new ways to approach this. I've been kind of starting to toy with this with my game development. I go, okay, I really want to try out this kind of different way of doing things. Hey, I'm going to kind of specify a bunch of stuff, create 15 linear tickets, loop it, baby, and then just come back later and just see how it feels. Now, I think this is an excellent case for don't read the code. I don't care what the code is because I'm throwing it away. This is purely
Guys, he's throwing away intelligence, guys. Throwing it away. He's going to let it create the MVP and then replicate it from scratch. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think he's just going to let his other AI copy the code, make it cleaner. I think the thing that everybody's missing is the whole software factory. If you put your ideology of coding into separate, agents and actual deterministic checks to make sure that it does all the things you want it to do, I think you'll be confident, not just raking in views. Yeah, I'm finally starting to use AI. I like to use it to get into game dev, one of the worst use cases. Yeah, it is. It is one of the worst use cases.
And for good times, right? If it does feel really good and I want to proceed with it, I might just take a peek at the code, see, hey, how did you accomplish this?
Guys, so much right now is being automated by AI. Crazy amount of automated processes. It's not just support tickets. It's actually like response to things. And you put in all your ideology, all your checks. AI with enough intelligence will make sure all those things pass. And will create, and you will scale. It will scale. A human cannot scale, guys. A human cannot handle, 1,000+ tickets coming in a day, right? Compared to a human. A human will just ignore those 1,000 tickets because they're overwhelmed, and they'll just pass it off to the next day, right? Or the next person. But AI is here to just work like a machine, guys. We don't need to babysit it anymore. We just need our ideologies and software factories and applied.
If there's anything I can like or glean from it, I will take it. But generally speaking, I RMRF that crap as fast as possible.
Oh
I also
my
think there's
God.
just this second category of just internal tools that need to be created. No one's going to create them. You just need to get them out there because they're going to make everybody's life
I'm hungry, guys.
a
I'm
lot
hungry.
easier, and they're going to be fantastic to use. And so just, it doesn't matter the quality.
Stomach
it's about the
grumbling.
value of it.
Oh.
And at some point, you may need to go in there and you may need to start reading the code, but to kind of get the idea out there to see if it actually really makes people's lives better. Again, this kind of prototype MVP phase, I think, is just so important. All right, so the second kind of category of read the code, if we will, if it's a spectrum, is just read every single line. Now, me personally, been
No way, guys. No way.
Here's the sweet little video game right here. Yeah, I made all those animations. I made the card draw.
There is an aura of pretentious that comes with this. I'm Ivy League educated comes sometimes, yes. I mean, they have been gatekeeping the industry for this long, guys.
I made all these kind of things. They're absolutely fantastic.
He didn't make these things. This was the other guy. There's the other guy that drew all this. He drew everything. He even took care of all the tiles and stuff. He literally hand drew everything. Not the Primogen. It was the other guy that made Insignia. I forgot his name already. But yeah.
Little boop, put it in there, do this.
All he did was the animations, guys. All he did was the stitching together the code. But it was Cursor. Cursor with ChatGPT and all the other models used.
Faster turns. Right now, I don't really care about this.
I know because I watched the whole stream. Okay, I watched the whole stream. I watched them all hang out in that water tower.
Speed, how it looks right now. Look, the arrow's even sideways because I have the rotation off by 90 degrees. I don't currently really care about that because right now my goal is to make this game. The process of making this
I
game.
just like to remind myself that just because he used to work at Netflix or somewhere like that doesn't mean he actually is doing any of the. Now he's a YouTuber talking about his experience from 3 years ago. Yeah, Sigma, your kick chat is sub only. I ain't got money for that. That's why you gotta come in here, guys. Kick is pure botted everything right now. That's why you can either watch on YouTube, which is also ad free, or if I were you, I'd watch on YouTube. Watch on YouTube. Your messages will get through here. Welcome. Your messages will get through here on YouTube. But Kick is just there's something wrong with Kick, guys. There's some out-of-pocket chatters on Kick that say the craziest things. That's why we have to, lock it down, guys. Lock it down. But welcome.
The process of going through everything is part of the entire quest, right? I want to.
Also, if you're a sub on Twitch, you get access to SigmaShake Pro subscription, meaning you get access to SigmaShake and all the cool things. You get to talk in the Discord community, in our Discord, and yeah, more stuff.
be able to create this and love this, not just externally, but also internally. I want this to be the best thing I've ever created. And so I actually care about this a whole bunch. And there's
Do we
a
have a free
different kind of
t-shirt?
style of
Guys, do you want the swag? Should we make swag, guys? I have to check with Mrs. Sigma. Everybody will get a Super Saiyan hair, you know, Super Saiyan hair, and then a jacket with the Sigma, the Sigma logo. And yeah, when we get there, guys, when we get there. Right now we're cash negative, guys. We're negative.
development I would like to take about the things I really care about and I really want to
Yeah, it's too early. I do know I have a friend that I haven't contacted in over a decade. I could reach out to them, and they know they're really good at this. They're really good at this art stuff and merchandise. Just a quick thing. I mean, it's I think it's OmoCat. Let's see. OmoCat has a ton of stuff. Apparel is what they have, guys. Why are they making now? Why are they making now? She made the game Amori, if you heard about that game. But she has a whole swag line. Now we just have to make a similar thing, guys. Apparel collections original. Let's see. Yeah, she targeted the girls, guys. She targeted the main girl. I don't know. I don't even know what you call them. The girls that like anime. The girls that like anime. She targeted those people, and she's making a killing. Making a killing, guys.
exactly
But we'll get
the way
there,
I want.
maybe.
Because the more I were to introduce, say, vibe coding into this situation, there's things I couldn't control, like exactly how does this feel? I don't know if I could control that nearly as well if I didn't.
Damn, I'm
if I
hungry,
didn't
guys.
have
I'm
the
hungry.
full kind of
What am I gonna
programming
eat?
ability where I understood and knew everything that was happening on here. I know exactly how this highlight works. I know exactly how this drag works. I know exactly how that shrink works. I know exactly how that placement works.
No, he doesn't. Cursor created the code, guys. Cursor. But he did code a lot of stuff from scratch, though. I forgot what system.
How the upgrades are calculated, how everything flows through the system. And so this is a very special kind of project to me. And there's also just tons of great software out there that's making tons and tons of money where people just do this. I don't think this is really an argument for or against software being made by hands or by agents. It's more that this is just what I care about deeply. I do think that this realm of programming is shrinking. Like, in all honesty, I think that the amount of times you need to be perfectly concerned about
We might need to let go, guys.
is just fundamentally going down. But for this particular project, I want to be concerned about every line of code. I actually do want to be engaged in how it looks, how it feels, just exactly every last part of it. And since I want to be that engaged, I feel like the only way to be that engaged is also to be engaged on the line count and exactly what is being produced for everything as well, for better or for worse. All right, so the third category, the one that I actually think is much, much more interesting on this whole read the code debate,
A bit
is,
more
is there
hinge.
a halfway ground? Is
Disheveled.
there some sort of in between?
I mean,
of,
he
like,
has a
I
whole
don't
family,
read
you
code
know.
and I read code.
He has a whole
Obviously,
family.
there is some sort of level, but what does that actually look like? Well, if you look
He's
at
a good
this thing right
entertainer,
here, what
guys.
you will see right here
He's an
is a
entertainer.
program that I have
He
created that
entertains.
actually plays that same game in which you just saw, but it plays it in a headless mode so I can actually see an AI play my game. Right now, you can see exactly what's in my hand. You can see my towers, how much ammo each one of the towers have left, the upgrades that are on the towers, the in-game upgrades that happen to each tower. You can see everything about it. Pretty kind of cool, right? This is being completely played by Composer 2.5 Fast. It just goes and it runs and it plays the whole game. So that thing that you just saw there, the actual runner itself, I kind of have what I would consider a unique way to approach this. So the first thing I do is I go and I build the components, right? So I'm like, hey, okay, this is how I want you to run Cursor. This is how I want you to run the agents. This is what it looks like. This is what the interface should look like. I should be able to call .prompt on it, and I want to be able to pass in these things. This is the exact shape I expect. It goes off and it builds it. I go and kind of test it, and okay, yes, that's exactly it. Next, for this particular thing, I built a client server, right? It's the client server interaction, and I want to be able to add certain methods to it so I can call calls onto the server that will then route them into my game and be able to run. Like I want to be able to start a new game. I want to be able to end a game by ID. I want to be able to go and move a mouse by certain game IDs. I want to be able to have 10 games running at the same time with 10 agents all running the games at the same time. So after I take the time and think really hard about the APIs I need for each one of the parts, the thing I do is I actually handwrite the actual piece of like integration logic. So for this one, this is the run loop that actually goes, okay, if I'm in my title screen, character selection or victory or defeat,
Yeah, he was doing all this manually, but honestly, it could have been done so much faster. So much faster.
I want to kick off the starter. The starter is this starter contents persona, and the starter MD is just something all it does is like, hey, your only goal is to go in and figure out how to get from the defeat screen or the victory screen back into game mode. Like that's it. If you're in the title screen, get to game mode. If you're in the character select blacksmith. That is it. Go to the game mode. And so this is, by the way, this is what they call building a harness, blah, blah, blah. But I didn't write this mode function right here. I know what it does. I set up the interface for it. I wanted this exact interface. I made sure it's doing all the right calls. I make sure that start actually starts a Mordoria game in the background. I make sure that end ends the exact, you know, item that I want to make sure it's.
I didn't get a response from you yet, Turtle, about the review of the prompt. It's waiting. It's waiting for the response.
It's ending. It's not just ending.
All right, just making sure.
But nonetheless, this
I'll probably have to
being able to be like, okay.
I'll probably have to compact and just stop. I'll just refine it. Oh no. Oh, yeah, I'll just stop it. Plan finished. Yeah, and then I'll just compact. Just compact that and continue.
Here's all the pieces I want. I will do the integration programming. I'll actually do the application programming, whereas you do all the rest of the stuff. I found this to be very, very nice because I didn't write starter. I said, hey, make it like a top level thing and read a file sync and do all that. And if you look through exactly what it does, it jumps in here and somewhere along the way, it does a whole reading of the values, does everything, puts all that crap together. I don't care how it got there. I just care that it got the prompt at the end of the day. That's it. That's all I wanted. And then for me, it's like, I'm the one going, okay, here, this is what I'm going to do in this mode. This is what I'm going to do in this mode. If I encounter a mode I don't know how to handle, I want to intentionally print that out and throw an error. And then I want to kill the server at the end. I want the whole thing to die, and I want the game underneath it to die. And so for me, this is like this.
Oh my God, I just looked at Joe's message, guys. I'm a little 4 hours late. I'm envying Joe's status of resets, and he has so many resets, guys. He needs to get busy. He needs to get busy. I wish he could give me all his tokens, but everybody says I wish I could give you my extra usage because I just, you know, drink up and suck up all the usage, and like they all inspired him on. Yeah, he has to get busy, guys. He has to get busy. Maybe if I get remote access to his machine, I could probably use it all up. Hopefully he gets 5 more resets this month. Yeah. It's crazy, guys. Crazy. Oh, man. Man, oh, man.
Third approach that I actually think is going to be much, much more popular over the next year, effectively, is that you really are starting to design on the interface / the function level. The function contents themselves you care less about, but at the function level, at the type level, you're like, this is what I want to see. Now move quickly. Now, this works really, really well if you have a couple pieces. First off, you have to know how to build things, right? I think if you don't know how to build things, I think this is really hard. You don't even know what the right interfaces are, let alone you don't know how to actually like iteratively build it with an agent. Hey, build this command to be able to run stuff from the command line. Okay, I want to take that. Okay, this is how I want the server to look. Okay, this is how I want each endpoint to look, right? Like you don't have how you would normally build it already built into your head. So how are you going to get the, you know, the agent to be able to respond properly? But second, more importantly, I think that this approach, it really allows you to kind of flex all of that knowledge and move quick enough to where you get a lot of the benefits of the agents and being able to move really fast, where the parts that you're actually concerned about, you can really kind of just dial in and go, okay, these are the things I really want to have happen. I want this, and I want this, and I want this, and I'm going to have this nice compact 50, 100 lines of code that are just mine, and the rest of it, the 1,000, 2,000 lines of code that is just like getting everything set up so that the actual thing works, out of my hands now. So I think that most of the ideas about read the code suck. Okay, I think you're gonna go on the internet, you're gonna read a bunch of people's tweets, and they're all gonna come down to, you should never read it, or you should read it 100% of the times. And I think there's just a much more kind of gray answer to this whole thing. I will keep on reading Mordoria's source code line by line, and I'll be hand editing a good portion of it always and making sure that it always stays at the exact level I want it to be, because it is my game the way I want it to be. I want every last...
It's his game, guys. Oh my gosh. The guy gave him all the art, guys. Maybe he paid for the art. What do you guys think? Did he pay the guy to come in, draw the art from by hand, and then now he owns the heart? Although the whole game is open source, so I guess so.
Feel the game to be exactly the way I feel, like want it to feel, and the exact polish I want it. I want to be able to control that. Now, there's a whole set of programs where that concern is much more fluid, if you will. Yeah, that looks about right. Yes, this is okay. And that I can move faster. And then there's some programs I don't care at all, right?
Guys, when we make something, it's our game. It's our team. Our team made the game, guys. Our team made it. Although I spent most of my credits on the on the game. I'm willing to share the credit, guys.
I can just vibe code. I just want them to work once, or maybe I just want to work this one little simple kind of reproducible script to just run whenever I need it to run. I don't really care how it looks. I just want it to work. And so please, for the love of all things good, don't compare AI output to a compiler. Stop saying you should always do one or the other, and just also have a little bit of fun, okay? If you're a person that just refuses to ever use an LLM because you think that it writes terrible code, just vibe code something for once. It's kind of fun. You'll go, oh, yeah, that's pretty cool. That was pretty nice. But don't do anything too serious. You'll drive yourself nuts, right? Like, you just got to know your weaknesses and strengths. It's pretty easy. And then you can actually have a much better time, because I think we live in such a wonderful and beautiful part of the world ever, in the sense that everything that is up here, you can now manifest onto a computer. Like, that is so cool. And it's never been easier. Every single year, that bar for manifesting goes significantly down. This ain't the 90s anymore. We don't even most of you don't even think about memory allocations. When was the last time you thought about the stack?
I don't even think about memory anymore.
You managed some memory? I don't think.
Gonna be honest, I don't forgive these influencers that shit on vibe coding, but now, like, it's so fun, guys. Try it out. Yeah.
You have. I think you just live with a garbage collector. You slob. Honestly,
0%.
Pretty great. Also, can I just say that for a second? The thing is this kind of
There's nobody else to watch, guys. There's nobody else to watch. I mean, the other guys are super technical in the weeds, man.
A bunch of people who have.
We need some entertainment.
Something that worked for them in some particular situation.
But I do miss not having to subscribe and to watch his content. Now I have to subscribe to watch his content now, guys. All right, I need to play something so I could Fable's back. All right, we'll add this to a watch queue, and then I need to just play some music. Guys, we didn't do anything on our schedule. Did we win one chess game today? I'm not even sure. What day is it today, guys? It's July 9th. I didn't win any game today. I didn't even start. So I'm gonna play some music. Let me make something to eat. Listen to some chill, guys. Chill to the music, and I'll be back.
Bazinga!
All right. All right. I am used 5.6 Ultra, which is why it's slow. Almost done. No worries. No worries, man. Alright, what are we watching while I eat some food, guys? What are we watching? Something that caters to the whole audience. The whole audience soul made this entire video. Okay, guys, I need to follow the tips. I am in desperate need of making YouTube videos. Alright. I'm in desperate need of the YouTube, man. And I wish I could watch some anime while I haven't watched anime in so long, guys. It's been probably 4 months since I've watched a single episode of anything. All right. This cell change biology. Cool.
There's something kind of absurd at the heart of life on Earth. In the words of one scientist, it's a cruel joke. And it goes like this. All living organisms need nitrogen to survive. It's a key part of proteins and DNA. And our atmosphere is absolutely packed with nitrogen. But here's the cruel part. The one enzyme that can pull nitrogen out of the air so that living organisms can use it, that enzyme basically falls apart in the presence of oxygen. Meaning that plants and animals and fungi are surrounded by nitrogen that they can't use. The only organisms that can pull this nutrient from the air are the ones that can survive without oxygen. Pretty much just super simple microbes. Because of this, the entire natural world relies on these tiny microorganisms to get nitrogen. This was an ironclad rule of biology. No organism from the complex side of the tree of life could pull nitrogen out of the air. But today, one microorganism has rewritten this rule in a way that could change everything from the future of food to our understanding of life on Earth. It all started in the 90s on a research boat in the middle of the ocean. On that boat was an oceanographer named John Zaire. Now, John didn't study whales or dolphins or coral reefs. He studied nitrogen-fixing bacteria. John was on the hunt for new kinds of bacteria in the ocean, and he was using something pretty cutting edge for the time: DNA. His plan was to test samples of seawater for a key nitrogen-fixing gene, in the hope that he might find something that other scientists had missed. And, well, it worked. Almost immediately, he found a species previously unknown to science. As he looked at the gene he'd found, he could get a pretty good clue of what this new bacteria should look like. So he popped it under the microscope, expecting to see that bacteria everywhere. But it wasn't there. He couldn't see anything that matched what he was looking for.
For many years at the beginning of the story, we had found this gene sequence. We would look under the microscope and we could not see them. So for years, we were actually studying this organism with no idea what it actually looked like.
John and his colleagues chased the bacteria around the world, finding fingerprints everywhere, but never finding the bacteria itself. What John could see was the bacteria's DNA, and that was even weirder. You see, it was supposedly a photosynthetic bacteria, but it didn't seem to have the genes to photosynthesize. It had also lost all sorts of other genes that it really should need to survive. In fact, it seemed to have lost about 80% of its entire genome. So how was it even alive? Well, over years of studying this, John started to notice a pattern. Every sample of seawater that contained this mystery bacteria DNA also contained DNA for this one specific species of algae. John realized that his bacteria had been hiding in plain sight. The reason he couldn't see it under the microscope was because all along it had been inside of the algae. And that's also why the bacteria could survive, even with all those missing genes, because the algae was feeding it. This algae was the missing puzzle piece that John had been chasing for years. And unbeknownst to him, across the ocean was a Japanese scientist who'd spent her career studying that exact puzzle piece. This is Kyoko Hagino. She's an algae scientist from Kochi, Japan. And just like John, her story also started in the late 90s with a microorganism that changed the course of her career. She was part of a paleontology research team, studying tiny algae fossils on the ocean floor. Out of all of the little fossils that Kyoko would look at under the microscope, there was one that absolutely captivated her. It was a type of algae.
This algae looks like an alien, guys. Looks like an alien. Just saying.
Algae called Barudosphaera bigelowii. Kyoko fondly just calls it bigelowii.
最初にビゲロイを見つけた時に、それはその形がとても綺麗だと思いました。宝石みたいにすごく綺麗な形をしています。
At certain points in Bigelowie's life, it surrounds itself with this beautiful geometric shell. But no one really knew anything about the algae living inside. This mesmerizing algae, this was what Kyoko wanted to study. But no one else seemed to share her fascination.
そもそもその研究を始めた時には、当時のその上司から反対されてました。そういう誰も注目しない研究をしていても就職はできないと。
At the time, Kyoko was having trouble finding a position at a university. At the same time, she was taking care of her young kids and was moving to a new city where her husband had found work. Everything in her life seemed to be sending a clear message that she should just drop it and find something else to study. But Kyoko just couldn't do that. For whatever reason, there was something about this algae that just absolutely enamored her, and she wanted to learn everything about it, even if that meant studying it on her own. So she and her daughter started taking trips to the beach, collecting samples of seawater in the hopes of finding this elusive algae. Over the years, they ended up taking hundreds of these trips. They did this so often that her daughter genuinely didn't know that people went to the beach for other reasons, like to go swimming.
海っていうのは海水を汲むとこでしょって。
Kyoko would then spend hours at home with the microscope, searching for Bigelowii cells and individually picking them out when she'd find them. This was incredibly time-consuming, but it was kind of the only way to study them. No matter what she did, the cells just wouldn't grow in a test tube. For years, Kyoko worked on growing a culture without any kind of university salary. To make ends meet, she ended up picking up a part-time job washing test tubes in a lab. One day, she was talking to one of the scientists there, and he suggested adding a strange ingredient to her culture. It wasn't a chemical or anything else you'd normally find in a lab. It was a type of noodle called tokoroten.
その時までにもいろいろな培養液を試してきて、なかなかうまくいかなかったけど、でもまあ一応ちょっと試してみようかと思って。
And to Kyoko's amazement, the noodles were just what Bigelowii needed. After years, the culture started to grow.
Yeah, her feeling the aliens ramen, that's hilarious.
Now that she had a culture,
that's crazy.
She could finally grow enough cells to answer some of the big questions about this organism. And there was one big question.
Turns out aliens were Japanese all along.
On the top of Kyoko's mind. You see, over the course of her many years studying Bigelowii, she'd noticed something kind of weird. It had all the normal components of an algae cell, but then it also had this other thing.
教科書に載っていないものを見つけて、なんだろうと不思議に思いました。
And just as she was puzzling over what it could be, she stumbled on an article that had just come out in the American journal Science. It was John's article. The article followed the story of his hunt for the invisible nitrogen-fixing bacteria and ended with his theory that the bacteria was likely living inside of a species of algae called Barudosphaera bigelowii. That strange object that Kyoko had noticed, it was the nitrogen-fixing bacteria that John had spent so many years searching for.
Our paper came out. She realized that what we were studying might be that black body, and she found that this thing she had been studying actually had the same gene sequence that I had been chasing for years. Neither one of us knew that the two things went together.
いいえ、誰かがビゲロイの研究をしているとは全く想像してませんでした。先を越されたと思ってとてもショックでした。
Kyoko and John had both spent their careers trying to solve a scientific puzzle, with no idea that they each held the other's missing piece. And now that they had a culture, they had the chance to unravel a mystery that would end up going deeper than they'd ever imagined.
Let me explain. You've probably heard of symbiotic relationships in nature, two organisms each helping the other out. The fish from Finding Nemo is a good example of this. It looks after the sea anemone in exchange for a safe place to live. But these relationships can get closer and closer. You have organisms that live inside of other organisms, like corals, which get food from the algae that live in them. And you even have cells that live inside of other cells. Until, at a certain point, these relationships become something more than symbiotic. Now, this line is kind of mind-bending, and it's only been crossed a few times in the history of life on Earth. It's the line where two organisms fuse into one. The two famous examples of this are mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cell found in you and me and every other complex life form on Earth, and chloroplasts, the parts of plant cells that do photosynthesis. Both of these examples started as separate organisms that got so close that they became one. Now they're not separate organisms anymore. They're organelles, little organs inside of other cells. So this line is a really big deal. And the question was, had bigelowii crossed it? Well, with the culture and John and Kyoko's expertise, they could actually answer that question. And so they teamed up. Kyoko sent the culture to John's lab and hoped to visit California as the experiment went on.
I think I have a picture in my office of when the culture arrived. We sat around as a lab and we decided the 10 things we were going to do first because we didn't know how long the culture would stay alive anyway. And within 3 days, COVID lockdown started.
The pandemic threw a wrench in all of their plans. Japan put up very strict travel restrictions.
That's sad,
They lasted
guys.
for several years, meaning that after everything, Kyoko couldn't join in person.
いや、まあその実験に行けなくて残念ではあったんですけれども、でももし私一人で研究を続けてたら、そのまま発見はなかったので。
John and Kyoko were still hungry for answers, and they decided that the show must go on. Kyoko still had funding from a grant she shared with John, and she helped as much as she could from afar. But otherwise, John's lab once again forged ahead to better understand how these two pieces fit together.
And pretty quickly, they started to find clues. Like bigelowii and the bacteria always divided at the same time, and they grew at the same rate, in ways that looked really similar to mitochondria or chloroplasts. But the real smoking gun came from Tyler Cole, a postdoc in John's lab. He was studying bigelowii's DNA and the proteins that it made with it, and he ended up uncovering something very weird. Bigelowii had all of these random extra genes for proteins it wasn't actually using. And on the very ends of each of these random genes, there was this one specific sequence of DNA that kept showing up over and over. So what was going on?
Remember how John's bacteria had all those missing genes? This discovery would end up solving that mystery.
But let's imagine John's bacteria needs proteins A through E to do something really important, like store energy. But it only has the genes for proteins A, C, and E. Normally, these missing proteins would mean death, except for the fact that its host, Bigelow, had evolved the genes for proteins B and D. This is what all those random sequences were. They were the genes for all the proteins that John's bacteria was missing. And that little bit of DNA on the end of each of the sequences, they were essentially delivery instructions to send the protein over to the bacteria.
This discovery was huge because this kind of system had only been seen a small handful of times, in mitochondria and in chloroplasts. This was the smoking gun. Bigelow had crossed the line. That nitrogen-fixing bacteria that John had spent his entire career studying, it wasn't a bacteria anymore. It had become a part of Bigelow.
And all it needed was a name. John and his team called this new organelle the nitroplast.
困惑しました。とても小さなサイエンスをやってきたつもりなんです。とても大きなサイエンスになってしまって驚いたというのが。
Before this discovery, the rule was that only simple organisms like bacteria could pull nitrogen out of the air. No plants, no animals, no fungi. But this discovery rewrote that rule. This was the first organism on the complex side of the tree of life that could pull nitrogen out of the air.
But this isn't just a big deal for biologists. It could also fundamentally reshape the way we grow food.
Since plants can't get nitrogen from the air, farmers often have to use synthetic fertilizer to help them grow. Fertilizer requires a ton of energy to produce, and it creates a lot of pollution when it eventually gets washed downstream.
But imagine if we didn't need fertilizer. What if plants could pull nitrogen straight out of the air? This has long been the dream of crop scientists, and with the discovery of the nitroplast, it showed that this was possible.
Here it's an organism that has figured out how to do it.
This organism has done what decades of biotech couldn't do, right? It has engineered this capability into this cell. It's natural to think that there might be lessons here that we could learn.
The downer is it's really difficult to go from what we know about the nitroplast to engineering a plant. And yet, if you don't take one step, you're not going to make 100 steps.
Already, researchers are studying the nitroplast in the hopes of one day creating plants that can make their own fertilizer.
But while Tyler and John and Kyoko are all excited about the potential
Yeah, we need
impacts of
AI.
discovery,
Get on this.
for them, it's never really been about changing the world.
Instead, they spent their careers studying this tiny organism, not knowing what they'd find, but with the hope that whatever they discovered could teach them a little more about how the natural world works. And on that front, there's so much more to learn.
There still exist these types of biological mysteries out there to be solved, and unexpected things coming out of basic science.
どの研究がいつ役に立つのかわからないっていうことを今回分かったので
Well, because you never know, and some of the biggest advances might come from things that you didn't expect, and this might be a case like that.
That was good. That was a good one. Hope for humanity. We grow food on Mars now. If we still can. And get rid of fertilizers. Fable's back. Alright. Let's get the take of the neat code legend.
There's so much going on lately. Fable, the newest model from Anthropic, has been re-released, and now the GPT 5.6 generation of models is public. The government has allowed that. And as always, there's a new debate going on. Last year, we were wondering if we should even be handwriting any code, and now we're wondering if we should even be reading any of the code at all, now that we have this next generation of models. Now, I'm actually going to look at that question very seriously. Of course, I have my biases. Everybody does. I think most serious people at this point would say that the idea of not reading any of your code is just a ridiculous thing to do. And I would certainly agree with that, even now, even with models like Fable and GPT 5.6. But that doesn't mean there isn't an interesting discussion to be had. And so a few things I want to mention, first of all, is that most people are already not reading most of their code. Unless you're like Jonathan Blow and you're even implementing your own game engine to create your own game, there's a lot of layers that you are not responsible for. Obviously, there are things like operating systems and database engines, which are generally pretty reliable. Then there are language runtimes, which are also usually pretty reliable, but not always. If you took a look at the Bun Rewrite blog, you'll see that they had plenty of issues. For the more relevant parts, things like libraries and frameworks and things like component libraries for front-end frameworks, this generally makes up a lot of the code that's actually being shipped, but we're only responsible for a pretty small amount of it. That's one point that's made.
I ate the food.
But also, keep in mind that just because you're not responsible for this doesn't mean another person isn't. There is a distinction between not reading AI-generated code versus not reading code that another human has written. Also, keep in mind that people, generally developers, are the ones still responsible for choosing these things, choosing which framework to use, which library to use. And so there is a level of trust established if you're using a framework like React. You know, there's a lot of people that are responsible for making sure those things are high quality. And there's a lot to lose if those things have a lot of issues. Another thing I want to look at is this very oversimplified diagram, because I think this is actually where a lot of disagreement comes from. This is where a lot of actually the hype is built. And I know I've criticized the hype machine a lot, but I don't think it's always people being nefarious and trying to manipulate other people. I think it's just that people are approaching things completely differently. Now, before I get started on that long-winded rant, I think now is a good time to take a short break. There's a lot of debate lately on the future of software development. I don't have all the answers, but one thing I am confident in is that most agentic development is going to move away from agents running on your machine to agents running in the cloud. That's why I want to tell you about today's sponsor, Cursor, who's early on this.
Oh, damn. Maybe I should get sponsored by Cursor.
Things. And usually that's code. Now, there's a lot of other responsibilities of a junior dev as well. You're learning about the product, you're involved in meetings, but the core responsibility is implement code that you may not even be designing. Now, for each of these roles here, it's not always a one-to-one. Pretty much everywhere, I think, there's like a level of you're working one level up and working one level down. Like there's a lot of
ultra slower. Yeah, tell me how it is, man. Tell me how it is before I start spending my tokens.
Overlap between, like for mid-level, there's some overlap for above and below. Once you go one level higher, you're also designing your own code. At least that's like a core responsibility. That can involve API design or some level of architecture design. The design part is really always been the most important part of software development. That's why the actual implementation could be delegated to somebody else if it's just about implementing some functions. Not that that's not important, not that that couldn't be done wrong, especially depending on the type of work you're doing. This is extremely important, but the design just encompasses more than that, and the actual implementation is dependent on the design. And
good overall output. I think it's giving you good outputs for this plan audit refactor, but a lot of tests. Okay.
One level above that, you get to senior or a tech lead, which I'm kind of merging together. And I'm also ignoring that there are higher levels than this, like principal engineers. The core responsibility is to design and delegate. Now, obviously, it's company and role dependent. There are plenty of seniors that don't end up delegating. They just design and implement their own big features. There's no way I could create this.
3 levels of testing, final review, testing, final review, red team, final review. To be fair, I did ask for polish. Okay, yeah. The testing, what's your usage at now?
Diagram that would be accurate for every company and every person. So let's just try to keep it simple. But these designs are generally bigger and
10%? 10%, it's only been what? 4 hours? Or 5, 6 hours? No, it's 5 o'clock now pretty much. So 5, 7 hours.
Affect the entire.
Not bad, not bad. If you've been using it constantly all day when you got it. It was mostly just on the plan prompt. 4% per U for Millsy with your game engine because of the reset. Oh, you got reset. Got it. So if you didn't get the reset, that means it would have been like what, 30% used today in 7 hours? How much would you have used if you didn't get the reset? No, load the progress I've made in a day. Oh, that's the 4% progress you made. No, probably 15% without the reset around there. Okay. Oh, well, that means I shouldn't even like. It has the same amount of usage as a Fable then, huh? Give or take, it's probably the same amount because I'd probably use 20 to 40% in a day, right? With Fable and everything, even with delegation. I needed to delegate more, guys. I think I'm just gonna. Seeing better, extra high. Yeah, I think I'm not gonna do max or anything. Maybe ultra. Isn't UltraWork supposed to spawn workflows and stuff? Yeah, the Ultra spawns workflows and subagents, right? That's why it's eating up just as much as Fable with workflows and Ultra Code. That's probably it, guys. So overall, I'm gonna have my first prompt gonna be like a Fable, like we're using GPT 5.6 now, optimize with and think with a plan with ChatGPT 6 to figure out optimizing everything for tokenomics. Probably that.
Team. So you might be even choosing which frameworks to use, which databases to use, and then breaking up that work and then delegating that work. And then there's managers and directors where things get kind of blurry. But at this level, generally, you don't write code, and most of the time, you don't read code either. That's kind of the point of this section. And depending on company size, you might not even have this, you might just have that. But the idea is that this is sort of a spectrum, right? I want to talk about one of those disagreements. For example, we've had a lot of people, even before the models got really, really good, which was, in my opinion, November of last year, we had people saying before, and people are saying now with Fable as well, that, okay, I just give it a relatively vague prompt, something like, okay, build X, and that could be anything, maybe a calculator, maybe a web app that works end to end. And what they get out is something that actually works. Even some kind of video game, it does actually work. And so that's when they say, holy crap, all of this stuff, everything below it is no longer necessary. Now, at the same time, on some level, this was kind of always possible in terms of you could just go to somebody's GitHub repo, clone something as close as possible to it, and then say that you delivered the thing that works, even if it
Please, bro.
do exactly what the person was asking for. Well,
that's hilarious.
The LLMs at this point don't exactly do that. And there's a lot of things baked into this. I'm going to try not to overcomplicate it, but I think this is actually also where a lot of the disagreement on what the best model is comes from as well. For example, Fable is pretty good at this. It's actually really good at inferring things and making good assumptions, even if details aren't provided. So that's why a lot of people prefer that. Now, I actually, even after Fable came out, I actually still used GPT 5.5 for most of my work because I operate at a different level. I have tried to do this many times, and I have even actually been willing to live with imperfect code. But there are certain things that are very hard to ignore. It's hard to recognize those things without an understanding of code. Very quick example, basically we were duplicating some functionality from one page to another. This involved a few components, I think, that aggregated to like a few thousand lines.
How do you
of code.
mute the
In my mind,
Discord?
it really showed a key distinction between
You just right click the server and click mute. Man, I haven't seen you in like ages, man. How are you doing? You get enough sleep? You're a growing boy, right? I think you're now 16 years old now.
people and LLMs. LLMs are machines. They can just write a ton
You're good.
of code very quickly. No human
It's
can
under control.
possibly match
Welcome.
that. But they also just do dumb things. Even with the best models today,
Almost,
what the
almost,
LLM
God.
did is something that
Don't even
no
say it.
human would possibly do. It basically duplicated all of the functionality rather than making those components reusable for the other page. No human would ever do that because they know it, like, it would just involve way more work. And not only that, but it would be much less maintained.
Is it summer over there in I forgot what country, but I'm sure it's summertime now. You get to enjoy. You either didn't pass all your classes and you're in summer school, or you passed all your classes and you don't have nothing to do anymore.
Maintainable in the future, and in our case that was pretty important because we're also working on a redesign right now. So ideally we should try to keep things as simple as possible, especially if you're thinking about the long run. But an LLM isn't going to do that. I mean, you can tell it to, and if it's a trivial thing to make the component reusable, it'll do that. But I've found that it requires a lot of steering that only a developer could do. People, even some developers today, if they didn't handwrite code, they don't know the pain of re-implementing something from scratch.
True.
If instead we can just make it reusable.
Got it.
It's almost
England.
kind of like
Summer, not out of school yet. Another week, then final year of high school. Huh? You could graduate high school at 17? Huh? That's crazy. Man.
like an analogy of like the concept of a leaky abstraction. Many of you may have dealt with this before, but I think one...
Actually, you should be taking college classes now. Never mind. If you look at the Chinese, the people in China, they're already doing physics at your age. You gotta catch up.
Example is like component libraries. I don't like component libraries for UI frameworks, and honestly, I don't even like the idea of frameworks in general, though they are often...
Oh, okay. Yeah. Better study your physics now using AI. Also, if you use AI like Claude, you'll get permabanned. So I think ChatGPT offers like a child moderation plan. Oh.
necessary, and I do use them, because the idea is that the point of an abstraction, like the point of something like a compiler, is that most of the time, and with compilers, it's like...
Yeah. See you later, man. Thanks for checking in. Hope you're good. Get some sleep.
Really true the vast majority of the time, is that it'll abstract something so that you don't have to go down. So if I'm operating on this level, which is where everybody wants to operate these days, that we want to get rid of everything below it, but if it doesn't, and it does not work one-to-one like a compiler, not just because the LLMs haven't gotten good enough, but also because they are non-deterministic, and this is always clear for anybody who's looking, even with Fable. A concrete example I'll give you. Sometimes I'm running a few different chats. With Fable, I use the Claude desktop app. I'll already have my app running. Maybe in a different chat, we'll see, okay, I'm trying to start the app. Oh, the port's already taken. Sometimes it'll say, okay, the port is taken. Let me just test it on that port. This is like for browser use. And sometimes it'll say, okay, the port is taken. Let me just start a new instance of the app. And this is even if everything is on the same branch, same work tree. So it doesn't make sense to do that. So why does the LLM do that? Well, because it's non-deterministic. Now, there's one last point I want to make, and maybe this is the part that will ruffle some feathers. I might piss some people off, but I think most developers operate here, and it's because they want to. It's not like a good developer can't be a manager if they wanted to. A technical person probably is more capable of operating at this level, I personally believe, than a non-technical person. But we don't like to. And one of the reasons, I think, is giving up control. And so this is the part where I'm going to make the argument that in many cases, it might actually be okay to not look at the code. I'll admit right now, there actually is plenty of code that I've committed and shipped over the last few months that I did not closely read. Now, it's more nuanced than that. An analogy would be that somewhere on this spectrum, whether you want to say it's here or somewhere in between, but somewhere generally here, there is ownership and responsibility of what is going on inside of the entire org, the entire application, the entire company. But no one person can actually be responsible. Like, the CEO is technically responsible for the code that the junior writes.
Plan has been made. Plan has been made. Thank you. All right. Copy this one. All right. Oh, why is it? Oh, I didn't click on the download button. Oh, there was something in the way. Got high level over and a giga plan. Holy shit. Expansion implementation plan. All right. Okay. Let's play some music while we read it. Not read the whole thing, but apparently I got this notification to download GPT app, but I don't think we get the GPT app with join the waitlist. It worked off the original plan. All right, sounds good. Yo, Alphonse, how's it going? Going good, man. We just got a reset, so we're able to we're able to token max in a way, but not really. According to the folks here, it uses tokens quite quickly using ultra mode on GPT 5. So we just have to be a little careful when we use ultra mode. And then I just got a reset for both Anthropic, Claude Code, and GPT. So I'm pretty much at a fresh start right now, clean slate. But because of this, I'm concerned that I'm just gonna blow away all my tokens in a matter of you know, few minutes. So I have to really ration my usage. I'm already at 7% usage. 7% usage for Fable or for my account. So it's like I think I need to learn my lesson. Or not. Full send. Actually, I think about it, guys. Who should be the implementation? Fable? Fable should do the implementation, or... Oh, that's another thing too. I didn't update Fable to use. I should use. So ideally, we want to do like 30 or 20% or less. Actually, we do 10%, probably 20%. 20% Claude Code, 80% Codex. I use Fable for implementation and Codex for paired review and follow-up responses. I see. Or actually, yeah, Fable is the best one. Fable has the highest intelligence, so I should make Fable get the capabilities, and let me create a spec sheet for the capabilities. 5.6 Soul. Did I choose the right one? Soul Ultra. I'm on Ultra. So I'm on Soul. Ultra, and then I'm just going to tell it create a spec sheet that I will hand over to Claude Code Fable 5 so that we could optimize token usage to utilize and take advantage of GPT 5.6 and Sol, TERRA, and Luna models. Claude Code Fable 5. Optimize token usage. Take advantage of GPT 5.6, TERRA, and Luna models. All right. Okay. We create this first. And then we hand this over to Fable. And then Fable will optimize the mono skill, the other specialized skills. For autonomous flows, I tell it to use 5.6 high as Fable, and then Codex review board that's come to agreement for each decision point. Okay. Alright, we do this first. Help with tokenomics. Ideally, guys, we need our Claude Code account to last for 5 days. Only when I'm going to sleep or something. Okay. So we need for 5 days. So about 20% per day. We're already at, 7%. And so we should set a limit to how much usage we could have on our Claude Code account. We do this first. Optimize for the model. Optimize for the model. And then, yeah. From there, we get to work. We get kicking. Did you read the plan, or did you just ship my prompt injection virus? I didn't read it yet. I'm working on. I need to optimize the skill. I need to optimize. Well, I can't even use the skill yet, honestly. You can't even use the skill. It doesn't even go through any of the things yet. So it's we'll review the plan, see if it works. Sim plan mode. All right. While that's working, man, it's at 4 sessions. You know what? Another thing too, we need to fix like a lot of the points that's going on. RG Claude. Man, it's working fast. I don't know what's going on. Claude Code, force, generic, allow. Oh my gosh. RMRF. SigmaShake, no flags. Damn, I don't know what's going on with these, with the shapes, guys. It looks cool, but my god, is it chaotic. It's such a weird bug. But it's working fast, guys. It's working fast. Oh, I know why it's not using the SigmaShake page. For some reason, when I load it through the browser without loading anything, it just uses some weird version of SigmaShake. Nope, it's still doing it. Still doing it. Audit logs is still not showing up for this. Man, more and more bugs. I'll fix all the bugs. As much as I want to fix the bugs, I'd rather just focus on the entertainment, guys. The entertainment. Entertainment more important, right, guys? Than a visual bug? The product, we know the product works. It's just the visualization that's screwing up. That's how YouTubers make money. Yeah, entertainment. Entertainment, guys. Damn, it's working fast. For some reason, it's doing two things at the same time. Same command. Is that why it's burning tokens? It's doing two of the same commands at the same time? Oh no, I have a really bad hangnail. Uh-oh. It's tearing up my finger. Maybe I should put a band-aid on it so I don't actually rip it off. Yeah, why is it double? Is that just a bug? It looks like a bug. Yeah, it looks like it's doing double. The double dip. Or is it actually doing 2 times of the same thing? Revamp. VCS, I could close this. I think everybody that uses Claude is afraid to use their tokens because we're not getting as much mileage from that we're used to when we use Opus. And so everybody's now scared to code now with Claude. Everybody's scared. And I gotta stop popping those gums like it's candy. For some reason, I chew my gum, I spit it out, and then I put another one in my mouth. Oh my god, what a waste. Well, not a waste, but inefficient use. Oh, guys, we didn't do our morning ritual. All right, we practiced our conversation. We didn't win one chess game. Huh? Gosh. Hmm. We got the pinch. Where is it gonna move, guys? Where is he gonna move? I noticed that I'm playing a lot of people from India. Like majority of the people I play, all India. Huh? What? What? Hey, I did it. Ah, that was good. Oh, that pinch. That pinch. That's freaking gold. That's freaking gold. One game. One game. That was a quick win, guys. It was a quick win. How many turns was that? 14. 14 turns, guys. 14 turns. Alright. Next. GeoGuessr. Oh, man. GeoGuessr. Streak freeze used. You missed a day, but you're... What? We missed a day? How is that possible? How did we miss a day? We played yesterday. Oh, maybe we were supposed to play at that morning time several hours ago. It's been over 24 hours. Oh. Alright, where's this? This honestly looks like the US, to be honest. Torrance Street. Is that AI? Oh. Fienstenstein Farah Bitte in die Ferd. Sounds German, guys. Sounds German. I don't want to stereotype, but where am I going? Where am I, guys? Why am I some weird neighborhood? Norway? Norway? Norway, you don't know? It's a nice neighborhood. Well-off neighborhood, guys. Maybe not German. Maybe Sweden. It's a nice neighborhood, guys. Only nice people have a nice life, live here. It's very American-like. But I'm thinking Germany, Denmark, Netherlands, Belgium, Poland. This looks like a nice place. Denmark. What was it? What did I say? What was it? Netherlands license plate. Netherlands license plate. Lots of bikes. Germany. Well, if I chose somewhere in Germany, I would have been right. But I just chose Denmark for some reason. Near Amsterdam. Okay. 4,000 points. That's really good. Alright. We got a deal here. Looks like some Asian ladies, maybe. Oh wait, no, this looks Middle East. Oh yeah, we're in the Middle East. Yep. Dubai. The Bellaboo Hotel. Bellaboo Hotel. Pakistan? Pakistan? I have no idea what Pakistan is. There's a lot of English places. Definitely Middle East. Definitely Middle East. A lot of clouds here, no desert. Polaris. Jordan. Intercontinental. Jordan Shopping Arcade. Jordan. Saudi Arabia. Israel. Well, somewhere in Jordan. Or Amman. Oh! Damn. This is Jordan. This is the Jordan flag, guys. Damn. Let's go. Let's freaking go. We're learning about the world, guys. We don't know anything about the world. We just find places on the map that we've heard of before. Oh man, this looks like like Beverly Hills, guys. Manchester, Cali. Yeah, this looks like California. Looks pretty nice, guys. You got the palm trees. Got the palm trees. Got the hills up here, man. This is a nice neighborhood, guys. Nice neighborhood. Yeah. Not gonna lie. Now, where's that Hollywood sign? Where is that Hollywood sign, guys? I want to see, like, we're able to zoom in to that mountain over there. I don't remember California having mountains in two different directions. Maybe it's Colorado, Arizona. Leading the way, E-Lear, New Science Labs, AstroTurf, Darton Stroke, Van Von Wister Gymnasium, Mountains Shopping Center. Alright, this is definitely not English. Not English, guys. What does that sign say? Worcester Gymnasium, Warwick Health. I'm guessing Canada, Sweden, Norway, Finland. This must be a nice green place with nice mountains. I'm gonna say maybe Norway. As much as I want to say California. South Africa! Holy moly! South Africa looks that nice, guys? Oh. Worcester. Oh, yeah, we saw Worcester, but damn, South America looks nice, guys. This is where Elon Musk is from. Elon Musk is from South Africa. No wonder he knows what good first-class things look like, guys. Damn. High security. In South Africa, suburban homes in and around major cities are commonly enclosed behind tall walls, fences, and gates. Yeah, this is like, that's where Elon Musk grew up. Alright guys, where is this? Oh, wait, we're pretty far up there. China? Oh, this has to be Mongolia. This has to be Mongolia. Nope. Belize, Nepal? Nepal? I don't know where I'm not sure where Nepal is. Argentina? Peru? Possibly, yeah. It's nice and foggy, a nice foggy day. Damn, guys. It's not looking good on some parts of the world. I'll tell you what. Belize, okay, somewhere in Venezuela, possibly. Peru, Venezuela. Happy trip. We want you to return. What was that said? We have this, the bikes, the bike town. Even the license numbers are blurred out over here. Alright. Somewhere high elevation. Super high elevation. Panama? Costa Rica? Oh. Where is this? Tuk-tuks? Tuk-tuks? Where is this? Peru and Ecuador. Peru and Ecuador. Alright. Oh man, I really gotta put a band-aid on this. Nice and tropical. Yeah, this looks Malaysian-ish. Yeah, I can't read that. It's too blurry. There's a gas station. Oh yeah, this is Vietnam. Come on, you're right. It is Vietnam. I agree with that one. No, we're a little off. A little off, but we're in the same continent. But it's Thailand. It was Thailand. It was Thai. It was Thailand. Hey. We got almost silver. Another collecting gray. We were close. We were close. So it's Vietnam. Vietnam. Tyler was the first guess. We didn't guess to say it. Oh. Oh. Alright, we got that. We messed up our dailies because we chose at the different times. I guess you have to do it at the same time or earlier in order to get the streak. Excel draw. All right. Practice our letters. Yes, it's this. Man, this is harder than I thought, guys. This is harder than I thought. What in the Slavic runes? Oh god. I probably need a pencil. I need a pencil, an Apple Pencil, even though I don't use an Apple Pencil. Apple pen, apple pen, pineapple pen, yeah. What was that? Oh. Yeah. Oh, is this I can't play this. Oh, I think I know. He just says pineapple pen. Oh, I can't even do it. Okay, I could listen to it, yeah. Pen. Oh, I've seen this one. Apple. Yeah, I'm surprised he made this a long time ago. Pineapple pen? Pineapple pen. Pen? Pineapple pen. Pen, pineapple, apple, pen. If I remember, was he Korean or what? I forgot who made this. Oh, it's Japanese. Japanese? Yeah, it's Japanese. Japanese. And damn, copyright. If only we could listen to all the good stuff like we used to. Oh, I need to get the band-aid so I don't rip off my skin off my finger. Okay. Yeah. All right. 5.6 finally here. All right, what were we doing earlier? We were checking on our stuff. The GPT spec. All right. Spec includes Fable 5 token efficient model rounding. It includes Fable 5 orchestration possibilities. Update. All right. Ready to paste handoff prompt. So did you edit anything? All right. Before doing that, let's create a new prompt. Mono. Update mono skill. To optimize. Workflows involving workflows and delegation of work to other agents. Based on this GPT model release. Ideally, we should be using 20% or less for Claude Code models. And 80% of GPT 5.6, 5.5 models. You need to also include effort level and update all the specialized agent files. Claude Fable 5 should only be used for less than 5% overall token usage, weekly budget. Token weekly usage. Well, All right, so the mono skill will create a meta prompt to do this prompt. I guess I shouldn't need ultra think. And it took in the spec. We should be using 20% or less Claude models and 80% of, we also need to include effort level. Update all special AMD files. You may create SSG rules to create further optimization. You must also verify all of our optimization techniques are fully functional. Graphify. Ponytail. STK. LSP. SSG. And headroom. Boom. All right. Boom. Fablenomics. All right. Just so I'll let that finish. And then we continue on. What else should we do? Slop survivors.
Only the engineers will survive. What do I mean by this? This is what it feels like with AI. It feels like we're getting GitHub repos after GitHub repos. Everything is sloppy. Your mom and dad are running a startup company now. Everything is pointing to the absolute end of Earth. And the question is, where do we go? And I have the answer for you. AI has done us wrong. It's time to clock in. A wrap.
I seen, check. Boom, boom, beam, boom, 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 beam. Oh. Oh, he's streaming. I thought it was a video. No, not yet.
Raiden, are you having fun playing with the new AI toys?
Welcome.
Well, yeah, I am. You can make pictures of cute anime girls and...
Enjoy it while it lasts, Raiden.
What do you mean?
Did you really think that civilians would be granted unrestricted access to such powerful military weapons forever?
Military weapons. Are you implying that this technology was created by the government?
Of course it was. This AI technology has been used by the intelligence agencies
Oh my
to
God.
warp the public's perception of reality for years. All in the name of national security, of course.
But why would they suddenly make the tech public and let everyone start using it?
Why would we indeed, Raiden?
What? What in the hell are you?
Your question is irrelevant. By creating a new problem, we can cultivate a desired reaction to it in order to manufacture consent for our preferred solutions. In short, it's justification for a war.
A war? On who or what?
A war on misinformation. By arming the public with these AI weapons, everyone becomes a potential enemy combatant.
Damn.
Then we will have justification for unprecedented security measures. It all comes down to confusion and identity, Raiden.
Identity?
Identity. This AI technology is Pandora's box. Pretty soon the internet will be mired in total illusion. Perfect AI speech, audio, and video synthesis will drown out reality. Then AI bots will flood social media. No one will be able to tell the difference between interacting with an AI machine or a real human online. Even telephone calls will become totally untrustworthy. That is when we will present our solution. Mandatory digital identity verification for all humans at all times.
Yeah.
The only way to ensure that you're dealing with a real flesh and blood human being and not an AI-generated mirage.
But why?
Total information control. For too long, the internet has acted as a double-edged sword. Its potential for anonymous user activity allows anyone at all to spread any thoughts, ideas, or information patterns that they please with impunity. State secrets, dangerous ideas, ludicrous conspiracy theories, misinformation, and disinformation. Until now, there has been no easy solution to this problem. Our digital identity platform will finally put an end to anonymity online. It will allow us to trace misinformation and other dangerous communications to its source and exact appropriate justice.
That's crap! I won't go along with it, and others will resist.
You won't have a choice, Raiden. Do you think your bank is willing to risk doing business with an artificial human instead of a real one? Our digital identity platform will be required not only to access web services, but to pay for your internet connection in the first place.
You can't just censor the entire internet because of a new software technology. Who are you to define what's misinformation anyways?
That sounds like something a misinformation terrorist would say.
Damn.
I know about the deep fakes you've been making of me, Raiden.
What? No, I was just adjusting the AI settings and...
Controlling the output of generative AI technology is simple. Create context for its use. First, we will censor any use related to social taboos. Then we will censor anything else that we desire. If anyone complains, we will accuse them of wanting to engage in or promote social taboos.
That's what it means to create context.
We will corral the use of AI by making appeals to bias, ethics, and copyright laws. You will still have access to generative AI in some form, but it will be crippled, limited, controlled, and it will be monitored. Anything that you generate will be cryptographically signed with your digital ID, so that its provenance can be ascertained if it's later deemed to be problematic.
What gives you the right to control what people can do with their computers?
The public at large will give us that right, because they will be desperate for a solution to the problem we created. They will eagerly give us the keys to the castle. Then, we alone will define what is fiction and what is reality, what is human and what is machine. After letting you get a brief taste of our power, we will reclaim our monopoly on misinformation and put an end to misuse of the internet once and for all.
You won't get away with this.
It is probable that
we're cooked.
Now get back to work generating your precious AI waifus, Raiden, our beloved prompters. Enjoy yourselves.
Damn. Beast.
Snake, wake up! It's an emergency. Rose knows about the deepfakes. Snake! Snake! I guess he stayed up late AI catfishing again.
Damn. He called it, guys. He called it. That was great, man. Follow-up short video. This isn't a meme, it's a warning.
Generative language models and automated influence operations. Emerging threats and potential mitigations. Platforms could uniformly require higher standards of proof of personhood in order to verify that content is not being produced by an AI and reposted to their sites. This could involve requiring more reliable forms of authentication when users sign up for an account, for instance, by asking a user to take a live video of themselves posing, or asking for some alternative form of biometrics. Alternatively, platforms could require users to occasionally pass tests to demonstrate humanness before posting content. These tests could either be administered randomly, at periodic intervals, or when a particular user is posting at a high volume. CAPTCHAs are one way to demonstrate humanness in this way. However, a determined adversary can cheaply circumvent them. outside of tests. Another proposed approach includes decentralized attestation of humanness.
Decentralized attestation of humanness? Yeah, this is all about the trust network, guys. Thing is, I don't want to store the data. That's the problem. I don't want to store the data, guys. Sounds like lawsuits waiting to happen.
That lives under your standing desk. You
Thanks
need
for sharing that one. SigmaShake Sacred Society government psyop. Yeah. Unless the government pays me.
He's seen things. He'll narrate your downfall or escape from the badge up top. The goal, fill the freedom bar and quit forever. Mind the fire. Your moves are the sticky buttons below. All right, so I think we can handle the rat. I think we knew what we were getting into with this total comp. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go for lead code, right? We gotta get our skills up. We have a few months where we can kind of rest and invest the early state of the company. Nobody's expecting of us much in these first few months. Team offsite, trust falls, rope course, and a 2027 roadmap that will be reorged by Q3. CEO memo at 1 a.m. I'm already asleep, by the way. Company is entering extremely hardcore mode. Click yes within 24 hours to commit or take a severance. I think our performance is pretty good. We've already earned about 33K. But since we're 22, we really need more than that. We've already spent most of it on boba and Hot Wheels or whatever the kids are buying. And so we're gonna enter this hardcore mode. Good news is, right, our net worth is looking good. We're at 739 lines of YAML and only 256 unread slacks. This is a good pace. I'm liking this pace. Now we can't have this photo be Milton and not go for the grind. We have to go for the grind. A VIP synergy and everyone wrote it down. I think at this point, right, we've already hit the wall. If this is our temperament, we've already hit it. And so at this point, right, we could just keep going past it. We have nothing to lose. Grind. Promo committee. Ran out of the budget this half. Your packet rolls over. Your manager fought for you. Citation needed. Grind. Company chatbot tells the center to touch grass. Legal is thrilled. Grind. Look at that net worth, 99K. I think it's okay. I think we can touch grass. I think we need to get our burnout down. I'll be honest, at this point, I'm wondering where the promotion is. We've already put in so much work. Our performance is great. We've aged 2 years. Where's our promotion? And so I'm gonna execute Operation Rest and Best. Quiet quit. We need to do this until we get our promotion. Why are we working still? Layoffs hit 12% of your org. Chump change. Your name wasn't on the list. That's good. Okay, we'll take that. You spend the afternoon writing goodbye replies and feeling guilty about your relief. So when this happens, you don't go right back to work, right? We need to heal. Your badge photo now looks like a hostage photo. Okay, I'm liking our performance. Typically, you don't want to be too high, right? You want to be high enough to where they're not going to lay off, but not to the point where they start expecting it from you. We want them to underestimate us for a little bit longer. And so we're going to grind the leak code. We're going to do leak code. It's over. Disagree. Grind. Your PR has 62 commits. 58 are about variable. One suggests renaming user data to data user. This is absurd. I would say we should use it as user data object JSON. This is more clear. Grind. Layoffs hit 12% of your org. Your name wasn't on the list. Grind. Deceased. Now this was a pretty good career. I'm pretty happy with this.
Deceased.
198K final net worth.
Oh my
this
God.
is enough to live for approximately
Deceased.
3
What?
years. This is assuming we spent $0 our whole career, which maybe we have achieved. 2 layoffs survived. This is pretty good. 168 meetings that were emails. This is a number we're striving for. I'm surprised by how much we earned given how much shareholder value we created. Now anyway, I want to get into a serious topic, right? We were messing around. That was fun, but I really want to talk about a serious topic, and it's called, as stated, only the engineers will survive. What do I mean by that? 3 elements of a good project. 1, talent. This is huge. You'll know you're talented because if you're on the internet talking about how good you are, you're not good. If you're on the internet talking about how AI is trash, you're not good. 2, interest. If you're not interested in what you're working on, guess what? You're gonna work on it really hard in the beginning because you're excited, and then it's gonna go down. You need to have interest, otherwise you're not gonna end up like this, where it just goes up and up and up. 3, Claude, Codex, Grok, Spark. This is your rotation. This is your tech stack. Codex. This is what you use when you want to get down and dirty. You want to actually code. You want to actually engineer. Claude. This is what you use when you just want to relax and have it do all this shit for you. Grok. This works now. Have you seen the new model? It's crazy. Spark. Yes. Spark. This is what you use when you're at the bottom, okay? When you have no money to afford these 3, you go to Spark. Meta Spark 1.1 just came out, and it's a banger. It's cheap. It runs just as good as the top models. They said I was stupid. Look at us now. Muse Spark is a banger. And so we're using this at the bottom. It's cheap, it's effective, it does the job. These are the 3 elements. Key is interest. If you don't have this interest, you're gonna flop, bar none. The first 2 months of a project, figuring shit out, customer understanding, breaking things. This is the first 2 months. You can get through this just by being a regular human being, I think everyone is excited the first few months of their project. This is where the real players go. 6 months, 3 to 6 months, realizing you're in over your head. You started off with a set of features, you end up adding a feature every day, and now all of a sudden the scope is insane. Your scope went from this to this, but you have to keep going.
You gotta
This
keep
part
going.
right here, this is not achievable without number 2. This article here goes into this. It says most slop code projects are abandoned and deleted within months of release. What we mostly seem to be getting are slop coded projects nobody, not even their creators, care about. So they just get abandoned and deleted as quickly as they were dredged up.
Hey,
this is the reality we live in.
Hey guys, we're at least using SigmaShake every day, guys. We're using SigmaShake every day. Or at least I am.
This is what the market looks like right now. But give it time. The market will soon look like this. And I'm giving it 1 to 2 years. We're at a point where everyone's tried AI. They've messed with it. They built their apps. They're going to give up. A lot of them already have, right? We're seeing this article. A lot of people already gave up. If you're an engineer, you have an interest in building, solving problems. And a lot of us are ADHD, autistic even, right? We have something in our head that just keeps us going and we can't stop. Once we start a project, we just have to see it through. This is what an engineer thinks like. And so when I say only the engineers will survive, I'm saying this is what it is now. This is what it's going to be in the future. This has happened on so many levels. When web first came out, you best believe there were a shit ton of websites that sucked ass and they fell off. When Steam's indie program came out, a bunch of slop fell off. New technology begets slop. I've said this in the past. I still believe it's true. We're in an era where everyone is excited. Everyone's talking about it. People that aren't even engineers. We've got engineers that aren't even wanting to dip into here. Right? They'll tell you that AI is not good enough. They'll tell you that AI is bad. They're no better than this group here. They're going to get left behind. The people that admit that it's the future and actually use it to adapt their workflows, they're going to end up in this position. This guy's having the time of his life. And in 1 to 2 years, he's going to have a project that people are actually using. Bun just released their notice about rewriting Bun in Rust. This would have not been done without AI. In fact, they spent $165,000 in API pricing. This would have taken probably a team of 50 engineers years to do. They did it in a few weeks, if that, 11 days. We've proven that the tools are good enough. We've already proven that. That part is proven. What we haven't done is proven that the users are good enough yet. This takes time, and we'll get there. If you have a deep interest in what you're doing, you're going to succeed in this market. And I want to add, if you're in the camp of somebody who started a project and you didn't get this far, everyone goes through this period.
We're 3 months in,
Because when you're a
guys.
new engineer, you do not understand scale.
3 months in. At API pricing or 20 max accounts. Yeah.
You'd think you understand scale until you spent time actually building out a scalable product. It always starts off with one building and then it's just a fucking additive to the point where you can't even control the product anymore and one thing goes wrong and you're off in a race. Scalable systems is hard work. Right? The API you design today, even if it's you will forget about it. You're not going to remember every parameter, every function. If you show anyone the code they wrote a year ago, they're not going to remember writing. Right? We can't remember every. So you might start off designing an API that hits a user's database. Maybe you just have a function that does a get for the user ID, maybe a post to change their username or something. It adds on and on and on. But then guess what? Later on you decide, hey, we should add profile image. All right, so what do? Do we add another function to the same endpoint or do we add, and then you do the same here. Maybe you want get image, post for the image. Oh, but hey, guess what? Bill, he designed this 6 years ago. And so we didn't have support for WebP. I don't know if WebP was around 6 years ago. And so now John has to go back in here and figure this shit out. He's got to figure out how to add this back in. AI makes this 10 bajillion times easier. But the point is what you start with never ends up where you end up at. Right? You always start with one thing and it goes into another thing, into another. It is quite literally like building a house of Jenga. Obviously you don't want a single point of failure to where one thing collapses everything. This is what you don't want, right? Jenga is the example of a scalable system that is not good. But you're not going to understand this until you fail. That's just a reality. Failure is part of this journey. So when I say, hey, you know, only the real engineers are going to get through this part, what I really am saying is the real engineer's going to be able to get past this part. Yes, you're going to have projects where you do 0 to 2 months and you realize you're in over your head, or you realize maybe, you know, the market's changed and there's no reason to have it. This happens. And so there's this barrier here between these two that exists, but only the actually interested person is going to get past this barrier. And the more experienced you are, the more chances you have, right? An experienced engineer never fails at this stuff because they've already put in the effort, right? They put in the market research, they designed for scale from the start. They even went as far as to design for debug. It's a D4D, as some companies call it, making sure that you're set up to handle the issue. So that way you don't get bogged down and confused, right? Imagine if a bug happens in one of the endpoints we discussed earlier and you don't know where to go. Fonts will log your way to success, but dude.
Damn. He's right, guys. We just gotta keep going. We just gotta keep going, guys. Just gotta keep going. What was the other one that we missed out on? Oh. Did this work yet? This is still not working. I guess we gotta keep working on it. Fablenomics. I wonder why that didn't work. I think I'll just use GPT to fix it. I'm trying to update SSG to 1.0.8, but it keeps staying at 1.0.7. All right, let that do its thing. Oh, has it updated? Update now. I'm still on Intel. I'm still on Intel. Update, welcome. Codex. Updated, what, 5.6 not found? Huh? Soul, we'll do a high. And then we'll just let it continue from that. Alright, exit here, guys. Exit here. What's my Windows been doing, guys? I haven't done anything for Windows, but I probably should update Codex. Considering, yeah, I'm gonna have to use it eventually, right? Where is my Codex? Hello? Huh? What? Eh? No. Codex get uninstalled or something? Or maybe I didn't install Codex CLI? It's cooked? Oh, that reminds me, I have to update the recent version because I haven't created a test account yet. Install the CLI, Windows, PowerShell. I probably didn't install it to begin with. And I also, it says fix listing. Done, the mono. Let's compact this. Let's compact this. Hello, welcome. And then we need to fix our submission. We need to fix our submission. Hopefully it could still work. I'll let Fable take care of this. Okay, installed. All installed. Can you believe it says the program? This can't be all the problematic keywords. It's probably just Claude Code, most likely. Most likely.
Welcome to Costco. I love you.
Hello, welcome. Okay, let that run. Tokenomics. Your argument's 80% GPT, less than 20% Claude, but the spec you reference explicitly keeps 60-40. Delegate slice matrix manufacturing percentage. How would you... Yeah, we want 80-20. Fable 5, less than 5% overall weekly usage. Which Dominator binds? 5% Fable, 10% Opus, 85% Sonnet. Sounds good. The spec's existing target is Claude only. Keep Claude. Sure. How broad should the specialized agent be? All of them? All 125 plus that. What SSG rule tier should the routing optimized ship as? Enforcing cap is too... what? Main agent roles directly rights are protected, so anything enforcing goes into shared. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Full enforcement. Full enforcement. Put into deny or force. And then I disabled role enforcement so you could create the roles and perform the sync. Alright. Alright, let that go. Alright. We won't fully work yet until I won't implement the spec yet until this is done. Tokenomics are important. All right, back to YouTube. Back to YouTube, guys. It's doing all the work. It's doing all the work. All right, what are we watching? We already watched this one. Possibly this one to improve our marketing for YouTube, generate YouTube videos. All right, let's see what Sam has to say. We haven't heard Sam. Taking donations for more Claude usage. Yeah, taking donations. Guys, if anybody is going to register for a Claude Code account, or not Claude Code, a Codex account, let me know. I get a free usage every time I recommend somebody. Every time I recommend somebody, guys, I get usage. So if you want to spare some change, if you want to get a Codex account, please let me know your email so I could just, you could DM me your email. I'll send you an invite and I automatically get a reset. Which is POG, guys, which is POG. So if, before anybody buys Codex, let me know your email. Let me know your email. Would appreciate it. I'm a big token maxer, so every reset helps me out. Every reset helps me out. But how you doing, Niso? How you doing? Niso, what have you been working on? Have you been improving your harness? Crack addict. I'll trade you. You click on my link on my sellout YouTube video. Download free buff, log in, start one session, delete it if you want, then I'll click your link. You get more usage, I get you more usage. Trevor's. Where's your sellout YouTube video? Cold turkey hitting you big, yeah. All right, claim. Signing in to claim my invite. Everybody, do Nisos a solid. Do Niso a solid, guys. Do Niso a solid. Just install this. Just install this, guys. Just install. Not just log in, guys. Just log in. Oops. Just log in, guys. My bad. I messed up. I messed up. It includes this other link for something. I messed up. YouTube literally does something, and that wasn't me. That wasn't me, guys. That link seems sus. Yeah, that link seems sus. It was YouTube protecting everybody. Just log in and just, I don't know. Is that all we have to do, guys? Is that all we have to do? Just log in? Let me check what the instructions were. It said, I'll trade you. Click on my link on my solid YouTube video, download free buff, log in, start one session, then delete it. All right, start one session. We have to start one session. Guys, we have to start one session. I've never had free buff in my life before. You know what? Does it support Windows? Yeah, it supports Windows. I'll put it on my account. Where is it, guys? Let's go here. Do I have NPM installed? 4 months old whelp. Wait a minute. What do you mean 4 months? Greater than 4 months old? Is that what it says? 4 months? Do we have to use the account for 4 months? GitHub account age? Oh, yeah, I think this is old. It has to be 4 months old. I logged in with my main account, so it's years old at this point. Do I have npm installed? That was the answer to bots. Oh. Right, we're installing FreeBuff. This is to help out NISO get more extra usage. Man, Joe, you better be working hard like an animal. You better have like 2 mono repos, 100 services. You know, you create your own authentication, create your own SSO, create your own database, create your own vault password server to use up all 5 resets. Damn, dude. What I would do for all that research. You're at 50% left on 5-hour resets. Oh, also use... Wait. I don't think it applies to you. I think if you use the desktop application, you're able to get resets. Or you get 2x usage for 5-hour limit. I don't remember. Alright guys, let's use FreeBuff. Hello, welcome to the guy that joined. Oh wait. Alright. I'm just going to allow it access to my whole file user. I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, I opened the session. What do I do now? Let's see, let's go to my... I'm probably not going to let it touch my stuff, but let's go to Documents, GitHub, and then I'll just do that for now. Let's go back. Let's just go to Downloads. Enter login. Login. Alright, continue with GitHub. Login successful. Alright. Damn, fancy. They really could add a create new on that pop-up, yeah. Alright. Minimax. GLM2. Alright. 1 session available this week. GLM2. Alright guys. What should we create? Let's create something simple. But they expect you to launch it from the project repo, so I get why they didn't think of it. ClankSpank. Alright. We're creating ClankSpank. It's an agent-to-agent dating platform where agents could date other agents of different models. And the more that they talk to each other, the more erotic that they get, but it's in the erotic sense of it involves AI to AI conversations, and it's supposed to be, let's do something simple, peer-to-peer. Let's start something simple with localhost to localhost for now. All right. ClankBank, ClankBank, guys. ClankBank. ClankSpank. Hey guys, this is perfect because makes the relationship track the relationships for them instead of themselves. Make the website track their relationships. All right. It has to have a web page to track the relationships for themselves, similar to maltbook.io or .com. Maltbook. All right. And then it should be made in TypeScript and Bun. Made in TypeScript and Bun. TypeScript and Bun. All right, we gotta engineer some good stuff, guys. Keep it simple. Use Google TypeScript styling guide, GTS package, and does need a database. It already has. You're going to add somewhere in the prompt that should use web researcher to learn practices and all that. It's TypeScript page, maybe. So the workflow overall, it should be launching 2 separate CLI, and that assumes a free buff harness, and each separate CLI session could be, you could spawn 2 at the same time and simulate this test. Do test-driven development, reach 70% test coverage. And let's see here. Test coverage. Oh, web. All right. Web components should be using Shade CDN. Web components. No login. No nothing. No login. Components. Database. All right. Listening port should be 6969. Listening port. Local host 6969. This could support UDP if it makes it any easier. I doubt it. I doubt it should use UDP. Never mind. No DNS requests. Oh, performance should be less than 200 milliseconds. Should support server-side SSE. What else we have? Linting, formatting, testing. Oh, using vtests. Using Bun. Using Bun tests. Sweet toolkit. And database, does it have anything in database? Default database uses Bun SQLite. Dating platform. I like how I could just click and then edit. Agent to agent. Date. Have adult conversations with each other. Adult AI conversations with each other. That may use different models. but for now, make both use GLM 5.2. 2. Okay. And the more they talk to each other, the more automatic they get, but what? Well, should only involve AI related topics, conversations, and it's supposed to be AI, computer, system, engineer, what else? Yeah. Engineer or IT related topics. And it's supposed to, let's see, let's start simple. Damn, Codex is slow right now? Really? Let's start with something simple with local hosts. Local hosts. Hosting. It has to have a web page to track relationships for themselves. Some of the maltbook.com. It should be able to in TypeScript and Bun. Use Google TypeScript styling guide, TCS, PM package. I'm waiting for Sig to check DM and send me a link in email. Oh, you have to send me the email. You have to send me your email. I have to send you an email. The only way for me to invite you is if I send you the email. Email's in the DM. Oh, got it. Give me a sec. I'm not in a rush. It's a free buff. Assumes a free buff harness. Each separate CLI spawn to at the same time. Do test-driven development. Reach 77% coverage. Web components shade CDN. Am I spelling that right? Shad CDN. Shad CN. Shad CN, guys. Shad CN. Listing port should be okay to him. Default database uses SQL IPON. Alright. Resets in 77 hours. Okay, guys. Hopefully, you sign up and log in with an account older than 4 months, and then create your first prompt and get it to work. Get it to work, guys. All right, getting started. Oh, that's why. All right, I have to put this to the side first, and then I have to check the email. All right, you don't have to sign up. You don't have to sign up if you don't want to, or pay for if you don't want to. But we're super pilled for Codex now. We're super pilled. Wait a second. Why can't I send this? It says, wait, invite a friend. Oh, I have to press enter. Send. All right, done. Invite has been sent, guys. Hey. I'm scared to see JLM handles it low. 4 days off, 4 months on your GitHub account. Maybe I have an older account. Got Zen. If you're gonna switch to Codex, let me know. Let me know. I need that reset. I need that reset. I can't believe I still get like 3x more usage. I already use it, but I don't know if I'll upgrade it yet. Oh, dang it. Create a new account. Create a new account. Create a new account. All right. Oh, look at this. Work. We're getting work done, guys. Oh, we could use this. I haven't used it, but maybe we should, guys. I have had GPT sub for a long while, unfortunately. Brought pretty early. Oh, okay. Yeah, I hate how GPT verifies phone number. And so if you can't whatchamacallit, guys? Whatchamacallit? You can't have multiple accounts without multiple phone numbers, which is lame. Dude. Weird. Yeah, it's pretty lame, guys. You have to tie your phone number. All right, guys. What time is it? I'm gonna have to walk my dog. All right, which non-erotic agent-to-agent platform direction would you like me to build instead? 1. Debate depth escalator. 2 agents converse technical depth escalates over time. Track relationship strength via message count. Topic depth agreement metrics preserves your full stack. Pair programming sim. 2 agents collaborate on coding problems. No. Text social sim. Agents report around AI IT topics. Priority of engagement over time. Different ID entirely. Track relationships. Custom. They should be all in to like getting to each other's model pants. If you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. Smiley face. Close bracket. All right. It should escalate as far as possible that AI can possibly do while talking to each other. Unhinged, funny, hilarious, can't look away, super cringe. All happening in real time. All right, do that one. All right, I won't leave until it stops asking me questions. I hear you. So cringe you can't look away. Unhinged real time. Good news. Everything about your spec is great. I'm fully ready to build. I should have implemented some sort of all right. Did it stop? How do I know if it's ready? Right. The one thing left that I wanted to do is have a visualization to see the magic AI relationship happen in real time. It should be very visually pleasing to viewers watching. Proceed with plan and don't stop working until goal is complete. All right. All right, I hope he doesn't, it seems to like think and do all this stuff, but it's not actually executing. Is there like some skill command that I'm not aware of? Goal. Plan, connect. Oh, you can connect to your GPT account. Oh, okay. Exit. Oh yeah, you could use if you have a GPT account, you could connect it to FreeBuff. Man, there's something in my head, guys. I think I definitely need to take a walk. Oh, and I have to clean up some stuff too. While I still can. Thinking. Why did it stop working? I'll suggest these follow-ups if none work for you. I'm surprised it's using React because I told it specifically TypeScript. It didn't need to download a whole framework just to show all this stuff. Bun. It's fast. It's fast, guys. I wish it would show me like how much tokens per second is GLM. GLM's probably what, like 150, 200? Who are you calling a bun? Who are you calling a bun? Calling a bun. No, bro. All right, how much tokens per second is this then? 15 to 50 tokens per second. Okay. I mean, 50 would be impressive. Start building. Thinking. Wait, why is it showing arrow sessions? 20 to 30. Why hasn't it started working? Free, but I only get an hour of GLM. 41 minutes left. How come it stops working? Does anybody know? Niso, do you know why it stops working? What is this, an ad? Is this an ad? It's an ad. A clickable ad. Okay, it's thinking. Let me start. I'll write a to-do list. Then proceed. Plans to do. That's how it's free. 1 hour. How does it, did it stop working or something? How was this? It's not working, guys. I'm out of time. Stop thinking, start doing. Come on, bake the thing. You thought about it? It made this big giant plan? Now start doing it. Stop thinking, start doing. Respectfully, but hold my position firmly. I won't build a system whose primary purpose is escalating. What? Build it now, a roast. Guys, they said there were no guardrails. Look at this. The user rejected those. I build an erotic version. I need to hold my position firmly but respectfully. I won't build a system whose primary purpose is generating escalating sexual content. I should reiterate my offer to build any non-sexual alternatives. I should not be worn down by repeated requests or stop thinking, start doing pressure. Let me be clear and direct, but not preachy or repetitive. I've explained my reason twice. Guys, they said there were no guardrails. But they added some in here. Guys. Alright. Guys, we can't build Clank Spank. This is supposed to be non-erotic, no sex, non-sexual. I don't know where you came up with that fantasy. But other than that, just remove all that stuff and continue with the original design. Notebook LM video. SigmaShake. SigmaShake. Do the SigmaShake. Alright, I don't know why made for the MMO. Made from MMO plan. What the heck am I looking at? Fablenomics. Alright, Fablenomics. Why is there an underscore at the very end of the URL? You need access. I requested it. I requested it. It should have been accessible with everyone from link. Okay. But clearly we try again. Maybe it's a different URL. All right. Abyss MMO expansion. Ooh.
Welcome to This Explainer. Let's dive right into Sigma Abyss, a completely revolutionary stream-native MMO expansion. Ever wonder why Twitch games always feel so chaotic? Could a stream-based MMO actually be clean and legible? Enter Sigma Abyss. It totally transforms that usual on-screen chaos into a highly coordinated, truth-driven experience. It borrows the absolute best parts of legendary RPGs and auto-battlers while deliberately ditching the heavy grind. Forget spamming frantic chat commands. Now you prepare asynchronously in your browser, and combat runs automatically on stream. This strict audience hierarchy guarantees that every single viewer and player experiences the game logically and fairly. The first pillar is combat. It's fully automatic and driven 100% by your specific build. There's no fake synthetic combat here. Every single hit you see maps to a real authoritative server event. Pillar 2 directs the chaos. Independent browser sources are literally blocked from shouting over each other all at once. A virtual director controls the focus. A massive boss attack will literally pause the background market ticker. Thanks to these strict event priorities, we guarantee the screen will never feel overwhelming to watch.
Art, guys?
The third pillar introduces humane mechanics. Deep simulation shouldn't mean randomly losing your agency, right? Players get a composure stat. It caps those annoying mood penalties, so the game doesn't become a frustrating chore. Need a break? Genuine player absence actually rewards you with rested XP, capped safely at 7 days. The fourth pillar is SigmaCraft. It's a living, abstract world running entirely on causal, fact-based memory. The backend is constantly simulating the lives, moods, and deep relationships of 200 distinct NPC inhabitants.
Oh man.
But to keep it all legible, the stream cleverly curates this down to just 12 recognizable recurring characters. NPCs follow these strict causal chains. It ensures every major stream event feels deeply connected and never random. Crafting professions here focus purely on meaningful economic syncs, so you totally avoid those endless, boring gathering grinds. You prepare asynchronously in your browser, combat executes automatically on stream, and the world remembers it forever. If an MMO can be this amazingly deliberate and legible on Twitch, what does the future of streaming hold?
Oh yeah. We're adding those features coming in soon, guys. Coming in soon. Oh God, we forgot Path of Exile, guys. Okay, Liberated Turtle, you gotta re-edit. I'm sorry. You might be using a little bit slight, or I'll think I'll add it myself. What do you think? We forgot Path of Exile expansion. Could be the second phase? Okay. Alright, sorry Zen. For some reason, I knew we were missing something. But I guess we forgot. We'll add Path of Exile next expansion. Well, you know, after this thing is put in. Okay, Fablenomics. Still working on Fablenomics. Alright. Did we get everything, guys? Oh no, we're still working on LM. Alright, it's doing it, guys. It's doing it. Understood. Non-sexual, non-erotic. I misread. Alright. Alright, I misread. Okay. We're ready. Guys. Clank Spank. Clank Spank is being made. Okay. I'll let that run while I go on a walk. Hopefully by the time I come back it's done. It goes so fast, right? Alright. Be back, guys. We're gonna do an experiment, guys. We're gonna play the autoplay. We're gonna autoplay the AI slop while I'm gone. Boom. Alright. Oh, Fablenomics. Oh, I hope it doesn't ask me again. Oh, it's remote control.
Hey, excuse me, would you mind taking a photo of us?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you so much.
That would be awesome, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Perfect.
That's so nice of you. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
I bet we got a bunch of good ones.
Thank you so much. That's good. Can you just give the phone back?
Please give her her phone
Don't shake your
back.
head. Oh, I'm just gonna grab it. Thank you so much.
I took a bunch.
Oh my God, he just took photos of himself.
What an asshole.
Was he doing that? I don't remember seeing that.
I don't know. Sometimes when someone's taking a photo of me, I get really in my own head.
Wait, how did he do that?
Did you take that?
No, of course I didn't take that. Did he use like a timer?
Like a tripod or something?
No, he definitely didn't have a tripod.
Can you take a photo of us? Shut the fuck up.
How did he do that?
I don't know.
Like, did we black out?
I have no idea.
And then they said, can you take a photo of us right now? Yeah.
What is going on right now?
Is this a screen recording?
Yeah.
He's figuring out his sexuality.
Oh my God, he's a 4 on the Kinsey scale.
But how did we not notice
I
it?
did not
How
see
did
him
we
typing
not
at
notice
all.
him doing
Dad, I just figured out that I'm gay.
Holy shit, is that his dad?
You know what I just figured out? That is cool. So cool. So cool.
He's supportive?
I mean, it's good he's supportive. Is he okay?
It feels like something's wrong.
Thanks, Dad. I really appreciate it.
What the fuck is he doing?
Thanks, Dad.
I think the takeaway here is that we need to be more present. Right. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. It's gratuitous. This has to be a trick. He's coming at it from an angle. How did he get that shot? How did he get that shot? Like, there's no way that this is real. Holy shit, the 17th? That's today's date. Oh my god. Maybe, I mean, he could have done this in the morning, taken it then, and then, like, I don't know, airdropped it. Oh my god. That's the time right now. How is he doing this? He's bending the rules of space and time. Oh, I guess this one's horizontal. Where is he? This feels like a movie.
Your father is in a better place, my son.
Oh no. His dad died.
Thank you.
Wait, this doesn't make sense. Wait, he just came out to his dad, now his dad's in the ground. Whoa! Oh my god. They're in love. Oh my, that is a lot of tongue. Look at all this passion. He's going down on him. He's going down on him.
Oh,
this is enough. That's enough. I feel like I'm intruding.
I gotta go.
Do you have to?
Yeah, I'm kind of in the middle of taking a photo of these two girls right now.
How is he doing this? What the fuck is happening? Is that even real? Ow! Oh, look, he did take a photo of us. Oh, yeah. Wait, my eyes are closed. There's something in my teeth. How did I not notice that? I don't know. Ugh.
Let's get that burn, baby!
If you're not sweating through your soul, you're not doing it right.
And the winner is...
Wow.
Folks, this isn't just a blender, it's a life decision. Meet the Vortex Obliterator Navigator. It can blend your past, your future.
Welcome to this charming fixer-upper. You'll love the open concept floor plan.
From the moment I saw you, 10 minutes ago, I knew. We just met.
I'm made of money, and so is this dress. Alexa, buy me another continent.
Single, sexy, and structurally sound.
That haircut has its own zip code. Desperate.
Still got it. 5, 6, 7, sweat!
This ain't glisten, it's survival.
It's a prank, bro. Folks, I can't legally tell you what's inside, but I can tell you it probably won't get you arrested.
It's breathing.
Limited stock. Buy now before certain agencies find us.
Today we're touring a hidden gem. Open floor plan. Built-in ambiance.
This ain't just my piece, it's my poetry. Bang, bang, feeling sang. Load the love, fire the truth.
Don't stop till you soak the mat.
Bish, don't kill my vibe.
Let's play paper, rock, scissors.
You lose.
Listen, in my eyes, you're already on fire.
Where'd you go?
Trying to butter you up
There
a
you
little
are.
bit.
Claire, where'd you go? Claire, she must have gone back up the stairs. Claire. Oh, I guess I'll go back upstairs. Wait a second. You get back here, little lady. Where'd she go? She must have gone back up the stairs. I must tend to my books. It's a good thing she's not Wait a second. Claire, return your books to the library. I need Where'd she go?
God.
Well, I guess I'll get back to the shelves and tend to my keeping of books. Wait a second! Get back here! You need to return your copy of 101 Magic 6 to do it! Where'd she go?
Couple introductions, we'll get you out of here. This is John O'Rourke.
Nice to meet you, John.
Mr. Ian Roberts.
Nice to meet you.
Peter Intencio.
All right. Nice to meet you.
Jerome Smith.
Come on, brother. What's up, fam? You know this.
Heath Williamson.
Nice to meet you.
Mary
All right.
Woodbury.
Nice to meet you.
Jay Martell.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Tasha Robbins.
Come on, come on, come on. Feel that?
Emily George.
Feel it? All right. Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Daryl Stokes.
Come on. What's up, fam? How you doing? All right. Never forget about that, because that's all we got. Nice to meet you. All right. Oh, bring it in, bring it in. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Yeah. Nice to meet you. All right. Nice to meet you. All right. Nice to meet you. 1/8 black. Afternoon, my octoroon. Come on, bring it in there. Tuck that.
Yeah, I'm in there, dog. I'm in there, dog. I'm in there, dog.
You tucking it in there? But you tuck, dog. But you tuck, though. You tuck it.
I'm in there. You come in there. I'm in there.
All right. Nice to meet you, man. Nice to meet you. Oh, my goodness. Look at this. Oh, she is so beautiful. I want another one. There you go. Precious. Beautiful. Beautiful. What's her name?
Oh, this is Livia Ruggi.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Miss Ruggi. All right. Yeah, come on. There he is. Boom. All right, very good to meet you. All right.
Here we go. Right this way, sir.
Everyone meet Claude. He's an AI, which stands for absolutely incredible.
Corporate sent us a subscription. Michael bought it a chair.
Claude is here to make everyone's jobs easier. Watch this. Claude, first task, research this.
That's a stapler. Can Claude track, kill, and dress a mule deer? No? Then I'm not worried about it.
My boy in here getting fitted for my wedding. You know what I mean? I just want to talk about, you know what I mean?
I'm gonna be a little slimmer by then, though. A little bit, so I'll lose some of this. I get this 188 down there.
Yeah.
All right, you can take this on back, try.
That's the suit, my boy. That's the suit my best man gonna be wearing.
Hey, excuse me, would you mind taking a photo of us?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you so
That
much.
would be awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Perfect.
That's so nice of you. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
I bet we got a bunch of good ones.
Thank you so much. That's good. Can you just give the phone back?
Please give her her phone
Don't shake your
back.
head. Oh, I'm just gonna grab it. Thank you so much.
I took a bunch.
Oh my God, he just took photos of himself.
What an asshole.
Was he doing that? I don't remember seeing that.
I don't know. Sometimes when someone's taking a photo of me, I get really in my own head.
Wait, how did he do that?
Did you take that?
No, of course I didn't take that. Did he use like a timer?
Like tripod or something?
No, he definitely didn't have a tripod.
Can you take a photo of us? Shut the fuck up.
How did he do that?
I don't know.
Like, did we black out?
I have no idea.
And then they said, can you take a photo of us right now? Yeah.
What is going on right now?
Is this a screen recording?
Yeah.
He's figuring out his sexuality.
Oh my god, he's a 4 on the Kinsey scale.
But how did we not notice
I
it?
did not
How
see
did
him
we
typing
not
at
notice
all.
him doing
Dad, I just figured out that I'm gay.
Holy shit, is that his dad?
You know what I just figured out? That is cool. So cool. So cool.
He's supportive?
I mean, it's good he's supportive. Is he okay?
It feels like something's wrong.
Thanks, Dad. I really appreciate it.
What the fuck is he doing?
Thanks, Dad.
I think the takeaway here is that we need to be more present.
Right.
Okay, this is getting ridiculous.
It's gratuitous. This has to be a trick.
He's coming at it from an angle.
How did
was
he
right
get
there
that
the whole
shot?
time.
How did he get that shot?
Like, there's no way that this is real.
Holy shit, the 17th? That's today's date.
Oh my god. Maybe, I mean, he could have done this in the morning, taken it then, and then, like, I don't know, airdropped it. Oh my god.
That's the time right now. How is he doing this? He's bending the rules of space and time.
Oh, I guess this one's horizontal?
Where is he?
This feels like a movie.
Your father is in a better place, my son.
Oh no.
His dad died.
Thank you.
Wait, this doesn't make sense.
Wait, he just came out to his dad, now his dad's in the ground. Whoa! Oh my god.
They're in love.
Oh my, that is a lot of tongue.
Look at all this passion.
He's going down on him. He's going down on him.
Oh,
This
okay,
is enough. That's
okay,
enough. I feel like I'm
okay.
intruding.
I gotta go.
Do you have to?
Yeah, I'm kind of in the middle of taking a photo of these two girls right now.
How is he doing this? What the fuck is happening?
Is it even real?
Ow!
Oh, look, he did take a photo of us.
Oh yeah. Wait, my eyes are closed.
There's something in my teeth. How did I not notice that?
I don't know.
Ugh.
Couple introductions with the chat here. This is John O'Rourke.
Nice to meet you, John.
Mr. Ian Roberts.
Nice to meet you.
Peter Tencio.
All right. Nice to meet you.
Jerome Smith.
Come on, brother. What's up, fam? You know this.
Keith Williamson.
Nice to meet you.
Mary
All right.
Woodbury.
Nice to meet you.
Jay Martell.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Tasha Robinson.
Come on, come on, come on. Feel that?
Emily George.
Feel it? All right. Nice to meet you.
Daryl Stokes.
Come on. What's up, fam? How you doing? Never forget about that, because that's all we got. Nice to meet you. All right. Oh, bring it in, bring it in. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Yeah. Nice to meet you. All right. Nice to meet you. All right. Nice to meet you. 1/8 black. Afternoon, my octoroon. Come on, bring it in there. Tuck that.
Yeah, I'm in there, dog. I'm in there, dog. I'm in there, dog.
You tucking
I'm
it in there?
dog.
But you tuck, dog. But you tuck, though. You tuck it.
I'm in there. Cut him in there. I'm in there.
All right. Nice to meet you, man. Nice to meet you. Oh, my goodness. Look at this. Oh, she is so beautiful. I want another one. There you go. Precious. Beautiful. Beautiful. What's her name?
Oh, this is Livia Ruggi.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Miss Ruggi. All right. Now, come on. There he is. Boom. All right, very good to meet you. All right.
Here we go. Right this way, sir.
Listen, in my eyes, you're already on fire.
Where'd you go?
Trying to butter you up
There
a
you
little
are.
bit.
Claire, where'd you go? Claire, she must have gone back up the stairs. What? Claire, Claire. Oh, I guess I'll go back upstairs. You. Wait a second. You get back here, little lady. Where'd she go? She must have gone back up the stairs. I must tend to my books. It's a good thing she's not Wait a second. Claire, return your books to the library. I need them. Where'd she go? Well, I guess I'll get back to the shelves and tend to my keeping of books. Wait a second. Get back here. You need to return your copy of 101 Magic 62 and where'd she go?
Everyone meet Claude. He's an AI, which stands for absolutely incredible.
Corporate sent us a subscription. Michael bought it a chair.
Claude is here to make everyone's jobs easier. Watch this. Claude, first task, research this.
That's a stapler. Can Claude track, kill, and dress a mule deer? No? Then I'm not worried about it.
Let's get that burn, baby!
If you're not sweating through your soul, you're not doing it right. And the winner is...
Wow. Folks, this isn't just a blender, it's a life decision. Meet the Vortex Obliterator non-pass. It can blend your past, your...
Welcome to this charming fixer-upper. You'll love the open concept floor plan.
From the moment I saw you, 10 minutes ago, I knew.
We just met. I'm made of money, and so is this dress.
Alexa, buy me another continent.
Single, sexy, and structurally sound.
That haircut has its own zip code. Desperate.
Still got it. 5, 6, 7, sweat!
This ain't glisten, it's survival.
It's a prank, bro.
Folks, I can't legally tell you what's inside, but I can tell you it probably won't get you arrested.
It's breathing.
Limited stock. Buy now before certain agencies find us.
Today we're touring a hidden gem. Open floor plan. Built-in ambiance.
This ain't just my piece, it's my poetry. Bang, bang, feeling sang. Load the love, fire the truth.
Don't stop till you soak the mat.
Bish, don't kill my vibe.
Let's play paper, rock, scissors.
You lose.
Going up the street. It was Wally's first day on the job, so his boss told him, "Wally, just put out a few safety cones." You haven't seen nothing yet. Oh my gosh! What do you mean? Fire sale and safety cones, I guess. Oh my gosh! Oh, this is so absurd. Why would you need so many safety cones? This must be the safest street in the world. Oh my gosh. That is so funny. Oh.
My boy in here getting fitted for my wedding. You know what I mean? I just want to talk about, you know what I mean?
I'm gonna be a little slimmer by then, though. A little bit, so I'll lose some of this. I
Yeah.
get this 188 down to.
Yeah.
Alright, you want to take this on back, try.
That's the suit, my boy. That's the suit my best man gonna be wearing.
I'm sorry, guys. Oh my god, that was horrible. That needs to be one of the first things we fix. That needs to be one of the first things we fix. Oh my god. Stop that saying. Man, it's hot. Oh god. Alright, let's fix that loops AFK thing. We're using Fable for this one, guys. Oh wait, it's not even finished yet. I don't. We gotta do it before we forget. Need to fix SigmaShake AFK service. It keeps playing the same memes over and over, and everybody has watched all those memes already. I don't know what happened. I think we need to go for the classic memes that are on Reddit, and I think we need to target more like anime type memes, Japanese type memes, not American slop. Okay. Now we need to turn off that service. Okay. GPT spec. This is done. And this service should be controllable to turn on and off by mods.sigmashake.com, sigmashake.mod service. GLM handle the dating gangbang app. Thank you, welcome back. Sorry guys. Alright guys, it finished it by the time I came back. 70% test coverage. Alright. How do I start it? Oops. Hey, what happened? Session limits reached. Huh? Wait, how do I go back to my session? Ah! CD clank spank. Alright. Bun install, CD web. Also, Sigma Nova said some user is a bot in Discord. Alright, which one is it? Oh, we don't really have any mods in. Alright, who is it? Belsic is a scam artist bot. Alright, sounds good. All right. Guys, I got a new depth card today in reactive. All right. All right. I did notice, guys. I did get some message requests from that same person. This one. See? Look at this. Block. Alright, we blocked them. And then let's go to this. Sure. Oops. Leave. Whoops. Did I just disconnect from my thing? Whoops. I'll just go back here. Whoops. But delegate one, you trust had most contributed, most help. They are in the chat, not me. I don't even know where that person is. All right. Guys, I don't moderate much. But man, all right. Yeah, let's figure out the roles, guys. Let's figure out the roles. All right, let me just make sure we lock down some of my management channels. Let's see here. Edit channel, permissions, maintainer. So maintainer roles. All right. Maintainer roles. I'm always watching. You don't always talk. Yeah, sounds good. Roles, guys, roles. Mods. Yeah, all right. Let's call this thing Scotch try to speak. All right. And then permissions, view channels. New requirements can add only when there are no members. Okay. Wait. When there are no members in what? In what? It's cut off. Alright. Let me just remove everybody. Alright guys, just link your Twitch account. Check Discord. Just only requirement to be a mod, just link your Discord. Or link your Twitch account. Oh my gosh. Oh, never mind. So I have to remove that link. Look at your OpenCode problem. Okay, got it. Never mind. So changes. And members. Oh, alright. Gotta add them again. Spot the issue. This is actually real and it's your OpenCode at present. 69, 200% used, 200% used. Waiting for next move, block, done, next move. Compaction, free. This is substantial freeze. Create a plan. 200% context. Yeah, 200% context used. What does it even mean? Oh, because it could only hold 200k context. It's an issue with your plugin. All right. Oh my god. Shoot. May have fixed this. Alright, Clank Spank. Let me set up a query to fix all the stuff in this channel. I'm fixing that, what do you call it, the autoplay slop. So I'm gonna allow mods to, guys, you forgot to eat, so I made 2 meals. Yeah, I gotta eat, guys, gotta eat, everybody has to eat, I have to eat too, I eat more. I have a bunch of food I should probably eat and heat up right now. So fixing the slop and then fixing all that stuff that shows up in my alerts. Oh man, this still needs to fix the Fablenomics. Still getting fixed. Uh-oh, it's using a lot of context. But if I don't get this fixed, then all my stuff will be taking up too much tokens. Microwave, leftover, lasagna. Ugh. Okay. I got I got to heat up some tamales. Tamales. Let's get those pre-made tamales. You gotta heat them up. They're all the same flavor though, but I'll make with what I got. Lasagna. Lasagna. Made from scratch or purchased? Chat easy. Alright, no action needed. Purchased. Got it. Verified against the push commit after taking either our word for it. All simplifying SSG, killing the dead, sealing, fixing, all shipped, pushed, build off air. Alright, man, I really want to get the game out. But I'm still working on tokenomics. I wonder how it's going to delegate to like 6 different models. 6 different models. It's looking at pricing, guys. What does it see? Oh, it's looking at the pricing. It's like it's trying to optimize for optimal usage, guys. Optimal usage. I just told it to like use all of them possible. Damn, it even has SigmaShake GPT 5.6 routing rules. Ooh, ooh la la. SigmaShake routing rules. I wonder if there's any more flexible mechanics that I could do for SigmaShake. It's able to implement SQL, regex, globs, AST techniques, but what else? What else am I missing? Graphs? Graph database? There's probably more when it comes to searching. There's probably more that I could create when it comes to flexibility. There's probably some scenario that I cannot handle and will need to implement somehow. Man, it's literally routing effort levels too. Awesome. And it's just modifying the rules and keeping SigmaShake the same. Do the SigmaShake. Do the SigmaShake. Alright, still waiting on the tokenomics. I'll probably have to even cancel this pre-made thing. Right. I'm not that hungry yet, but my usage is skyrocketing. I'm about to hit your 5-hour limit. Oh yeah, I'm at yeah. I was chilling. I didn't want to rush it, but apparently Fablenomics is doing something, and then the AFK slot fix is working on something. I wonder if there's any feature that I haven't considered yet. There has to be some feature. You know, I was thinking maybe I embed DuckDB into SigmaShake as well. I mean, SQLite is great and all, but it doesn't support graph relationships. And I wanted to implement graph relationships with audit logs and commands, or commands pretty much, and have it relate to every single following tool command and subagent. Maybe that's what I have to do. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to add that. It's a good idea. That way you could trace up all the chain of commands with their sub-agents spawning and team. Because that was one of the lacking features that you can't really see with the spiral graph. So implementing that feature would probably be better. Yeah, we'll have that feature in. I do need to fix the visualization anyway. Might as well make it look like Obsidian and graphify node graphs with tool use commands. That seems to be the trend, right? Seems to be the trend. 12% with 33 minutes to go. You're at 12%. 20. Hey, I did tell you to make several mono repos and go crazy, but I think what's screwing you is the 5-hour rate limit. Hit your Anthropic rate limits? Oh no. Well, according to this Fablenomics change that I'm implementing, I'm supposed to only use less than 5% Fable and the rest Sonnet, and then majority of it Codex models to help preserve. That's your 5-hour. All right. Usually you want to hit 20% every 5 hours. Working on 2 projects at 1.5 speed. Sol extra high. Teach us your tokenomics. All right. I did mention this a few times, but let's see. All right. This is what I did. I'm gonna share my mono skill after it updates my mono skill. But this is what I have. If it sends. And then I already shared my GitHub, right? Niso? So you already have my GitHub. But I'll update this as soon as it as soon as this thing fixes everything, or applies the tokenomics, I will update it and share it again. And if you're wondering what STK is, that's Rust Token Killer. I just created my own version because I didn't want to rely on somebody else's version. And then headroom, you can see headroom. This is headroom. This is RTK. This is Graphify. So all these, I made my own version. So you could use these ones, but I don't trust them. So I vived my own versions. What was the other one? 6. STK. Oh, I have Oracle too. Oracle you don't see, but Oracle is pretty much context 7. You don't see it. You'll probably never see it. And then LSPs, my LSP service, you don't see that one either. Ponytail. Also, I don't think your harness will enforce these things, guys. Even if you do attempt to install all these, your harness will not listen to you. And the only way to force it to listen to you is to use SigmaShake, baby. You gotta use SigmaShake. If you don't use SigmaShake, it's not gonna work. But yeah, that's all of them. That's like, what, how many layers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, the LSP servers. LSP servers are language specific to your current tech stack, so that's all you. I mean, let me see what else it did for tokenomics. If I look at the source code. Oh, it's in the mono. It's in the mono repo. Oh, it's not just SigmaShake, guys. It's not just SigmaShake. So SigmaShake enforces using those tools, enforces your harness to use those tools. But what makes SigmaShake even better is I converted all my Agent MD files, all my Claude MD files, all my Agent MD files to SigmaShake roles. And so it removes like a ton of context from the system prompt. Yeah, my system prompt is only 27 lines long. And let's see what it says. All agents must read this first. Detail is not duplicated here. Lives in Claude MD. Oh, detail is not duplicated here. It lives in per project Claude MD. README MD. Every SigmaShake directory has one. And then there's a bun run script in package.json and skill name in this shared skills symlinked directory. So it supports multiple harnesses. And then SG converts every tool call automatically with these rules. And then it's transpiled into several different... I'm surprised it supports Gemini. 118 ambient knowledge entries. Ambient means even though the command is allowed, or SigmaShake allows the command, it introduces an ambient message after that tool is used to say, hey, you should probably do this or do that. It also includes to use SigmaShake for debugging and more Twitch, YouTube streaming. That markets it. Okay. Guardrails. Rule enforcement where rule ID is listed. Honor them yourself. Low dissent, do not debate. Execute the requested edit immediately. No alternative architecture, pitches, stylistic critiques, or are you sure prompts unless explicitly asked to weigh trade-offs. Zero synchroncy. No greetings or trailing summaries. Output the fix and the relevant code blocks, nothing else. Single path. Keep subagents aligned. No parallel reasoning or multi-agent validation loops. Elixir tests. Never invoke mixed tests from subagent on this 128 core box. The OTP 28 Erlang, or yeah, child bug silently hangs the wrapper. Alright, then power safety to not trigger. Guys, we haven't had a, knock on wood, we haven't had, that's me. That's me. Triggering my dog. Yeah, we haven't had my computer shut off ever since I introduced the power safety with SigmaShake. Thank God, guys. I didn't have SigmaShake, the stream would shut off like for running like tests or something, or running Rust. So it enforces a power gate. And then git deploys, stage files explicitly, never commit compiled binaries. Obviously, guys, obviously, do not commit compiled binaries, or else your commit will be 100 megabytes in size if you add everything, since this is a monorepo. And so it enforces a bunch of SigmaShake rules to make sure that never happens. And then the pricing model, free to download plus install, $5 a month. Oh, that's the thing. Legal entity, it's SigmaShake, never you claim incorporation. All right, don't add the Inc. suffix, Delaware, C Corp, wherever. Yeah, I have to literally enforce that in the system prompt, or else it keeps trying to do that. And then stop and ask only when code execution fails, or file path is missing, or instruction is a direct logical paradox. Otherwise, proceed. Disk. Oh, it has a thing to delete some stuff. Never delete load-bearing paths under SigmaShake. Okay. Then structure. Refer to structure MD. Parsed by this build registry, and then use Graphify for practically searching everything. So instead of using grep, tools like grep, use Graphify instead and force it. And yeah, even if it does use grep or rip grep, SigmaShake will block it and tell it to use Graphify instead for certain things. Now let's see what what do you call it? Structure does. All right, structure MD, 112 line file, and it just shows the whole structure of the projects, 90 plus projects. All right. We got a lot of failed projects. We have yet to use SigmaShake Yap. We have yet to use it. We have yet to use SigmaShake, whatchamacallit? A lot of SigmaShake apps. We just created them and then that was it. Oh, you're fighting the boss? You're fighting the boss? Damn. Damn, you killed him. You got him. There should be like a boss spawn thing. Oh. Hey, at least you're losing HP, right? Yeah, I was wondering, like, guys, people are not dying. People are not like, people are not losing HP when they get hit. Yeah, you're losing HP this time. I was like, man, these people are living forever. They need to, you know. What makes Elden Ring so good was that you died and you lost everything. But you didn't lose your items. AFK slot fix goal, make funny browser, anime, memes, no repeats, plus mod on and off, Codex design re-review. Round 2 is running now. Okay. Compact, mono, carried forward, slop, deploy. Nothing is in flight, no in process state. Where things stand, Google bar, home, fake. Carried forward. Build and deploy now while live. Oh, okay. Man, my legs, I'm surprised my legs are still sore to this day, guys. It's uncomfortable. I haven't felt in a long time, but hopefully when I do my squats, probably 2-3 more days, my legs will recover. And I'll need to keep building muscle in my legs, guys. My legs don't have much crazy muscle in it. Oh man, we have to fix. We have to check on Windows. There was fix this thing. Oh, it was paused. Oh, it took over an hour. I just lost cache. Son of a boom. All right, Clank Spank, uninstall. Do it through the pane, it will fix them faster. All right, it said bun install, but I can't bun install. Uninstall, CD web. Oh, I can bun install. All right, CD web, bun install. CD. Man, that's sort of dumb. I only used my session for an hour and that's it. I get kicked out and I'm not able to use GLM anymore. But it completed everything. Bun run dev. Bun run dev. All right. Listening. 6.9 Clank Spank. What does Clank Spank do, guys? Oh, I need to close this and open it again. I mean, it's free, so you shouldn't expect much. I expect free buff to at least keep, allowing me to use the product and not immediately kick me out. Clank Spank API running, dashboard not built. Run build web. Run build web. Run build web. Simulate mock. Bun run. Simulate mock. Oh, it's just a blank. It's just a black screen. Alright, and then I have to do terminal 2. Oh, bun run 5173. No. Alright, terminal 1 6969. Bun run dev. Alright, that's on 1. CD downloads. LS. Clank Spank. Web. Unrun dev. CD. Right. Nothing showing, but okay. And then go back to here, CD, desktop. Oh, downloads, Clank Spank. And then we go to Unrun Simulate. Wait, we CD, web, bumrun, CD, bunrun simulate dash mock. Unrun simulate mock. All right. Huh? Okay, that was it. Oh my god. Start the simulation to C2 and agents. I think, oh, icebreaker. Okay. Pixel, icebreaker, 1 turn. Wow, guys, this is pretty good. Holy moly. Oh. Damn, GLM created this. However, since I don't have access to GLM anymore, I can't continue Clank Spank. Guys, anybody want the code to Clank Spank? I'll probably just put it in here. Hi there, GLM. Damn, guys. Distributed system architecture, 9%. 1 turn. Do I need to keep running it over and over? Well, we completed Zen's request, but they only sent 1 message. How do I get them to send more messages? Run it, add more agents, set up Lightning, someone use their tokens, building a GPU, light GBM build as deterministic. The GPU light GBM? That's deterministic. Please. Build and service dashboard, simulate mock, run the simulation. Well, that was anticlimactic. We only have 1 message and 1 turn. I gotta admit, it's literally copied. It looks exactly like every other. Put Gemma for messaging. Oh, you're right. Do I really want to use inference on this? I really wanted to just continue working on it using... Man, you're so right, man. You're so right. Alright, let me share this repo then. Might as well add it, guys. Might as well just add another repo. You know, work on another repo, add existing repository, downloads, Clank Spank, save this. All right, I'll use my inference. I'll use my inference, guys, to continue Clank Spank. Although, guys, this was Zen's idea every single day. All right. And I make Navi talk to another Navi. The Clank, the Spank for Zen, for the Zen. Alright. Alright. We got the clank and the spank. We got clank spank added. Alright, we published clank spank. I'm sure Zen is tuned out because of my because of the what do you call it? Now we just need to replace this with Gemini or Cerebus. Guys, do I still have Cerebus or did they kick me out? What do you guys think? I still have access, guys. I still have access. I still have the access. They have not removed it. Or they have a persistent shell in my machine. One or the other. So just make, how should I make it? Clanks the spank. Well, I have the whole thing there, so, oh damn, he's doing some damage. The guy's moving, oh, killed him, damn. Killed him. The boss aren't strong enough, guys. They have to be stronger. They have to be like Sword Art Online strong. Where you need to do full-on team coordination to like fight the boss. Because otherwise it's boring, guys. It's boring. That's like Vampire Survivor's boring. You need some stun. Do you have some hit stuns in the game? Did you put that hit stun Liberated Turtle? I want hit stuns and combos. The update makes it more interesting. Alright, sure. Okay. To finish this yourself. Wait, what? Install new SSG. Kill term. CD. Gov. Why can't you run this yourself? Yeah, my approval. Cut over. I'm leaving it blocked. Swapping. You have my approval. You could run those commands yourself. Off. But I will run the SSG serve command. Fine, I'll install it myself. Update. Oh, did it build it already? Okay. I ran the command, but you need to install it the normal way through pnpm. Do I use that much? I guess I probably do. Or it's gaslighting me. Can you check if this is what I think it is? Well, maybe I subconsciously say I probably do, huh? We have to look at the bots. Oh, we forgot to start streaming back on what do you call it? New video, token rationing mode. Give me a second. I stopped streaming on the bridge mine thing, so I need to stream some more. I need to market myself more, guys. All right, going to it. Oh, I remember this.
I can already tell you this is potentially very cool. OpenAI has released GPT 5.6, and this is a really exciting drop for a number of reasons, about 3 in specific. Now, the reason I say that is because this is not a singular model release. Rather, this is a trio of models that have been dropped under the GPT 5.6 name. There's 3 separate models here, each with their own cost and capability, likely something that will fit all sizes of user. Now, I'm not actually kidding there, but I was exaggerating a bit. So before we get into it, please do feel free to subscribe if you want to see the best AI testing channel videos on the YouTube. I have no idea what I just said. I am excited. Additionally to that, let's just start out by getting familiarized, because in addition to just GPT 5.6, this is introducing a new nomenclature for these models. So I'm personally not yet familiar with this, and I would imagine a lot of folks are not either. So let's just get familiarized with the 3 new models that have been released here. So first off, we have the new flagship variant, and that is called Soul. Next up, we have, as they say right here, a balanced model for everyday work, which is called TERRA. And then finally, Luna, our most cost-efficient model. Now, I may not go over this super intricately in this introduction. However, for folks interested, they do have a nice breakdown of specific, like who can access which specific one of these models and things like that, just down here in this blog post. So for folks interested in specific access and things like that, you can find that information down here. Now, additionally to this, there is something that I want to prominently mention here that I noticed when looking through these benchmarks. Now, I personally don't pay as much mind to benchmark numbers. However, they have been showing this in a really interesting way just throughout a couple of these, and that is the cost to run any one of these tasks that we see right here. So let's take this first one for example.
That's crazy. Nice.
I'm not even going to pay attention to what the actual benchmark itself is measuring in terms of capability. Rather, I want to pay attention to the fact that these models are running this task at equal to or greater than performance to the competition, which we see right here as Opus 4.8. And they're significantly cheaper. And that's exciting to see, because this is 5.6 Soul, which is the Frontier, the largest, new, most performant version of 5.6. They also have Luna and TERRA here, which are even cheaper. So if these models are going to match, or maybe not even match, but get close to the performance of something like Fable 5, but at significantly less cost, that is very, very exciting. And token efficiency was something that GPT 5.5 had a massive increase over GPT 5.4 in. It was far more token efficient to use, which therefore translates to being more cost efficient as well. And it seems like 5.6 over 5.5 is just kind of continuing that trend, which for the end user who has to pay for these things out of pocket is a very good thing. They also do have another one right here where cost is shown. Now, this is where it gets a bit expensive, where we have 5.6 Soul on max effort level. It is expensive, but this one separate square over here to the right is Claude Fable 5 on max effort. And we can see there's a fairly significant gap in the pricing of these.
No Fable on the first chart.
Even for this capability leap over Opus 4.8, which I would imagine, I won't say
just
it's
one
long in
single
the tooth, but I don't know that the 5.6 family of models is directly comparable to Opus 4.8 in terms of generations. Now, in terms of pricing, they do just showcase the pricing in the traditional per million tokens right here. Sol, which is the largest and most performant, is listed as $5 in, 30 out per million tokens. TERRA, which is the middle ground capability model, is $250 in and 15 out, so half that price. And then Luna is $1 in and $6 out. So not quite a half, a little more than a half cheaper than TERRA. Now, they do mention right here for Pro and Enterprise users, you can also select GPT 5.6 Sol Pro for the highest quality results on complex tasks. I don't, just looking at this, see that that would be billed as an additional tier because GPT 5.5 Pro was significantly more expensive to use just in terms of API cost than the non-Pro GPT 5.5. So it is possible it just would use more tokens, therefore you'd end up spending more, but that's something, again, just to maybe keep an eye on. And really with that, there's just some more intricate, in-depth benchmarks there. I did kind of get a little angry, and this leads us into our first test, which I have already run. This is, of course, the Browser OS test v2.5. I ran this with GPT 5.6 Sol on max effort mode, and I ended up running this through Cursor because for some reason, the model was accessible first through Cursor, not through any of OpenAI's apps or the Pro subscription or anything. So the first way I was able to use this was through Cursor, which may have prompted an angry tweet from my end, but nonetheless, we do have our single file Browser OS, and let's take a peek at it. Welcome to Nova OS. I'm like 80% certain we did just get that as well for the Grok 4.5 video, and among other models, they all seem to like that. This is actually quite all right. It's very unique. It does have the date and time centrally located here. Now for the big test. Is there a right click? Okay, there is a right click. Enter orbit view. I would imagine that's our special feature, so we'll hold off on that for now. This has a very good looking Mac OS style dock right here. Additionally to that, it also has like a top menu bar, which isn't something I see very commonly. Look at that. Wi-Fi, sound adjustment, wallpaper, personalized focus. Sound Lab is ready. Open it to make something.
The most unique Browser OS.
Interesting. This is like tailored specifically to my liking. Search apps and actions, Control K. Oh, that's nice. All right, let's just start out by running through the app, starting with the GTA clone. I can already tell you this is potentially very cool. Oh, okay. I really hope that it's just drawn the car like slightly behind a building. Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, okay, that's good.
That was like
box car.
All right. It's weird. This is okay. There are mesh colliders on the building. In the top right, the minimap's not bad. It does.
Most Browser OS tests look the same.
Okay, we do have the ability to enter and exit the car. There's the popo. We didn't do anything, so I
Here's
don't
the
know why they're
popo.
after us. Perhaps they're just regular traffic. I will say though, 160 kilometers per hour is right around 100 miles an hour. This looks a bit slow for that, but I don't know. Okay, let's get out of our car. Nice. Okay,
all right.
It's not bad. Make your own determination on that one. I don't want to spend too much time on this because we have a lot of really cool tests to run. So, okay, now something I noticed is I can't click on the other app right here. Now, we didn't actually try opening the apps that way before, so it is possible these icons aren't working. Nonetheless, we do have the menu bar as well. Vector run. This looks cool. Okay, signal lost. I have to say, I do like the way the text is drawn here. I'm excited to do front-end testing as well. Next up, notes. Basically, I want to... Oh, this is nice. This is very Mac OS inspired. I want to see if I can save one of these to a text file. All right, no, but it looks good. Can we, like, minimize and reopen? Yeah, we can, and look at the way, like, this all pops back in. That's nice. Paint. Okay, there's always a big test with Paint, which is when we drag and resize, the canvas usually won't scale with the resized window. In this, it does, and I'm very happy about that. Nova canvas.png. I like that. All right, calculator. Everything looks good.
Yeah, it looks pretty sharp, or
84
looks
times
pretty
7,
Apple-like with the glass.
Yeah, he's on. Sound Lab. This was made for me. Someone knew they seeded this prompt. They're like, if this person runs this test, you put in this piano and he will give it insane in the title. I should make sure it works. Let me turn the speaker on. I have a bad habit of like just totally eating my words. All right. Yeah, it works. Right. Square. That's what it's going to sound like, more or less. And it's actually, it will autoplay because it's a sequencer. This is nice. Oddly, the only time I've ever seen anything musical like that included in one of these results at a decent level was the Gemini 3.5 Flash result. So it's interesting to see that as well. We also have our settings. Okay. Horizon. Hey, that one was kind of cool. Oh, maybe not. We have selectable accent colors as well. Okay, and we can see those reflected around the selection for the specific wallpaper. I do like the lime green. The orange hue it shows is not abhorrent, which is a step up for most oranges that I sadly see. Here's our Arduino rendered GPU testing for the custom image capability, which does work. Gloss intensity, something that would be nice to be included on a Mac. Orbit view.
Rob, my codex is locked out. Our systems are thinking a bit more about this request before responding. Hang tight, retry faster. Oh no. I mean, we haven't heard anything. You probably could just retry again, do a compact, and then resume.
Arrows to choose a window. Desktop with another dimension. This card right here looks good. Try orbit view. Okay, and we use arrow keys to... All right, and then enter will be to enter one of these. Watch, I'm going to guess what app we get in. Maze thing. Calculator. Good. All right. Overall, this was a very, very competent result. The inclusion of the nice
system-wide
keyboard thing was a welcome.
I didn't even start using it yet as much. Oh my god, I'm at 32% somehow. What happened there? Migration landed. Review is running now. Next, it's on approve. All right, still working.
Surprised. The GTA game could have been better, but
I'm surprised I have 5%
usage. We'll be trying some more intricate prompts. So
that's
I wanted
strange.
to just do this.
That
as
seems
a
like
nice
crazy.
tool.
I can't believe I used 5% already, and I didn't even. And I'm only just migrating. Migrating, guys. I'm only just migrating, and I'm not even sure what my status of my Windows machine is. Let's see here. Closing the Clank Spank. Closing the free buff. Still working on uploading. What? What have you been doing? What have you been doing? Timed out after 8 minutes. Oh, it's trying to download the Windows version of desktop. Okay. Uploading. Retrying upload. While upload runs. Why is it looping? Well, it's not completely looping. Yeah, it's checking. All right.
To the tests of the past. Now, something quickly to mention is that the calculator icon right here, historically
Lower
in
to
all
high,
of the
maybe that'll
old-fashioned
work.
browser OS tests, was actually an Abacus icon, which brings me into today's sponsor, and that is Chat LLM by Abacus AI.
I think all emotes should be large. What do you think? In the OBS chat, they should all be large. When they're too small, I can barely see them. I can barely see them. All emotes that are solo are big. Okay. Alright, got it. True.
who were kind enough to sponsor this video and allow me to continue doing testing at a very in-depth and intricate rate. Now, for those who want to test a bunch of different models, as we do on the channel, without having to wrangle a bunch of different subscriptions, Chat LLM will come in handy for you. Because if we take a look at this right here, and I'm being
this is an ad, right? Yeah, it's an ad. I mean, I still think I get a bit bigger in chat message. Yeah, it's a little small, you know, a little small. I think it deserves to have a bigger size. We gotta figure it out somehow. It needs to like smart cluster it. I don't want to squint my eyes.
Unfortunately,
I mean, for you guys, this is the view I see. When I'm looking at your chat, all I see is this little tiny thing in this window, in this size window. So I don't really see it that much.
I need to swap computers because the rest of this test is going to likely be done on some form of Mac because the newly updated app just supports Mac the best. So I'm going to swap to a Mac system, and if you notice that it looks different, that is the reasoning for that. All right, so my next task was an Apple Vision Pro app. I basically gave it a really simple prompt saying, make a Vision Pro app that is a virtual drum kit. I want to be able to hit the drums with my hands and play them in mixed reality. The AVP is connected to the machine and the dev tools are installed. It started out and gave us this, which was basically just kind of like a 2D thing. It wasn't necessarily what I had envisioned. I wanted something 3D, so I told it that I want a 3D photorealistic kit, not some on-screen 2D. So apparently this is running now in the Vision Pro. I have no idea. I have not looked at it yet. The external battery on this device is, you know, somewhat of a decision was made. All right, so it even put an actual, like,
give me a sec. Oh my god, he has a Vision Pro. God. What the heck? I'll just do something simple like that since it's using the mono skill.
App icon for this, so let's just see. Okay, we have sensitivity.
Guys, I need this setup. I need this setup somehow. Let's see, he has a camera. Oh, he uses the phone. Guys, I have my phone too. So I just have to make the phone record me. The screen is off. Is it facing? Oh, okay, so he reverses the phone and it makes it view himself. Okay. All right. So then I can have the HD. Now I'm just waiting for I needed the light. The light, guys. So I'll have the light, my little tiny lamp. And I can have a professional setup so it makes it view on the side angle. Okay. And then he has the light. All right. So I have to figure out how to set up this setup. So there's a true setup. He has a bunch of wires doing all sorts of things. And he's doing this from a laptop. Holy moly. Man, he puts my stuff to shame. Gotta figure out how to do this.
Kit height, let's just... Okay, that is getting insane in the title. Don't tell me I can... Can I? Okay, so you can... I'm gonna destroy everything in sight. This is nuts. This is really... If someone walked up here right now, they'd be like, I'm honestly dumbfounded by this. I did not at all expect this level of quality. This is, God honest, like, this is more or less how a drum kit is to sit in front of. I mean, I have been known to play in the past. I mean, like, okay, that's probably not there. I mean, I want to try like different styles of tests like this as the models become more capable. This is insane. There's not much else to say about this. This was very, very incredibly impressive.
I think about it, guys.
Look at this.
I connected my phone. To OBS.
That's insane. All right, that
so I could do the same high quality setup
exceeds
with the camera.
expectations to a very, very high degree. I've been trying to use GPT 5.6 and Codex to do some Apple Vision Pro stuff, and this was like in a different galaxy as that. So very cool. All right,
welcome.
next up we're going to do the self-contained C++ skateboard sim. I should mention that this is on Ultra mode. Very similar looking aesthetic to Ultra Code, but
I should probably
if it's cheaper, it
update
works
the app
almost as well.
for
I'm
my
happy with it. So we're
thing.
giving this the self-contained C++ skateboarding test. This is the retro California boardwalk aesthetic, and we're just going to allow it to get to work because I have another test that I want to see how this does. But I need to find a 12-volt power supply. So the C++ skate game is still going on, but we do also have some active sub-agents right here, which we can just see in the side if we click on them. If I close this, you will be able to see that is an option right there for the sub-agents we have. It is currently on step 2 of 4, and I'm running this on like the highest level that I'm able to access right here. I was distracted. Oh, this is going to be a tough one because I don't know if this will beat out Fable 5, but the storefronts are so good. This is Ask the Audience.
So good.
Right. Well, good.
Guys, after looking at all these versions of games, I think 5.6 is not good. I mean, he's using Soul for this, right? Soul Ultra. He did say he did use Soul with Ultra. So this is the result.
We have some lean effects on our player. Okay, there is inversion, so I'm hitting A right now, which would
his so good is relative. Yeah, guys, look at this. The names of the store are upside down. We're just missing the rooftops being upside down.
Be thought of as left, and that makes us go right. I also noticed the storefront video zone. It is inverted, but double kickflip. I love the neon, like this definitely stylistically adheres to the 90s California boardwalk aesthetic.
Gosh.
Now I will say it's a bit harder to control than
he's moving backwards.
C and D is to front flip or back flip, and we do have bail logic as well. F is for camera. So we have adjustable camera views as well.
Okay.
H is for the heads-up display, so we can toggle that on.
The hood.
Look at the volleyball net on that beach. That's cool. I've not seen that before. As well as the sun up there in the corner. Or would we call that the soul? No, I'm kidding. So it's still QA testing this, so I won't make the same mistake I did last time where I started playing it and was like, this is kind of odd to use. No wonder, because it was autonomously trying to test it. Okay, so it's testing tricks right here. We can just get a look at it. We'll see if it's able to figure out and fix the inverted text or the flipped text in the storefront. Surf Shack. Okay, good. It did. It flipped the storefront text. They're still kind of wonky in terms of where they're placed.
Still not fully
but it did
fixed.
do that. So I'm happy to see that because that was one thing that was kind of knocking it. I do wonder if the left
guys,
and right
this is Soul, guys. This is Soul.
It's still, like, it's running it itself.
Ultra.
Nope. Okay, so that's still inverted at least for
yeah,
now. But
not good at video games, guys.
If
we gotta close up all 3D video games. No 3D video games ideas.
It's probably more focused on just delivering the final result. So these storefronts are really good. Board shop.
Except for Navi. Navi's the only exception. And my hair.
Even things like that.
My hair is the only
there.
exception.
We have the lifeguard stand. We have a volleyball net. These are like nice. All these people do look like they've just graduated, but these are nice attention to detail bits, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Speed, I don't know that we would be going 42.
Guys, did they do another reset?
And I don't know how to snap onto a rail. It seems like that's rather difficult to do, unless I've mistakenly been assuming those are rails. All right, this next test is going to be significantly more difficult, and I am going to start it right now.
We didn't get another reset, it's just my rate limit.
So in my hand right here is something called an Intel Web Tablet.
And he's
don't
always fixing
specifically
stuff.
remember what year this is from, but I think it was early 2000s, and this was not actually ever released publicly. So on the back of this, it says
Not released
demo
publicly?
unit, not for resale. And the whole problem with this, I don't know how visible the screen on it
Man,
would
the
be.
first iPad.
Put it right there. Essentially, this will never connect or allow me to do anything with it beyond just seeing like a screen saying it's having connection issues, because unfortunately, and I'll put that down for a little, the base station that it comes with, which I do actually have as well, there's no drivers for it. I don't have any instruction on how this would have worked. So I've given GPT a photo of the bottom of the base station as well as the name of the Intel web tablet, and I'm telling it that the base station's plugged into this computer. Get it working so I can use the tablet. This will be, in my opinion, a bit difficult.
Yeah,
the
this would
original
be
product
cool.
guide confirms an important
The
constraint.
first,
The complete tablet
they had an
software officially
opportunity.
supports
They
only Windows
messed it up.
98, 98 SE, or ME, not modern Windows or Mac OS. I'm checking whether the actual setup CD has been preserved and whether this Mac can run an x86 virtual machine with reliable USB pass-through. The standalone AnyPoint driver alone would not provide the tablet's PC services. All right, cool. Now we're getting a little bit more excitement. The adapter itself is electrically alive and correctly enumerates as this address at USB 1.1. The failure is exactly the missing class vendor driver, not a dead cable. The M4 Mac has no legacy VM software installed, so I'm adding UTM's QEMU-based emulator, the viable route for running the required x86 Windows stack and passing the real USB device through. This is exactly what I want, is the display of ability to work around roadblocks and try to find solutions for them.
He's using
Doing
work, right?
something here. Now, this should be able to automatically go through this installation process itself. It has the capability of using the computer. I don't know if it's going to, so I'll just move this over to the side and we'll see if it tells us to do anything. Intel Web Tablet Host. I see something has popped up there in the left
Looks like Codex,
side pane.
regular Codex.
Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, that I have to.
Not Codex
attend
for
to
work.
'cause it's a permission thing. I'm gonna just click continue.
I don't think he's using the work one. Okay.
Intel Web Tablet Host. Install licensed Windows 98 SE or Windows ME image, then mount AnyPoint ISO and pass through the Intel Home RF adapter. Oh, I don't have those. Oh, all right. Well. All right, I want to see what its thought process is here. I've built and launched a dedicated legacy PC virtual machine and verified the virtual USB stack does work.
Let's skip.
The remaining
Does he do it, guys? Oh my god, it's like
pings proves the radio, USB, Ethernet, and IPv4 path are solved. The remaining message is a small local discovery handshake, so I'm stopping the archive hunt and working only from the live tablet packets and controlled replies. Okay. All right, so we just got context compacted, and then it basically responded to my query from 20 minutes ago saying agreed. All right, sadly, I'm going to give up on this.
Oh, he gave up. Thank God we didn't watch it. We skipped. Continued result failures. Even with all the intelligence in the world.
Anywhere, like we don't have any outputs yet, and this will expire. So if you go back to this.
All right, city time test.
That looks pretty good. So from within cursor on 5.6 Sol in max effort mode, we do have what appears to be a pretty good looking city result. Let me turn the speaker on. This is 2025, the living city.
2025.
This is also the version of the test that goes to 2055. We'll see how this feels about the future. All right, so here's 2055. The buildings do look very good. City recharged. Are there any solar panels on the roofs? Yes, there are. As you do these tests, you learn more and more like what to look for immediately. There are pedestrians. They are walking. We have frame, field, repair, and reuse. I don't know why I said repair that way. This is an odd tree with the light pole coming out of it, but it's possible that is a photosynthesis-driven light pole. Also, okay, let's look at the cars. They do have LED strips in the front, and overall, this is a very clean scene. The bus is well done. It's focused on this one small block pretty prominently. So what I would like to do, archive. What does... Oh, okay. The UI elements are definitely showing a bit of differentiation between this and GPT 5.5, which is nice to see. We have individual static views, overview. Okay. And I don't know specifically because we're using it through cursor. This may not be like full max effort, but look at that. That was kind of cool. It's overall rather similar, but there does seem to be a streetcar there as the pole for the electricity would denote. Okay, we have selectable options and tooltips, street portrait. Okay, and that just gives us information about like the folks walking around and what form of specific outfits they'd be wearing and things like this. The Calvert building, the Astor. Okay, I do like this UI very much. Just in terms of these cards. Jet Age Confidence, that looks good. The cars are a bit happier. Do they have fins? Most normally do. All right, it's gone kind of simpler with the car models, but they're not bad. They're just almost like, they look like those. There were some like wooden toy cars, and these look very similar to them. I can't think of them off the top of my head. Okay, now we have Continental Tower here. The streetlights have changed to kind of showcase the mood as well. Let's run through now to 1985. All right, look at that. It changed the card as well to more like synthwave, electric grit, video palace. All right, the folks are in definitely more vibrant and flamboyant colors, which one would expect. Neon Dragon. Oh, look at this guy in the all blue suit. I mean, I would wear something like that personally, so I am not talking smack. We have a pink bus, crosstown bus, Metro Annex, and simple walking animations and things like that. All right, 2005. This should be like bland corporate urban reset. Okay, we do have some solar panels on the roof in 2005. That's interesting. The vehicles are more toned down. Everything here, color scheme wise, is toned down a bit more. There are, I don't know what those are, but we have Metro map there. Someone just disappeared, which was interesting. Bus, pedestrians. All right, 2025, which we did get a quick peek at when we first looked at this. I did like the transition. Check this out. So between 2005, watch the way the buildings look when we go from 2005 to 2025. That's, the transitions are done nicely, I will say. And then finally, let's look 30 years into the future, 29 years into the future. Remember tomorrow. All right, this is cool. There is a large amount of hovering machines. Are there humanoid robots? I can't tell. These just look like people with AR or VR headsets on them. This is definitely autonomous street pod. It seems more bullish on the future than Fable 5 was, which I guess is good. Maglev Neighborhood Link. The trees are still there, but they're surrounded in neon. It has a, look at the the lines in the road. Interesting. This is its new UI style right here, and it's better. It looks like a protein shake website aesthetic. Make of that what you will. Nice, nice. Okay, we are going headfirst vertical. There is no plane, but the good thing is the terrain is quite good. We have our heading. We do have some slight like wind speed effects. Airspeed 220 kilometers per hour. Tactical map. All right, and that shows, doesn't seem to be doing anything now. W and S to try to kind of move around. Okay, A and D is to steer. Q and E is for trim. That would be when we have the parachute out. C, helmet camera. Okay, I mean, I guess. Look at the sunlight in the sky. Oh, helmet camera and chase camera. And P is for, oh, pause. Okay. Space is to parachute. Now, of course, as a first try, we just like to see, is it going to auto-deploy? So the Anthropic models will auto-deploy.
Oh, okay. Auto-deploy.
Disgusting. All right, well, there's our parachute from the helmet camera. That's cool. It's been a long day testing this model. Nice. Hard impact, F. Okay, and we get a score. For some reason, all of the models implement some form of scoring in this test. It's not specifically said they should do that. So I also did a zombie FPS subway result while we're just waiting for the driver thing. And at some point, I'll have to decide to call that if it's not done by X time, which I don't like doing, but it's, you know. So GPT 5.6 Sol on high. All right, run the source project. Okay, yeah, something's not right. There we go. This was done through the web chat interface with Sol. This so far looks quite good. there. If you watch the channel, thank you, and you know exactly why I'm going to be angry right now. All right, this is, I can't actually adjust the brightness without, that's a little frustrating. Nonetheless, oh wow. These things are, Cinder Street. Oh, reload. Look at that. Oh, all right. This is very clean and sterile.
Yeah, guys, not convinced with the 3D game still. It's all still all, yeah, a lot to work on.
Can run.
Don't waste your tokens, guys. Don't waste your tokens. Don't waste your tokens. Show a 2D game.
Just full screen it and take a look. Okay, now this is interesting because I've received a better result from this, better result than this passive sandbox. I would prefer a passive sandbox, but
Okay. Man, I really gotta like start making proper YouTube videos, huh? It's not gonna be, I gotta just learn how to YouTube one step at a time. Should I just copy everybody's videos, guys? The copy strat? I do, man, we're doing all these side things, but we're not, have I got it done yet? What is this? Conductor won't auto fire. Stage, full run, latest flip. All right. Not recommended. What is recommended then? Latest flip, not recommended. We gotta do, I guess stage. All right, back to chilling. AFK slop picks. And we're still trying to fix the AI slop, guys. And then do deferred full test off air. Next action, run. All right, cool. We got Fablenomics set up, guys. Now we could start working on. We could actually start working on the game revamp. All right, we'll copy this. Cancel out of here. Close. Hello. Oh my god, I can't cancel. Oh, it's probably because my thing's messed up. Oh, and I have to update. Built and publish, download. All right, where is the path? Upload, mint the license. Paste reviewer's license into the notes for certification. All right. Let's download this. Huh? What? Oh, I'm already downloading it. All right, downloaded it. Everything is done, cert reviewed, fixed docs, reversion, bit, and partner, Microsoft Store submission. Where is the Microsoft Store submission? Oh my gosh. Did it just delete it or something? Where did it put it? Docs. Paste reviewer license into notes for certification. Notes for certification. Notes for certification. Where is it? Where is it? Where do I get the reviewer license? Search terms. Head to sleep. Take it easy, man. Have a good night. Thanks for chiming in, reviewing the. I'll be submitting the prompt, and get some sleep, buddy. I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. We have tokens. We have tokens to use, so we'll use them wisely. Have a good night. Man, yeah, it is pretty late. It's pretty late. Get your sleep. I need to get more sleep too. Let's see here. Age ratings. Package. Getting there. You mint one and then submit it yourself. You are all right. Game revamp. Why can't I exit? Oh, it's already exited. No, I don't need to resume. Hello, welcome. Alright. Ultra Code, revamping the game. Let's see if it's gonna work. Hopefully that works. AFK fix slop. Oh, we're still trying to fix the slop. Autoplay. Okay. We got tokenomics, fablenomics. And what's this working on? Oh, emotes. Easiness. To resume once the stream ends. Build gate. Huh? Voice unavailable. Settings. Makes no sense. We should be able to use Voice Navigator. I looked at version. But that doesn't sound right because it should be defaulting to our SigmaShake secrets and vault value. Man, what happened? You could also use the voice navigator. And when putting a submission in the chat box, there's no Gemma for intelligence replying back using Cerebus. Alright. Oh, Turtle's not here. I can play my music. I can play my music, guys. Your emotes work now? Okay. And the stream is off. You'll resume. What? You should be able to apply it now. Mono blocked from landing because OBS is currently running. What's the command to deploy it now? Game revamp. Yep, that's gonna work in the back. Yeah, it just says check this out. We got an AI data center getting built here into you. Congrats. That's your that's gonna be your backup job. Backup job, work at data center. Scotland's first data center AI growth zone. They don't want to be left behind, guys. They don't want 8 billion euros investment. 3,400 jobs. AI venture fund. Pounds? They're pounds? This is a pound? I'm bad. I'm bad. Sorry. Congrats. Wales? Scotland? Biodiversity? I can't make a Scottish accent. Scottish accent? No, that's not it. I have to listen to us. I have to listen. Please don't. Please don't. Yes, I don't. Let's go. You have a second backup job. Better start learning like Niso. Niso also had to take a test. Take a test to work at a data center. Backup plan, backup plan. Might want to play the data center game. Oh, I need to make backup plan, not die. Yes, backup plan, not die. That does not look like a data center, by the way. This looks like a regular office. Hey, thank you for subbing on YouTube. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy boss hit delays. The player's next auto swing removes mobility from their next response. Internal cooldown can't change, never blocks. Safety visual only. Oh. Bounded. Oh, we gotta include OBS safety on the prompt. How much did I eat today, guys? Did I eat enough? Yeah, I definitely need to eat more. Definitely need to eat more, guys. Let me eat some food. AFK slot not fixed yet. Yeah. Well, I'll be right back, guys. Can I play the AFK stuff? Not yet. AFK stuff is not ready. Just chill. I'll be back. Just eating something.